Hello, everybody. We're just getting started. Give me a minute or two to confirm everything's running as intended. And it looks like it is. Okay. Uh, this is going to be fun. Lots and lots of fun. Okay. I'm going to hit a button and see what happens. There we go. Hello, everybody. So we're going to be talking about the recent developments, what with Bethesda and all. It's really fun. I wasn't expecting to do this stream so early. I was honestly going to take another hour break and do other things, but here we are anyway. So let's discuss, shall we? Bethesda says this is an announcement today.
Empowering creators has always been in our DNA here at Bethesda Game Studios. So naturally we're thrilled to introduce Creations. Our new platform provides an updated way for players to discover, download and play community-made and official content.
So what they actually mean is that they've taken the modding page and they've taken the Creation Club and they've shoved them together into one kind of space. That's what they're advertising here. And well, there's a few issues with what they've done because explain how the selling of mods will work. But let's go over the official material first, and then we'll discuss. That for those who don't know, I use the Tom and Jerry. Let me set this up. I'll go ahead and pull it up. So whenever I do any kind of quote unquote reaction content, I always make it clear that my opinion of reaction content is super low. Like it's super low effort and really crappy. So when I do reaction content, I do this because I'm always disparaging, reaction content. So when I do it myself, it's like this is yeah. I'm a dirty hypocrite, right? Anyway, as I was saying, as far as this goes, we're going to go over this first and then we're going to talk about it. So, get excited. Get excited. Here we go.
From subtle tweaks to ambitious adventures, community-made creations have brought hours upon hours of fresh experiences to Skyrim Special Edition players. Previous mods and Creation Club items are now combined with all new content under the Creations menu. Available now in-game. It is now easier for players to discover, access and play downloadable content made by professional developers and enthusiasts alike. All within the game. And we'd love to have you contribute. In addition to the ability to upload free creations, we are excited to announce the Bethesda Game Studios Verified Creator Program. If you are admitted, you may send your content through our official vetting process and, if approved, sell them in the Creations menu. Verified creators receive a royalty from each creation sold.
Okay. Let me explain something first. I'm gonna give you my, before I say a lot of things supporting this, I'm going to give you my personal stance. I personally believe that this will make the entire modding space between Skyrim and Fallout 4 worse. I honestly believe it'll make the entire space worse overall through a knock-on effect I'll talk about later, right? Now that said, let's now that I've given you my personal opinion on it, let's go ahead and talk about the actual, like, what they're doing here. So the first paid mod system for Skyrim originally had what do you call it? It was originally a kind of a collective effort between Valve and Bethesda. The idea behind this is Bethesda originally was kind of working with Valve, and the Valve had this system in place by which people could do the paid mods for any game, right? And it would be curated in a way that allowed that allowed the platform holder, like Bethesda or anyone really, to be able to kind of put their submission up the company could verify it, and if the product was verified properly, then it could go up, for sale. That was the idea behind it. But Bethesda specifically told Valve that there should be no curation at all. And that's where Valve kind of said, okay, I guess. And they put it forward, and anyone could sell any mod they wanted on Steam. And it was full of stolen mods, and it was full of broken mods and illegal things. It was indeed a legal nightmare for what is called Valve specifically, who were the owners of the platform, not the holders of the the space, right? So as a result, the what do you call it? As a result, Valve basically looked at this and said, "No, we're stopping this right now. Like, this is a legal nightmare for us. Like, we're done." And they pulled the plug, and they told Bethesda where to shove it, right? And that's because it was a legal nightmare. The idea, like having a completely unvetted, uncurated platform for selling, right? And they just weren't willing to do it at all. Like, that was it was just a no-go for Valve. So some time passed, and we got the Creation Club, which was Paid Mods 2.0. What they did was they brought in specific individuals. They brought them in, and those people became what do you call it? They became a like contract workers. Not the same thing as as just paid mods being put up willy-nilly. These contracted workers would they'd basically go and they would receive a cut. Not a cut, but they'd receive an upfront payment, right? So we're talking probably just between you and me. There's no confirming this because non-disclosure agreements. So if I did have a source, I couldn't tell you who that source was, because then they'd be in violation of the NDA, right? But it's somewhere in the range of $800 to $1,000 for the whole thing. Just one-time payment, right? Allegedly yeah. Well, I'm not alleging anything, but I'm just telling you that that they would receive like a lump sum of about $800 to $1,000, according to said source, who it cannot be named due to non-disclosure agreements. Anyway, yes, theoretically, exactly, hypothetically, possibly, yeah. All I'm getting at is like that they were expected to make a mod, like a whole on DLC, and they were they very very small amount of money. It incentivized the creation of small things like a backpack for Fallout 4, or some horse armor for or something silly, right? Like, eventually they got sorted, the Creation Club creations, and we got some pretty good stuff, right? I don't know what you're talking about, but seriously, as far as the setup goes, basically that, like, they got paid an upfront fee. And that wasn't really enough to be a job, right? We're talking about a lot of work for not a lot of money. Okay, so that, like, the paid mods that came in 2.0, like, remember 1.0 was the Steam platform, and 2.0 was the what do you call it? The Bethesda.net, like, integrated special edition version. The anniversary edition would eventually bundle all these together, but that's neither here nor there, right? Anyway, all you really need to know is that as contracted workers, it was a nice little side hustle, but it wasn't enough to be an actual, job. Like you couldn't make a living off of the Creation Club basically because you got a one-off payment that at least in the majority of the United States wouldn't pay your rent. So they kind of looked at that and said, this ain't going to work, right? It's no way. No way. Don't think so. So the Creation Club kind of just like most of the material ended up getting made in-house. So some of it got made, by people like allegedly Chesco, Eleonora, Trainwiz, Arthmore, people like that. Arthmore was originally rejected from the club, but eventually made it back in. Any Scion, to my knowledge, like tried to get in and couldn't for various reasons. Point is that the Creation Club was kind of looked at as this platform that it was like you were a Bethesda employee essentially, like not in reality, but like in appearance because you were a contracted worker, and so like they had to be kind of exclusive with it, and that like it didn't really do incredibly well on PC because of modding, but it ran incredibly well on consoles because modding is limited on consoles. And it was seen as, oh, we're getting like extra these aren't paid mods, they're extra DLCs, right? And that's how it works, like that's how it was seen, and that's why especially for PlayStation users who, let's be honest here, barely had access to anything. They had almost no modding capabilities compared to Xbox, and Xbox has almost no modding capabilities compared to PC. So, you work on that, and it's just like, extra DLC, LOL. That's basically that is my sentiment exactly, with the LOL included. Yes. So basically they're looking at this now under Microsoft, and Microsoft doesn't need like Microsoft has huge resources. They don't need to rely on Valve's tacit approval for like to run the paid mod system, right? And Microsoft has the resources to actually curate these things. How they're going to curate them, how well they're going to curate them, is a whole nother matter. We don't, like, I mean, look at Starfield and all of its bugs and stuff. It's quote unquote the least buggy version like ever made. Even though it still had a whole lot of bugs, right? It didn't run very well. And despite that, like, we're going to trust these people to curate. I mean, we don't have a choice, right? Bitching about it isn't going to actually prevent it from happening, because they've already confirmed that this is it right here, like no question about it. So as it stands, we're looking at the integration of the what do you call it? I look good. Well, thank you. Thank you indeed. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So, basically, the way this works is they're integrating the mod, the mod system, coupled with the what do you call it, the Creation Club. It's all just being unified under a single like page in the game. You run the game, and that's it. They're there together. And so some of them will be free, others you'll pay for, and that's it. We're going to open up this image here. You can see what we're talking about. You can see your Creation Club credits in the top corner there. And then this is, by the real Eleanor, you can buy these things here. Yes, this is a gun, an actual gun. We'll be going over the gun soon, but I just wanted to show you what their page will look like when you get into game, right? And you can see your load order down here and everything. So the credits, like the Creation Club credits, are going to be like just part of your modding experience now. That they are there, whether you like it or not. So, yeah. Nexus mods brought to you by Bethesda. It says something like that. But no. This is the Microsoft dealie, right? Microsoft has basically facilitated this to where they have now the freedom to make this big monetization platform. Skyrim and eventually probably Fallout 4 will be monetized in this way, like going forward. Guns and the Elder Scrolls confirmed, absolutely. Yeah. What? Yeah. So, just like the Crown Store, something like that. Minecraft Marketplace, you got it. That's what I was saying, though. Microsoft specifically has the resources and the know-how to run one of these stores. They don't have to rely on Valve this time, right? And they don't have to do it like a small scale. They can just straight up bring in all their resources from Microsoft to get this done, and done quote unquote right. I'm doing air quotes for right, because we all know this is probably going to damage how mods are made in general, like in the community. What I mean by that is, like, okay, so on a personal level, you can make a really good side hustle on making mods, right? You know, you can make little things which are then sold in the what do you call it? In the community, the simulation space. We're talking about flight simulator, train simulator, so on. There is a thriving paid mods community. It is accepted in those spaces, and it actually thrives in those spaces because you are selling commodities. All right, you are selling, like, they are producing like different trains and different planes that are functional within the simulation space, and their attention to detail is insane, right? They will spend a lot of time working on just one product, and then they'll start selling it. And this is generally not only accepted, but very often supported within the simulation space. This is normal. But Skyrim mods aren't like one-off products. You're not selling, a single greatsword or a single player home. You're like paid, like, mods are usually something bigger and, like, grander than that. You'll end up with, like, Vigilant, for example, would never ever be made under this system. Like, I very often talk about how Vigilant is my favorite like experience that I've had in Skyrim. Now, the beginning of Vigilant is terrible, but it gets better as it goes. Like, the further you get into Vigilant, the more it builds upon itself and it becomes amazing. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, within the incentives of the paid mod system, something along the scope and scale of Vigilant would never be created, because the system itself incentivizes the creation of small commodities that can be produced and sold as quickly as possible, and with as little effort as possible. That's why I suspect there's going to be a kind of a knock-on effect that's going to ruin modding in general. Now, I suspect that there will be like, the occasional, like, Legacy of the Dragonborn or something like that is Patreon funded. I know Ice Cream Assassin has his own Patreon, and I know some of these other people have their own Patreon, so they might choose to continue to act outside of the system, at which point, it's not that big a deal. But those will be outliers, right? Everyone else is like, why wouldn't you want to make your hobby a job? You know what they say? Do what you love, and you will work super hard with no personal boundaries, and you'll take everything extremely personally. Oh, wait, no. Sorry, we want the fake version. You'll never work a day in your life. Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, do what you love, and you'll never work a day in your life. Yeah. What were we saying? Yeah, absolutely. They're outsourcing DLC. There are a few other things we want to talk about, but yeah, modding will shift to horse armors, armor sets, maybe like one-off quests, as opposed to things like Vigilant. That's a good way to put it. Yep, that's a good way to put it. Let me see here. Society Man said, if you're good at something, never do it for free. That was, in fact, something someone said. It's true. Let's see. Um, do, 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 do. Um, but let's keep going. Okay, let's take a moment and go over this a bit more. Here we go. So, how to apply to this new club.
Everyone in the community may release free creations. Ready to become a verified creator and start selling your own creations? Here's what you'll need. Experience modding Bethesda Game Studios games. Or a willingness to learn. A portfolio of work for review. The latest version of the Creation Kit. Available on Steam. A Bethesda.net account linked to an Xbox account. Multi-factor authentication, MFA, enabled on your Bethesda.net account. An internet connection for updating your game. Connecting to Bethesda.net. And uploading creations. Once you have all of the above, you're ready to apply to the Bethesda Game Studios Verified Creator Program. If accepted, you'll be asked to enroll in the Microsoft Partner Center to receive payment for your creations. More information can be found in our FAQ below.
See, this is exactly what I meant right here. The Microsoft Partner Center, right? That, like, the Microsoft part, that's what I meant. Like, this is just straight up. This is just straight up the Microsoft, the Minecraft marketplace. They are straight up, like, Microsoft put its resources forward and said, we have the technology to do the paid mods, and I'm going to do air quotes, right. And so that's what's happening. That's where we're at right now. Is like, people said, oh, well, now Microsoft is going to force Bethesda to clean up their act, right? Microsoft is going to force Bethesda to do this or that. Microsoft is going to use their resources, and now Starfield's going to be a great game because Microsoft, right? I think we've all now learned a lesson. Microsoft is going to facilitate the making of more money. More money. That's what they're doing. So what I'm saying is that this incredible amount of copium that was flowing out of the Bethesda community came from people who have absolutely no idea what Microsoft has been doing with Minecraft and with Halo and these different game franchises, right? Someone said it's not doom and gloom because Mojang is still kicking. But I mean, I doubt very much that person who said that to me really understood the what Mojang was versus what Mojang became under Microsoft, right? It is unrecognizable now. Microsoft, this is Bethesda under Microsoft, the Microsoft Partner Center. That's it. Yes, it's glorious. Now, you said Microsoft is all about the subscription, nickel and diming services, not just games. Correct. Absolutely correct. Let's see what else we got. Trying to push Game Pass on other consoles. Of course they are. That doesn't matter. Like, anyway. All I'm saying is that, like, the massive amount of copium that was flowing out of the Bethesda community before Starfield came out, where people were saying, oh, with Microsoft's resources, and Microsoft will force Todd Howard and those people to clean up their act. This is what people were saying. Little did they realize that Microsoft is the problem, and Microsoft will push them to become more and more profitable. Everything that they tried and failed to monetize before, they can now do using Microsoft resources. The platform, specifically, the paid mods version 1 was done on Steam, and Valve said, this is a legal nightmare. We're going to get sued. We're taking this down. Paid mods version 2 was the Creation Club, and that was quote-unquote micro DLC, right? And so paid mods version 2, that got wasn't able to be profitable enough because it was on a small scale, right? I'm sure they made a decent amount of money with it, but the people that they were hoping to draw in, like highly skilled modders, they only got a handful of them, because the rest, that you want to pay us $800 to $1,000 lump sum to make a what do you call it? A big a whole DLC? No, we're not doing that, is what most people said. You'll find they didn't make more than one thing for Skyrim or Fallout 4. It was a one and done situation. So anyway, as I was saying, because these two paid mod versions 1 and 2, like number 1, this is a legal nightmare, we ain't doing this, and version 2, too small scale to be super profitable. Then version 3, the multi-billion-dollar corporation. Wait, whoa. It's trillion. Microsoft is worth 1.2 trillion. Okay. So, we're looking, a $1 trillion corporation. I'm sorry. Leave it to the leave it to the $1 trillion corporation to handle this platform for them. Not only that, but they don't have to invest anything. That's why I was like pointing at the Microsoft Partner Center here. They don't have to invest a dime in getting this to work, because they already have like the Minecraft Marketplace and Microsoft Partner Center set up to facilitate all of this. All of the infrastructure that you would, that ZeniMax Media would have had to create, they don't have to create that infrastructure. It already exists. That's it. Easy peasy. And that's why it's happening now. Yes. Anyway. Moving along. We can apply now. So, let's see. Let's go over a couple things. How do I make money? Let's read these out.
Creations can only be sold if you are accepted into the Verified Creator Program, and only for creations that are officially vetted and approved.
Mm-hmm.
All other community-made creations are released freely. Verified creators set prices themselves from a set selection of options. As a verified creator, you will receive a royalty from every creation of yours sold.
Mm-hmm. So, Minecraft was their trial run now, and vastly successful. Now they're bringing it out to everything else. The Minecraft Marketplace. Hello. That's it. Yep. Let's see here. Do I need modding experience? Really? Modding experience is useful, but not required.
Modding experience is useful, but not required. However, if you aren't familiar with the creation kit, you'll need to learn the basics to implement your work in-game. We do have an expansive wiki that can help with this. Applicants are required to provide a portfolio when applying. This can be as simple as a list of mods, but you may also include a standard portfolio of work.
Yeah, so in other words, you can list some you can list like some backpacks or something. So some kind of like just get into Blender and start making some 3D models, right? And then you can just be accepted. Apparently, to be a verified creator, all you need to do is just show them some work that could be added to mods, and then easy peasy, no problem. I don't even know. So yes, console users are going to eat this up. That is precisely what happened with the Creation Club. They tested it with the Creation Club, and it did not sell well on PC, I am told. But it sold incredibly well on Xbox and even better on PlayStation. PlayStation was because they could, like, the modding is, like, handicapped on PlayStation. It's barely usable. Whereas the modding is decent on Xbox, but it's still nothing compared to what works on PC. So they found that it is inversely, like, how much money they make is inversely proportional to how functional the modding is. And that's why, what do you call it? That's why ESL modding has now broken completely. All previous versions of the game won't be able to load plugins created with the official tools after this update. They have destroyed the older versions, basically. Like it's the old versions won't be compatible with the new stuff, vice versa. So get excited for that. They are kneecapping the modding. Yep, that's it. So get excited. Get excited. Maybe we'll find a workaround for it. I don't know. Older versions of Skyrim, like Skyrim Special Edition specifically. That's where this is going on. So yeah, your ESLs, your old ESLs won't work. You're gonna need to get new ESLs. The modders are gonna have to play catch up. Yeah. All the modders are gonna have to play catch up. The old versions won't work, and the new versions won't work on the old versions. In other words, what? In other words, if you have a new version, like a new plugin that you bought, you can't use it on the old version of Skyrim, and vice versa. So it's that said, with the Creation Club, you'll be able to download all the old ones, no problem. Yeah, exactly. You can't You can't downgrade your executable and use any new content made. So if someone makes a new plugin and you have a downgraded executable, it will not work. That's what they're saying. This is an attack on the downgraders. You will only be able to use the old plugins, and that's it. That's what's being told. There is no official source on that, so prove me wrong. Go out there, prove me wrong. Hell yeah. I love to be wrong when my news is shitty. Do it. Do it. Prove me wrong. I want this. So, as I was saying, let me see here. This subreddit seems to have not said. I don't think the subreddit can really, well, unless people have dug into it yet. We'll find out. We'll find out. Please do. Please do. Said hard-coded DRM against anti-competition laws. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I mean, after all, these communications are being had on Discord, right? Discord is more real-time. Reddit has a tendency to bury a lot of posts that aren't sent out by the special people. Let's see here. Hold on. Someone asked me. But yeah. Posts that are negative tend to get buried. on Reddit, whereas Discord tends to be more real time. And this is breaking news. So anyway, let me pull up the thingamabobber. So anyway, what I'm trying to get at is what do you call it? The applications you create a portfolio. What do you call it? Sorry, applicants are required to provide a portfolio, right? So you can get into Blender and you can just make a bunch of 3D models and have like no modding experience whatsoever. And apparently, at least if this is true, because this is all at their discretion, right? But assuming that this is in fact true, you will be able to get in just with some like art assets or something. In theory, and this is a bad theory that I don't like, but in theory, you could probably just steal someone else's work, submit that as a portfolio, and yeah, no, that's a problem. I don't like that theory. I don't like that theory at all. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let me see here. Teams must be a registered business. Okay, let's listen to what kind of creations they will accept. Here we go.
Creations can range anywhere from simple cosmetics or gameplay tweaks to entire new quests in.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So, LawyerBot says, given how the Minecraft marketplace is full of theft, this is not an unheard theory. Thank you. You see, I do not use Bedrock at all. So, what this means is that if the Minecraft marketplace is full of theft, this is going to be full of theft too, most likely. Because, you know, like if we go back to the scroll up here, the most important part about this to understand is that this is running through the same Microsoft Partner Center as Minecraft does, right? So it's basically the same infrastructure as Minecraft. So I expect that all the Minecraft marketplace conventions will apply here because they're using the same infrastructure, right? So in other words, if there's theft on the Minecraft marketplace, I expect there to be theft on this as well. That's my expectation. Anyway, let's go down here. One more time.
Creations must be standalone, so it cannot depend on other community releases. Free or paid. Creations must be all new to qualify for release. You cannot repurpose older releases or work by other authors unless contracted. Creations cannot contain anything produced through generative AI.
Okay, this last one is good. This will keep a lot of the riffraff out, supposedly. In reality, it depends on what they're doing. Period. You said you guarantee that the staff running the Minecraft marketplace will be the same staff. Microsoft management doesn't care about quality control, just shoving tickets out the door. Yeah. Somehow I saw that coming. Give me a sec here. I'm gonna again, like I don't have personal experience with the Minecraft marketplace because I am I only run with Java, like the Java version. That's it. But that's because I like to turn Minecraft into like an exploration sandbox. We're talking about like exploration combat oriented and instead of building. And I do that through mods that would never exist under Minecraft, under official Minecraft, basically. So, let me see here. Okay. Looking at this. So yeah, the generative AI part is actually really, really good. Like I'm super happy about that because you have no idea how much garbage is pushed out through ChatGPT. Unfortunately, you know, it's one of those cases, well, you have to prove it, right? So I expect that they will enforce this like really, really well for like I want to say like 2-3 months, right? And then they'll start slacking. That's my suspicion, right? I have no proof on that, but that's my suspicion. Is like that they will enforce this part like really, really hard for like a few months, and then just stop caring. Don't know for sure though. It might be a trash fire on release. Anyway, it's called creations must be all new to qualify. This is to prevent people from going um and saying like, oh well, I'm gonna take down my old mod and put up a new version of it, right? That's the issue there, right? So, um, you said, let me see, yeah. So that's how that works. Someone asked, won't this blow up on their face like last time? So last time they were using Valve as a middleman, right? They were on Steam, and so Valve basically made this work because they like hosted the file sharing, and they handled, they were like a middleman for the all the infrastructure and stuff like that, right? It was what do you call it? So the idea behind it is there will be no like there's no curation, and that's where Valve was like, whoa, 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 we need to curate this, right? We can't just have like illegal stuff flooding our platform. So Valve said, nope, get out, Bethesda. And they kicked Bethesda out of the thing. They shut it down. It was a Bethesda. Sorry, it was Valve's choice to shut it down. And so it wasn't due to the community backlash or anything. You can't just be like, well, if we complain enough, we'll be able to shut it down too. Like people think that. People legitimately think that it was like user complaints that led to the like shutdown last time. But it was actually it being a legal nightmare that caused them to shut it down last time. And Microsoft has the staff and the lawyers to be able to deal with this, right? That's really what it came down to. Yes, legal was called in and legal made it an issue. That's why Valve basically said, get out, Bethesda, you're done. This time, Microsoft has their own lawyers. They have their own platform. They have their own curators. They have everything they need to do it themselves. Microsoft is doing it themselves. That's it. Microsoft doesn't care at all, basically. Yeah, exactly. Correct. Microsoft has entire law firms on retainer. This is true. So that of course it's being set up to be abused. I mean, again, like the same people who run the Minecraft marketplace are probably going to be running this. That's it. Yeah. So knowing that, like I would say that if all of this were followed, it'd be pretty cool, right? But this second one is actually pretty telling, because if we look at the end of this one set, let's reread the whole thing really quick. Here we go.
Creations must be all new to qualify for release. You cannot repurpose older releases or work by other authors unless contracted.
So, unless contracted. In other words, how this would work is if we had a like if they didn't put this rule in, people would begin to take down their mods and put them back up as paid mods. This happened with Midas Magic and a bunch of other shit back in the previous time. So they figured out we need to like stop that from happening. But we still want to be able to sell like a premium version of Frostfall or a premium version of like Campfire or something, right? And in that case, they have the opportunity to tell the author, keep your free version up and contract with us to make a premium version. And that way, they can have their cake and have sex with it too. That's how it works. Yes. So, yeah. That's yeah, you just basically people can't take down their old work, but Bethesda retains the right to contract the new ones. Yes. There you go. And if you try to bring a lawsuit, Microsoft will delay it for up to 7 years. Yes. This is true. This is true. Imagine spending about, $100,000 a year for the next 7 years trying to fight Microsoft. That's yeah. That's the unfortunate reality. Give me a sec. I'm gonna have a drink. Amazing. That was the drinking animation. Anyway. Let me see what else we got. Yeah, we don't actually know the actual agreements. So we've got community standards, codes of conduct, and terms of service. Now then, Bethesda community standards. All right. No abusive language, no hate speech of any kind, no conspiracy theories, misinformation, no foul language, keep foul language to a minimum, no demands or threats, no impersonation, no personal information, no trolling or baiting. Do not spam our channels. So this is this is all just boilerplate, normal stuff. No one cares. Code of conduct. This is the standard ZeniMax code of conduct. This is normal. Yeah. Do not impersonate other people. So on and so forth. Security, ownership. Here we go.
6.1 You will not post, transmit, promote or distribute any dynamic or static user-created or custom content which is not wholly owned by the account owner.
So in other words, they're protecting themselves by saying, that stealing is not allowed. It's not cool, man. And when you then steal, they will simply they will probably ignore it until it becomes a problem. And once it becomes a problem, then they'll terminate your account and say, sorry, we didn't know, man. And it was against the rules of terms of service and all that, and they did it anyway. Easy peasy. Let me see here. Oh, no. You want to know? Probably, strawberry? Yeah. Anyway. Let's see. What were we saying? Yeah, don't spam. And if you need to appeal, you appeal here. Got it. Okay. As I was saying, what else? Yeah, that's it. We don't need to know anything more about this page. So, this is our standard terms of service. Disclaimer of warranty. Hold on. Binding arbitration! Oh, hold on. Binding arbitration. By using this platform, you forgo your rights to sue them in court, and instead you agree to arbitrate. Easy peasy. Please tell me that avatar is ironic. Depends. What will make you unsubscribe? I'll pick that option, okay? Because I'm a jerk. Now, what was I saying? So, um, moving along, but both, yeah. Yeah, this is really it is freaking hilarious. You're not subscribed to begin with, then don't worry about it. Anyway, it's true though. Eventually, we'll get a more masculine avatar, and meme the shit out of it. But for now, this avatar cost me $0, and that is awesome. This whole setup, people spend thousands of dollars getting a setup, and you know, I spent $0. Yeah, Astolfo, I don't think so. I don't think there's I don't think there. You said boo masculine avatar. You said it's not ironic. Okay. Anyway, um, definitely gonna stick with a French maid outfit, but we'll get something else. Ah, glorious. Anyway, um, best memes. Yes, Fargoth with a French maid outfit. We could probably do that. How do we rip the Morro-win models? I think so. Fargoth in a French maid outfit? That seems like something we could probably do. Huh. No, I thought about that. But no, I'm definitely a man. The manliest of men with the big cartoon cat eye thing. No idea. No idea. RTX rip it out, not going to happen. Anyway. Back to things that actually matter. Crassus, yes, absolutely. If anything, we should probably just be Crassus, to be honest. Like that, yeah. We should probably just be Crassus. That would be more on brand, I think. After all, I am a foremost pervert, so. One of us will be in a French maid outfit, and it won't be me. Yeah, we got that. Fargoth is too small. Dagother in a French maid outfit could work, I suppose. The guy in Fallout New Vegas, the final boss, there is actually a like webcomic of him in a French maid outfit. Yeah. Give me a second here. Okay. What was I saying? So yeah, binding arbitration. Okay, yeah. Linus, yeah. Anyway, binding arbitration. So this means that you are in a class action waiver. So let's say that 1,000 or 10,000 people got screwed over by ZeniMax. Well, you signed a class action waiver, so you're not gonna be a part of a class action lawsuit. No, you signed that right away. Don't worry about it. Instead, you're going to enter into binding arbitration with us. We'll spend about, what, $900 a piece, and we'll sit down in front of an arbitrator, and the arbitrator will come up with, will basically ask, hey, ZeniMax, did you break your contract? And ZeniMax will say, no, we didn't. And then they'll look, the arbitrator and ZeniMax will both look at you together and go, what are you bitching about, you little baby? And that's it. That's it. They won't ask, is this legal? Is this in keeping with the law? You know, the letter of the law, the spirit of the laws, local state laws, you know, things like that. They won't ask any of those questions. They'll just ask, has ZeniMax's contract been violated? And when ZeniMax says no, they'll just both look at you and say, what are you bitching about, kiddo? And that's it. That's it. Yep. Anyway, let's see here. Anyway. Yeah, that's how they've set this up. They've set this up so you can't join a class action lawsuit against them, and you're stuck in binding arbitration. That said, in the EU, that is illegal. In fact, if you live in the United States or other countries, arbitration is not required. Oh, let me see here. Yeah, if you live in any, oh, sorry. Yeah, if you live in the European Union, Iceland, so on and so forth, you may opt out of binding arbitration within 30 days. So in other words, within 30 days of the great. So the within 30 days of creating your Bethesda.net account, you better have opted out if you want to sue them. I said Patreon got screwed by adding the no class action thing. A bunch of users did arbitration, only paid a couple hundred each. Patreon paid the arbitration lawyers big time. Yes. How would you opt out of binding arbitration? Send a first-class letter with a signature verification? Yeah, you'd actually have to send that, return receipt required. Anytime you deal with a company like this and you send them anything, you have to do return receipt required. Otherwise, they'll just claim they never got the thing. Yeah, it's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Anyway, I just wanted to go over that. This is stupid, and most of this can be ignored because, for number one, none of you are going to be suing this company. Number one. Number two, what do you call it? Even if you did, most of those clauses are invalid. You can usually, and I say this because I cannot technically give you legal advice, okay? But you can usually go before a judge and they just say, they screwed me over and they're trying to screw me over again. And what do you call it? Like the judge will be like, yeah, this binding arbitration thing ain't valid, right? They can, like, very, very often you can get that thrown out. But again, number one, you're not going to be suing these people anyway. Anyway, you said individual fingers. Yes, we can do this. Live long and get fucked. See, we can do that. There we go. Easy peasy. Now, what was I saying? Yes. So yeah. Anyway, let's go back down. Since we looked at all three. We looked at their community standards, we looked at their code of conduct, and we looked at their terms of service. Like, they can change it any time. Which, Scratch nose looks like this. I'm scratching under my nose. This is on top of my nose. Yeah, it looks all the same. Yep. So anyway, let's move on to the next step. Okay. How do I release them? How long will it take?
Once admitted into the Verified Creator Program, any content you wish to sell goes through an approval process. Time needed can vary, as the content's type and size can influence how much quality assurance testing is required. It's normal for a creation to be sent back for quality review and require resubmission, especially once first released through the program. Once approved, the content is released. Unlike Creation Club, there is no need to wait for a game patch.
Yeah, that's normal. That's honestly pretty normal. I don't have anything to say about that particular. Like, how long does it take? Like, yeah, of course that you get something that doesn't follow their standards quite right. Maybe there are dirty edits or things like that. No problem, get rid of them. Easy peasy. Yeah, they test it for conspiracy theories. Oh my. That is hilarious. Okay. Right. Let's see. Next.
Certainly. Although if you have several running through the submission process at the same time, testing may focus on them one at a time.
Testing, yes. So they do have testers. Like, they do have quality assurance people. Remember, Starfield came out with absolutely perfect quality assurance. No problem. Anyway, I want to update or add something. Resubmit for verification. Okay. Verified creator, may I continue to release free content? Yes. And on other platforms too. Nexus stays. Period. My goodness. It reminds you of the interview with George Lucas? Yes, but I mean, is Todd Howard saying that right now? I think all the people with like large amounts of shares in ZeniMax Media are laughing their way to the bank right now. Like, not even Todd Howard. Like, they're all wealthy now because Microsoft paid them for their shares. So I mean, it's not like George Lucas where he, you know, like he tied his identity up in being the Star Wars man. No, that's not anywhere comparable. This is Microsoft taking their Minecraft infrastructure and what do you call it? And applying it to the ZeniMax's failed paid mod system, basically. Can you update every hour? It'll take longer than that. Yes. Gaming QA is nowhere near on par with business QA. 15 an hour to 50K salary. Yes. It's gonna say gaming QA, honestly, they can get people to work for basically minimum wage. That's it. All right. That they're gonna do this to Call of Duty Zombies? Yes. Yes, they will. Anyway, moving along. Will this be available for other Bethesda games?
We are excited to bring the Verified Creator program to as many games as possible. But we are only announcing Creation's support for the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim Special Edition, Anniversary Edition at this time.
So, as many games as possible. Probably means Fallout 4 and, as you said, properties also owned by Microsoft. So, the Nexus will probably be fine. In fact, they've flat out said that they're going to like allow you to continue to support other platforms. It's just expect a lot of like mod makers to stop making mods, stop putting mods on the Nexus at all. Like they're going to have an invested interest in having you look at the Microsoft platform. That's just the way it is. Anyway, that's why Oblivion Remaster can't say whether the court documents regarding the Oblivion Remaster stated that it was in planning. There's no confirmation that the Oblivion Remaster has actually entered production, let alone is going to be finished. Not to say that it's not going to happen. It might very well happen. I'm just saying there's no word after the fact that they were planning it, right? So that's it. All right. Yep, exactly. So the court documents just confirmed that it was in planning. So let's see here. Will this program? So how do I gain access to creations?
You can access all creations from the Creation tab in the Skyrim main menu. From there you can browse the platform and purchase and download creations directly to your device.
Yay!
And dive in.
My device. Said if no word, why don't they just throw full support behind Skyblivion? Because they can't monetize it. Why would they put their support behind something that they can't monetize? It would be a legal nightmare if people in the Skyblivion team just said, "No, I'm out. I'm out, man." Another person said, "I'm out." Or what if there are other issues behind behind Skyblivion that they didn't like actually account for, right? Think about it for a second. I mean, what if parts like Skyblivion just like was built on a bad foundation, just crashed and crashed and crashed, and like they can't be sure of it. So yeah, they yeah, exactly. Um, Stockholders would jump off because they weren't chasing a profit model behind Skyblivion. That's what I'm saying. Yep, yep. How can do they assure there's no malware or spyware embedded in the code? That's a very good question. I assume that they will get access to the source files and be able to look inside the mod, right? To be able to like open it up in the construction set. But it's kind of funny because people can make mods without using Bethesda's official tools. There's like Xedit and stuff like that. Other programs that are like third party that can actually manipulate data better than Bethesda's can. And I'm wondering how Bethesda would interact with that, you know? No problem there. It's absolutely nuts. Malicious code can look clean, but brick saves. Correct. That is A-okay. Right. So, looking at that. Moving along. Let's see.
Yes. Creation Club credits can still be used to purchase content in the Creations menu. These will have updated naming and artwork but may still be used to purchase creations.
Your Creation Club credits are safe, everybody. It's all, like, everything's fine here now. Thank you. You can see a verification process using the creation kit taking precedence, while anything using third-party tools may sit for months on end. That's just it. It's very possible for there to be for people to be completely, like, to not know that that's what's happening in the background. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Let me see here. Year.he is an interesting domain name, I guess. Year.he. A lot of people have trouble putting spaces after periods. It's very strange. Seems to be like a recurring problem, too. Anyway, let's go.
All previous content, mods and Creation Club items is being combined into Creations. With your existing content now available in the Creations tab, content can be accessed there if you already own it, or purchased if you don't. The Anniversary Edition upgrade also remains available for those who wish to purchase the complete package of 74 Creation Club releases as a bundle. See the complete list of releases here.
Oh, yes, of course. The Creation Club is still available. Now, as for that, let's see. There it is. This is the bundle they were talking about. Just so you guys know. This is what they were talking about. Right here. This is still available if you want it. Okay? Let's see. Skyrim modding was fun while it lasted. Oblivion will freeze over before you buy orcish armor for your mud crab. Yeah, absolutely. Are the Creation Club all canon? No. No, like, people on UESP and other, like, Bethesda sites decided it was canon. But in reality, it, like, contradicts several, like, things, like the Elder Scrolls novels, for example. Like, the Umbra creation directly contradicts what happened in those novels. And those novels were supported by the Sleeping Tree being in Skyrim. So no, Creation Club shit ain't canon. And Because if it is, then congratulations, Bethesda's self-contradicted again. So, you know, like, are these paid mods canon? I don't fucking know. Like, you'll have to determine that for yourself. Personally, I think, having looked into it, I have come to the conclusion that the Elder Scrolls canon is dumb and badly written. So, knowing that, I don't actually care what is or isn't canon. It's up to you. Your interpretation. Just saying. All right. Moving along. If it's canon, it's a good idea. Oh. Yes. Exactly. Truly the highest quality content. I don't know. A cut of the money, you bet. But no. So what stopped them from doing this the first time? What stopped them from doing this the first time was the legal nightmare. Valve said no. What stopped them from doing it the second time was like, people didn't want to, like, get paid such a pitiful tiny amount of money. So what they've done in this third time is they've brought all of it together under Microsoft. The what do you call it? The Microsoft Partner Center that handles Minecraft Marketplace is going to be handling this, right? So, no problem there. Yeah. Valve's lawyers didn't want to deal with it, whereas Microsoft's lawyers are like, bring it on. Plus we got our own infrastructure. You know, Minecraft. The Minecraft people are going to be doing this most likely. So, knowing that, what do you call it? That's how they dealt with the first one. The second one, what they're going to be doing is, instead of paying people up front, like they did with the Creation Club, they're going to be doing they're going to be doing profit sharing, you know. Now, you notice that there's no overt percentage being shown here. So people are going to be doing that. Going to have to figure that out. Oh boy. Let me see. Michael Kirkbride's coda can be canonized now. Not according to the rule of previous works not being eligible. They'd have to contract him to do it. All right. So, isn't Bethesda's mod community a drop in the bucket compared to Minecraft? It's true. No. It really, it's true. Like, yes. Curated profit sharing based on units sold. Oh boy. So, in other words, what we're looking at is a knock-on effect where a good chunk of the community is going to shift over to making things that can be sold, right? Well, hello, Joe. I was going to say, though, yeah, things that can be sold. So there's an issue with that, because again, I've said this earlier, but a mod like Vigilant could never be made under a system like this, right? That's yeah, it's what do you call it? Download your favorite mods now. That would be wise, absolutely. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Now, that said, I'm not saying you personally shouldn't take advantage of this, because as we've seen, hold on a second. Hold on just a sec. Here we go. This is a good one. Do I need modding experience? Okay.
Modding experience is useful, but not required. However, if you aren't familiar with the creation kit, you'll need to learn the basics to implement your work in-game. We do have an expansive wiki that can help with this. Applicants are required to provide a portfolio when applying. This can be as simple as a list of mods, but you may also include a standard portfolio of work.
So, in other words, if you don't have any experience modding, you can still just like get a 3D model in Blender and say, I'm going to put this in the game. And Bethesda will be like, please do. And that's it. You are a verified creator, at least based on what that said. If this is true. Again, none of this may be true, right? But yeah, like it is entirely up to you. It is entirely up to them whether they're going to like stay true to what they're saying. But if what they're saying is true, like you'll just be able, like people could in theory just steal content, just plain steal content, put it up, and as long as they aren't caught, no problem. Right. If you keep a backup of the old version, will it still work? Not for new plugins. New plugins are going to use a new format, so they will not be compatible. Let's see here. Okay. Moving along, let's go ahead and throw open this here. This is the community-made plugins. Get excited. We're going to get started. Okay, here we go.
Creators can put up their own creations for players to enjoy, or even apply to the Bethesda Game Studios Verified Creator Program to set prices for their creations. That's right. Become a verified creator and you could earn a royalty for each of your creations sold within Skyrim Special Edition. Learn more about uploading creations and joining the Bethesda Game Studios Verified Creator Program on the official website. Creations is rolling out today for Skyrim Special Edition and Skyrim Anniversary Edition for PC via Microsoft Store, Steam and Epic Games Store, as well as Xbox Series X, Xbox One, Xbox One X, S, PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5.
Yeah, there we go. You notice that they don't say GOG. Good Old Games isn't listed here. And there's an important reason for that. Because there's what do you call it? Absolutely like they need to be able to sell things DRM style. And then, digital rights management is a huge part of this. So, the question is, are they going to securely lock this stuff? Because remember, no DRM is allowed on GOG for the most part. That royalty, that's not profit sharing, a bare minimum payment. So you cannot claim you are not paid for your work. Yes. Yes, indeed. Let's see. Let's keep going. Yeah, just gonna fix a couple things there. No idea. What? Someone said a thing. Okay. Can't wait for creators to get their 0.001 cent royalties. Oh, jeez. That's awful. Nothing's worse than bloatware random people can make. It's true. It will not only break your loadout, but like destroy your save file with garbage data. It's actually quite scary if you think about it. Let's see. But yeah, royalties. Glorious. GOG had a scare involving DRM. So the way what happened with GOG is that it turns out that there are certain like platforms that still have a form of DRM, right? Like third-party launchers and stuff, and there's no getting around that, unfortunately. But yeah, let's see what else we got. You're never migrating to another ecosystem? Lol. um, I lived through the time when Steam was garbage, so I don't romanticize that. I have many games in many places, most of all my own hard drives. So no, there was a time when Steam was bad. Anyway, let's see. First off, we got the East Empire expansion.
Establish and grow trading posts across Skyrim. Unlocking new mercantile systems for the East Empire Company. Fill dungeon chests with loot for company agents to deliver to the nearest outpost. Or even to the market on your behalf. This creation adds quests, fully voiced NPCs and more from Kingith Creations. Known for contributing on sim settlements.
Huh. Okay, that works, I suppose. Bethesda is back to paid mods. Bethesda is... Okay, Billy, just for you, because you're special. I'm going to go ahead and show and highlight this text here. The Microsoft Partner Center, right? The people who do Minecraft Marketplace. That's the infrastructure they're using. They don't need to rely on Steam or Valve. Microsoft's got it all in-house with their own lawyers and everything. Their own infrastructure. All of it. The Minecraft what do you call it, infrastructure is now going to support Bethesda. So yeah. Anyway, back to these shenanigans. So look, it's an Eleonora house. East Empire, sorry, the Shade Tree Lodge by the real Eleonora. Now, Eleonora, I actually like her stuff. I'm just unsure I would pay for that in particular. Let me see. Moving on to the next thing. Okay. By Train Wiz. Here we go.
This hefty first dungeon pack from creator TrainWiz adds 2 unique and perilous dungeons, offering players tons to delve into. Folks may already be familiar with TrainWiz's work from classic meme mods involving a certain famous tank engine, not to mention the Forgotten Seasons Creation Club item also available in Skyrim Special Edition.
Right, let's have a look at that. Forgotten Seasons. Okay, Forgotten Seasons was Song Symphony, Winter's Child. So, yeah, dungeons. Dungeons, and Dwarven automatons. Makes sense. Okay. So. Yep. Said Microsoft Pyramid Scheme? You bet. All right, what else we got? Okay, a question. Is Elder Scrolls 6 going to be shit? So that's a very good question. I believe that most of Starfield's problems being, what do you call it? Most of Starfield's problems stem from a lack of, what do you call it? A lack of a central design document. I suspect that this will be rectified in Elder Scrolls 6, and they will go, quote-unquote, back to their roots. And when I say that, I actually just mean Skyrim, right? So if you personally thought that Skyrim was bad, and that Oblivion was when it was good, or if Oblivion was bad and Morrowind was when it was good. It doesn't matter. If you were an older fan, let's just say, they are not going to you. They are going to Skyrim fans, and Skyrim fans only, right? So that's what I'm trying to say is, yeah, back to their roots is Skyrim. Exactly. Now, question, why Avatar? Well, I mean, being a cat boy is a degenerate thing, and it's fun, and it triggers people. That's number one. Number two, this was free. It cost me $0 to have set up. So, If I could custom tailor one, I would want it to look masculine, but also keep having the French maid outfit and handlebar hair. Definitely. Degeneracy ho. Seriously. I want a degenerate cat boy avatar. I'm just unwilling to pay any money for it. So, alas, this is how it is. Because for $0, I have a functional avatar. All right. You did unsubscribe from 2 of these tuber things. Well, you'll probably never see lore or anything like that, but I do like this as a mask. It's fun. It also triggers people, and that is amazing. But let me let you in on a little hint here. Give you a little bit of advice. Subscriptions are not a currency. Do not reward or punish people with a subscription. Subscriptions are a tool to see more of what you want. In other words, when I don't want to be on camera, if you are troubled by this degenerate avatar, you better get away fast. Run away. Okay, so anyway, back to more reasonable things. You played a Catboy in Final Fantasy 14? Yes, my wife and I play Final Fantasy 14 all the time. It's a fun game. Let me see here. What were we saying? Moving along. Okay, so Skyrim 2 isn't a meme. No. When I say they go back to their roots and their roots will be Skyrim, what I'm actually saying is it'll be Skyrim-like, right? So we're talking maybe not fighting dragons, but they're definitely going to have like some kind of shout system. They're going to probably have the same or a similar gameplay system, you know, that like because Skyrim was their most profitable game ever. They're obviously going to go back to what is most profitable, right? Maybe not Skyrim the region, but Skyrim in function, if not form, right? So when we talk about Skyrim 2, what we actually mean is Sword Singer in Hammerfell with Skyrim's gameplay elements. You said you find that mildly arousing. Well, I am a foremost pervert, so there is that. Let me see here. Skyrim in space, not going to happen. No, not even. All right. Shareholders will hold them back. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. Skyrim made the money, so they'll copy it. That's when people say they want Fallout New Vegas 2. They don't want Fallout New Vegas. They don't want it to take place in New Vegas, right? Because that would be stupid. What they want is they want the storytelling, they want the characters, they want the gameplay systems of Fallout New Vegas, but in a new area with a brand new story from scratch, right? And they're not going to get that ever. Which is funny because Obsidian is under Bethesda there. Ultimate Mod Codex, probably not. No. That was just a list of mods. Not all of them are compatible. You have to pick and choose. Anyway. Let's see here. Yes, Obsidian as it was is dead. There's another team inside of Obsidian that will make like Pillars of Eternity or whatever, but that's the best you're gonna get as far as like RPGs go. Pillars of Eternity 2 is like that is the best you're gonna get. You think, well, what about Tyranny? And you may think, hey, Tyranny was a great game. They're never gonna make Tyranny. Like Tyranny didn't bring in money. They're never gonna make another Tyranny again. Probably. Most likely. Does Bethesda use tech from id Tech? They did for Fallout 76. Yes. Fallout 76 used id Tech. which is sad. Anyway, let's see here. All right, Obsidian's just a brand name now? Yes. The team's changed, it will never be the same. Correct. Let me see. Is Baldur's Gate 3 a sign that not everything is crappy these days? Well, Larian Studios is a privately owned company. So, remember when we talked about how Valve is a privately owned company, so they can't be compelled to make anything they don't want to make, and they can tell Bethesda to get the hell out if Bethesda's doing things that they don't like, right? That's because Valve is privately owned. They can do whatever they want, and there's no shareholders like breathing down their necks saying, make more money. No, that doesn't exist. So, Larian, on the other hand, Larian is, unlike Obsidian, unlike Bethesda, they can do whatever they want because they are privately owned. As for the Fallout TV show and GTA 6, I will not be discussing those until they are out. I will be doing no speculations. I give no fucks about being relevant. So, no. Just no. Moving along. All right. What else we got? But yeah. Larian just means that, like, a good RPG can exist. It's not like Baldur's Gate 3 isn't really Baldur's Gate. It's actually Divinity: The Original Sin 3 Baldur's Gate Adventure. And that's fine. It's a good game. I like Divinity a lot. So it's just that it just shows the Divinity formula. Like, CRPGs are not dead. CRPGs sell, and sell well. So the question is, what would happen if a company like Microsoft set out to make a CRPG? Who would they hire? Would they? Emil Pagliarulo, the lead writer at Bethesda, can't do a CRPG. He's not skilled enough to carry a whole game. You get a Fallout 4, or you get a Starfield. That's what you get when you hire Emil Pagliarulo, right? So good luck with that. Who would Microsoft hire? And the answer is not Bethesda. Yes. Now, there are some half-decent writers who work at Bethesda, but they are not in the leadership position. And Bethesda is, how will I put this? Bethesda is currently split up into separate teams. That's the big issue with Bethesda at the moment. Is they are set that, like, they have separate teams, and their teams don't talk to each other, right? So because Bethesda's teams don't really talk to each other, you end up with this weird situation where like, they expect everything to just come together at the end of the at the end of the production. Because apparently in Oblivion, Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Fallout 4, they had in the past just like each developer works in their own little bubble, a bubble over here, bubble over there, and then at the very end they bring all those systems together and just make them work. And they didn't need a centralized design document for that. They just knew that everything would eventually come together and it'd be perfect, right? You ever heard of that? You said that's a terrible business practice. It is. It really is. If you remember the you say it just works, but I say BioWare magic. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that Starfield is another case of BioWare magic. Anthem, right? Anthem expecting everything to just come together at the end. That was Bethesda got away with it 4 times and it worked. The 5th time, it didn't work. That's it. Yep, crunch and death marches, exactly. Yep. A game for 30-something dads. Yeah, those youngsters, those youngster 30-something dads definitely appreciated Starfield more than I did. I, unfortunately, burned through all of Starfield's content. I played it for 200 hours. I enjoyed its dungeon crawling, and then it was done. And then they said, "You're gonna do New Game Plus?" And I'm like, "Why? What? I've done all the content. What is there?" And they're like, "No, you gotta do New Game Plus. There's new stuff there." And so I tried a little bit of it. I skipped around, and it's like, "No, this is the same shit again. Goodbye." And that's it. That was my experience there. Was Open TS Arena dead? No. It's just very, very slow. Like, super slow. Stuff is getting rewritten. Anyway, said financially, gaming is never been in a better place. Well, I mean, gaming, we have to understand, we have to explain something. So, the biggest moneymaker in gaming is actually the mobile market. The mobile market makes more money than the rest of the game, the entertainment industry put together. All of it. All of it. And so, Microsoft has just acquired a company called ABK, Activision Blizzard King. They bought it for the King part, so that they can get into the market. Shadow, that does not equal money in the same way. It doesn't. Not within AAA publishing. If it did, I'd probably be a lot more happy, but that's neither here nor there. Uh-huh. Let me see here. Okay. If Elder Scrolls 6 is bad like Starfield, do you think Bethesda's done? Yes. See, Todd Howard acquired a large amount of money in the ZeniMax buyout. He already had shares in the company. That was, part of his job, right? They gave as like compensation, they gave him like part of the company. So when they sold ZeniMax to Microsoft, Todd Howard's shares got turned into money for him. He no longer needs to work. He just wants to. So if at any point if at any point ZeniMax comes in and says, not ZeniMax, sorry, if Microsoft comes in and says, you're going to need to change things, Todd, your style sucks, Todd can just go, goodbye, and that's it. Easy peasy, right? That was it. Anyway, let me see here. That everyone talked about Call of Duty, but King was the real moneymaker. That's correct, DB. That is absolutely correct. King, Bethesda wants into the mobile market desperately, and they want to combine all of their Xbox properties with the mobile market to make money. And they know King knows mobile, and so they're hoping to leverage that and create, mobile games that draw in people using their first-party IPs. Let me see here. I'm gonna check something. Good. I'm gonna create a macro for this. Okay, there we go. I created a macro that can easily handle that. Now, moving along. So, remember the Microsoft phone? Yes, it was bad. It was very, very, very bad. Let me see here. Moving along. Someone said a thing. Yeah. Okay, I can ignore that part. So, moving along. Let's go. Let's go. Let's read the next of their new amazing creations that you can buy.
Primarily known in the community for making Fallout 4 collaborations. This creation from Unoctium introduces players to Katya, a voiced Nord follower to join you on your escapades.
A voiced Nord follower. There you go. Moving along. Well, considering you can play Fortnite on your cell phone, I think that's the ultimate desire for all of these companies, is to have a game on every console plus mobile. That's their hope and dream, is to be able to just say on PC, on a console, so on and so forth. Yes. So you made the follower? That's awesome. Now, I hope you don't take personally all the negative things I have to say about the paid mod system, but you know, like I'm happy when there's quality work. I really am, because you know I don't want bad things to happen to the modding community. But oof. You said the Genshin Impactification of gaming. Yes, but Minecraft is on mobile, and Minecraft is on mobile. Fortnite's on mobile. They need more things on mobile. That simple. They want to have products that are just universal. And yeah. That's giving Genshin too much credit, correct. I mean, Genshin Impact is like the best example of a high quality mobile game, though. I mean, like, Gotcha is gambling trash. There's no explaining it other than that. However, the core gameplay, like I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. So, Genshin Impact actually has private servers, ones you can run on your PC, and you can just add the characters to your roster using the private server. And so yeah, like, I haven't played it myself. I watched a friend play it, but it's like you can just opt out of the whole live service and just play the video game. Yeah. What is a gotcha? It's a gotcha machines are these little like capsule gambling machines in Japan, where you turn the little lever and then a little egg comes out and you open up the egg and there's a toy inside. And but they do that for like digital characters. It's gambling. Yes, you gamble for characters in everything but Genshin. It is what do you call it? It is gambling for JPEGs. In Genshin, you actually gamble for like different play styles. Yeah, like Genshin has like fully realized characters that like have different play styles. So, it is the cream of the crop when it comes to gotcha. But yeah, unfortunately, we're talking about Fortnite. Fortnite's the real moneymaker here. Unfortunately, if you want something that combines like Dota 2 or League of Legends with gotcha, there's actually a game called Honor of Kings. It's like the biggest game in the world. It's just not too big in the United States. Honor of Kings is just like gigantic beyond reason. Yeah. No. Raid Shadow Legends is something completely different. Raid Shadow Legends is an idle RPG. In other words, you don't have to do anything, and it just plays itself until you need to craft things. And that's it. Yep. Anyway. Even with all the Genshin nonsense, it's a good game. Correct. Genshin Impact is, how do I put this? It's like Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, except it doesn't use physics gimmicks, and instead it relies on elemental combos, where you switch between a roster of 4 characters, executing special moves in a certain order to get special effects. But it's still like Breath of the Wild in terms of like an open world exploration sandbox where you can just go anywhere, glide around, and stuff like that. Yeah. Idle games are super popular while people are at work or on the toilet or whatever. Yep. Correct. Raid has real casino money behind it. The studio that owns Raid, the parent company that owns the studio that owns Raid, it owns gambling machine producing companies. So basically, when you look at Raid Shadow Legends and their like mission statement in their corporate documents, it turns out that Raid Shadow Legends is their attempt to expand into quote unquote alternate markets, right? In other words, they got as much money as they're going to get from real gambling, so now they need to convince kids to gamble, and that's what Raid Shadow Legends is. Yes. Let me see here. All companies are harvesting your data, but your data already, like, due to a law that passed in Australia, doesn't matter where you are in the world. If you have Facebook, what do you call it, Twitter, or a bunch of other big apps, there's a back door where the Australian government can, without judicial oversight, just take your data and use it for whatever they want. Yep. Let me see here. And yeah, basically, because there's no judicial oversight, it means that someone, like, if someone were to pay a person in the Australian government, they could receive your data without any kind of, red flags or warning or notifications. It would just happen. Yes. It's great. Let me see. Yep. The Australian government does not have, Australia doesn't have a Bill of Rights, so, Okay. Now then, let's see here. But yeah. Release the Sadukar! Ah. Toaster. Thank you for the subscription. Let me see here. Okay. What do you got? Love how you don't have the right to your own privacy because other countries just want to take your info. Yes. What does the Australian government do with your data? They give it to their friends, the people who sign their paychecks. Like, let's say that someone's campaign was massively contributed to by an individual, and that individual wanted your data in return. That's technically illegal, but they can do it anyway because there's no paper trail behind it. There's no judicial oversight. They can do the same thing in both the United States and in and the UK, but in the UK and in the US, they have to go to a judge first, and the judge has to agree, and there's a paper trail that's saying that they did it, right? There's no paper trail with Australia. There's no proof that it ever happened. That's it. Yeah. All right. Anyway, moving along. So, Aldmiri Anti-Mage. What is this?
From creator Nero comes this lavish Thalmor robe, offering a simple yet stunning outfit for players' wardrobes. Just because you spend a lot of time adventuring doesn't mean you can't look good doing it.
So, you can buy this robe with real life money. You can buy this with real life money. Okay. Well, let's move on to the next one, shall we? Like, this might be the future. This might, at the very least, with the thief here, we got, you know, an actual, like, we got voice acting, a voice-acted follower. That sounds great, right? I'm actually keen on seeing this in action, right? This, on the other hand, like, I don't know. Okay, moving along. Winterfrost.
Creator the Dog of War offers players a beautiful domicile to keep warm from the chilly outdoors. You'll have to complete a short quest before moving in, but it'll all be worth it to call the place home.
Okay. Oh, and the gun. Do you want a gun? Because you can have a gun in the Elder Scrolls.
This creation packs both a dungeon to explore and a unique weapon to boot. Forged by creator Schubergler, players delve into an expansive ruin, facing its Dwemer-made centurions and wielding a mighty arquebus, complete with 4 variations.
That's the lore. It's a Dwemer gun. I mean, look, it's made of the Dwemer. The Dwemer made it, so it's totally fine. Now, Shade Tree Lodge is Eleonora. I actually, just between you and me, I actually like Eleonora's stuff. So, it's just that, you know, I don't know if I'd necessarily pay for this specific one.
Known for making homes in Skyrim, creator Eleonora is a fixture in the modding community and was even a contract developer for Starfield. This creation offers a cozy player home on the water to hang your hat, or helmet, after a long day's adventuring.
Yeah, when you see areas in Starfield that look like they've, quote-unquote, been lived in, that's Eleonora. She basically just populated the areas to, you know, like, make them look like they were lived in. That's it. And unfortunately, the people who actually, like, worked on the items in Starfield, they didn't actually, what do you call it? They didn't actually give those items any purpose. So you have a bunch of purposeless items cluttering up your space in Starfield for no reason. That's it. Good work, Starfield. Good work. So what's changing?
An evolution of the Creation Club program. Creations enhances how creators develop and showcase their works to Skyrim fans on a variety of platforms. For those who are already familiar with the previous Creation Club, here are a few of the major changes to look for. Skyrim Special Edition. The Elder Scrolls V. Skyrim Special Edition itself is now updated with the new Creations menu and more. For details, including notes on ultra-wide monitor and Steam Deck support for PC players, please consult the official Skyrim Special Edition patch notes. Creation Kit. Our official tool for creators is also getting an update. A newly added resource pack has also been included to get creators' feet wet with a selection of art and scripting assets. Creators should ensure they have the latest version of the Creation Kit before uploading their content to Creations. Creations website. We are overhauling the Creations website, once the Creation Club site, with improved content discovery, Continued highlighting of monthly featured creations and enhanced features for uploading creations. Learn more in our official article on revamping the Creations website. Found here. Creation credits. Players can still access their original Creation Club items and use creation credits previously. Creation Club credits to purchase content in the Creations menu. With the debut of Creations, we will be adjusting the names and pricing of Creation credit packs. Effective December 12th.
The names and pricing. Yep. There we go. So, this honestly sounds like it's going to damage the overall space. By that, I mean something like Vigilant could never be created in... something like Vigilant could never be created in the Creation Club, right? Or in a system like this. This system prioritizes small pieces of quickly sellable content, commodities, as it were. That's ultimately what it looks like. And the commoditization of modding is going to greatly it's going to most likely reduce the overall scope and scale of what gets made. Most likely. You said correct. Nothing requiring the script extender will be eligible. We've already confirmed that. You said they all have voice acting. That's irrelevant. That speaks to their opening offering. The opening offering isn't the end goal. The opening offering is merely the showing the best they can do. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's very interesting. If we look at again, if we look at their list here, they're going to be using the Microsoft Partner Center, which is, you know, Minecraft, right? They're going to be doing, like, the staff who were working on Minecraft's marketplace are basically going to be doing this. And people have told me, I'm pretty sure this is true, but people have told me that there is a lot of stolen content on the Microsoft marketplace, and I have no doubt that that will be the case here as well, right? Yeah, exactly. So ultimately, this is just Microsoft. This is just the Minecraft Marketplace 2.0 for Bethesda, using the old setup. That's how it looks anyway, based on what I've seen. Let me see here. It was merely an idea in your head that you were never going to do because of time constraints. Now it's a real thing. Imagine those for making big mods. It would be cool, but the question is, like, I think that your follower looks really cool, and like, looks worth getting, if that is your idea, right? But again, I'm just unsure, very, very unsure about the direction this is going to take the overall space, because I don't think that a new lands mod is going to get made for this. I don't think that a truly expansive quest line or new faction will necessarily be made for this. If it is, I'll be happy, right? I never want to be right when I predict something's going to be crappy. Okay? Like, I have no investment in being correct when it comes to things like this. I very, very much want to be wrong, but I'm not going to lie and huff copium. You think creations will surprise me? Well, we'll see. We'll see, because ultimately, I suspect that there's going to be some fallout. How do I put this? I suspect that there's going to, like, there might be one or two like big poster child mods in production right now. I have no doubt that the initial offering and the initial pitch that Bethesda has given to these people is no doubt compelling, right? But I'm more concerned about a knock-on effect over months or years. That's my concern. That said, I would not dissuade anyone from making this a side hustle. Like, everyone should absolutely, positively do what is best for them. I'm not telling people, don't be making these mods. No, I'm not saying that. I'm like, you know, if you think you can make a side hustle out of this and turn it into a job, do it, because do what's best for you, period. So yeah, the real issue is if somebody spends, we're talking like months or even years on like a big total conversion. We're talking about Beyond Reach or Legacy of the Dragonborn or what's that island called? I forgot what the island was called. I mean, you know, Falscar, Worm's Tooth, Undeath, you know, the big ones that like, I'm afraid that it will disincentivize truly spectacular mods like that, not embolden people to make them. That's my concern. Like, it is the Dark End. Yeah, Dark End was a good one. I agree. I liked Dark End, but that is my general concern. Is the lack of SKSE due to the console side thing? Yes, it has to be. It has to work in absolutely every platform. Midwood was the one I was thinking of. Thank you. Dark End I enjoyed, but Midwood was what I was thinking of. Point is, like, these big expansive mods. Pricing will be an issue because it took how long? How long did it take for that person to make that thing, right? Bruma is part of Beyond Skyrim. Beyond Skyrim is in production. Like, it's something else. You don't see paying 20 to 30 bucks for big mods. Yeah. I mean, if they're a professional quality, sure. Like, if Microsoft put their weight behind some of these, yeah, I could see it happening. The real issue is people like actually investing their own money, like mortgaging their house and going like, I'm going to hire a team and make a big expansion pack. I could see disaster striking if that happened, you know? Like, you see where things could go horribly wrong. Exactly. Mods like that take 6 months to 3 years to make. That's my concern. My concern is not that we won't get some pretty decent mid-sized offerings. I'm sure that like Bethesda has pitched some people, and those people are underway, going to make some pretty good mid-sized offerings. My concern is that it will disincentivize people who would otherwise be working on like gigantic projects as a hobby. There's an issue in psychology, okay? In psychology, there's intrinsic rewards and extrinsic rewards, right? Somebody making something for themselves as a hobby, like say a model railroad, like in their basement, right? They want to make a huge like model railroad in their basement. The seeing that complete is an intrinsic reward because they love trains, right? So they want to make that a reality. They feel very strongly about it. The feeling of satisfaction having completed that is an intrinsic reward. People who are given an extrinsic reward are very, like, they are hardwired to not accept intrinsic rewards for that same work ever again. So if they manage to make something that sells on this platform, they look at their other work, the things they've been spending a huge amount of time on, things that they probably can't sell because, you know, like nobody's going to spend like $40 to get a new island, right? And imagine selling for like $5 something, or sorry, for $6 something you spent years on. Okay, like it's terrible. So basically, I foresee a knock-on effect where people start to focus more on what they can sell instead of what drives them passionately. Extrinsic rewards instead of intrinsic rewards. Look at, for a good example, there was an author, a mod author, I forgot their name, but they got into a huge fight with other people, other mod makers, because they were being told vanilla plus, right? Like they were told, we are interested in vanilla plus mods. We want lots of vanilla plus mods, right? That's what they're being told. And so their patrons, you know, drive what work they can make. And so despite wanting personally to do big, expansive overhauls, they were pigeonholed into doing vanilla plus. And then they got into a spat with other mod makers who took the idea of their mods and did them better, right? But unlike the mod maker who was like doing the bidding of their patrons, this other mod maker who was doing their mods but better had no patrons. They were doing it for free. So this guy was flipping the fuck out because people were unsubscribing from his Patreon because his work was worse than the person who was doing it for free. And what's worse about it is he was doing this for money. He didn't want to do vanilla plus. He wanted to do big expansive overhauls. But yet he was trapped. And he was losing while being trapped. Oh, Nick. Why did you say the name? Come on. Let's just keep him a mysterious secret, okay? Let's go ahead and delete that message, shall we? Anyway. Yeah. So we'll pretend he's a straw man, okay? I like burning effigies of straw men. I don't like implicating real people because just because you know who it is, let's just keep a straw man, okay? Anyway, the point is that he was in a really tough spot because he had made this a job, and then someone else came along and did his work better than him and started stealing his patrons. And there really was nothing they could do at that point. They just had to, he threw up his hands and he quit. He ended up coming back and doing some things for fun, but he realized very quickly that he could not put in his real passion, okay, and get that done. So that's it. That's that's where we ended. Is just like at the end of the day, like there will be winners and there will be losers in this. There will be people who are extremely pissed off. And this will affect the community in ways we don't fully understand right now. There will be happy people, but there will also be miserable people. And those miserable people might quit modding entirely because of intrinsic rewards and extrinsic rewards. That's a problem. Like, again, I will say this one more time. one more time. Do what you love, and you will work super hard with no sense of personal boundaries, and you will take everything that happens extremely personally. People who don't understand that say you'll never work a day in your life. But those people are wrong. It's doing what you love is dangerous. As a job, I mean. And it can destroy your love for that thing. And it can do things to you that you aren't expecting. The people who have just started this, who have basically launched with Bethesda's blessing, right? They are the lucky ones because they get to do it out of genuine enthusiasm and passion, right? And their work will reflect that. I'm sure that Eleanor's home looks amazing. I'm sure that voiced follower is incredible. My concern isn't for them, these people who've started. My concern is what happens to the rest of the people who are going to try to make a job out of this and are going to be smacked hard. Intrinsic motivations and extrinsic motivations. Currently, modding is overwhelmingly pushed by intrinsic motivations. If we've seen the Minecraft marketplace, we've seen Roblox, we've seen these other platforms, how what was originally, reasonable people get destroyed by this. That said, we've also seen the flight, train, and boat simulator communities all thrive with paid mods. So I'm not saying doom and gloom that everything is going to be bad forever. All I'm saying is that there are more cases of bad than there are cases of good. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, there are cases of good. I've seen them myself. But we need to be very skeptical about what direction this is going. And again, I'm not saying the people who want to make this, like the people who can get into Blender and make 3D models, the people who can get into the creation kit and make some good mods, right? Like, go make yourself some money. Go for it. No problem. Like, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying be very careful. Be extremely careful about what's going on. Now, let's see here.
Honestly, nothing but immense respect to the SKSE team, who have already updated SKSE for the Skyrim update earlier today.
Yep, that is awesome right there. SKSE is working for the new version. Now, I don't know if, like, the individual SKSE mods need to be updated. Some of them probably do. Some of them may not need to be. But this is going to be an issue one way or the other, for sure. Last few days have been rough, and you found my Pokemon videos calming. Thank you. Well, I plan to do more Pokemon soon. I want to do one more day of what do you call it? Morro-win, and then I'm probably going to do Pokemon again because I've been enjoying that a lot. The Morro-win modding community is great as they do it for personal enjoyment. It's true. It's true. The Morro-win modding community is great, and most of the people work together. There was a time when the Morro-win modding community was kind of icky, but that was back when it was mainstream, right? Mainstream modding tends to be picked up by children and and young adults, right? And those tend to be very focused on me, me, me. Whereas now the Morro-win modding space is mostly run by people who have what do you call it? By older people, let's just say. The majority of Morro-win's fan base is aging. For what good that does. So, as a result, because Morro-win's fan base is aging, the people who do Morro-win mods now tend to be far more mature, and as a result, a lot of the modding is being done as free open source software. You know, where you can actually you actually go to GitHub and you can straight up download the source code and fork some of the mods and get, you know, make your own versions of them or make patches for them or whatever. Like, whereas modding used to be very insular, very, very private, you know, and we ended up with me. Now it's a lot more open and community focused. And so that is a good thing, overwhelmingly. And you don't get that with the profit motivation of the creations here. The creations are going to really push people to do a every man for himself type deal, and people are going to see each other as competitors, right? Like, actually see each other as competitors. And that is going to completely eliminate this, or at least greatly hamper this idea of many, many people working together. Don't get me wrong, again, like we've actually seen evidence in the early offerings of people working together, right? These aren't just single people, right? Like, for example, what do you call it? Over here, East Empire Expansion, I believe, was worked on by multiple people. These early offerings, I have no doubt, were worked together. Like, sorry, had people working together. I don't doubt that even one bit. But as things move on, there's going to be a knock-on effect, and it's going to create ripples throughout the modding community. And we're going to see problems start to form that don't exist right now. That's what I'm trying to say. So, that's kind of our weird situation. Where, like, yeah, said people working together equals networking. Unfortunately, yes. But the guy who made the East Empire Company, same author of Sim Settlements, yes. Yeah, but I was pretty sure, like, there's voice acting and stuff involved. And I don't know if there's going to be profit sharing in, you know, that voice acting, or if it's just, you know, someone's issue there. He said problems already exist. Skyrim modding community is very different. Yes, that's true. It is very different. But he said Microsoft wanted to hire a team of modders to create content for a flat fee. Raise stream content, that would have been much better. Yes, it would have been, but it would have been less profitable. I think we all know what motivates them here. They will use AI to create dialogue. Well, I mean, if they do, you know, like, people are going to be able to point that out.
Creations cannot contain anything produced through generative AI.
Yeah, so that's an issue. You think voice acting would be contract-based, payment for the gig? I mean, payment for the gig would be great so that, you know, voice actors can get paid. The problem is, like, you know, it's going to be, people will want profit sharing there. So, weirdly, all the fixes I once suggested for Test 4 could be done with OpenMW minus voice acting? Yes. I know that. I'm aware of that. AI needs a few years before, I mean, AI is already getting used in the mainstream. It's being like complained about. People are blocking each other and unsubscribing and basically doing all kinds of shenanigans there. Um, it's like there is a giant schism right now. Yep. Let me see here. No one wants to pay voice actors their due, unfortunately. Yep. I mean, I'm not in the position to hire people to work for me if I wanted to make a mod, so I can absolutely see how the same thing would, stand. Let's see. Voice acting's a dying industry, you say? Yeah, well, the main issue is as industries get replaced, like, okay, automation is something that has been, chipping away at industries since the printing press and the assembly line, right? And we know that once a job is lost to automation, it will never come back. Period. That's just a reality. So with things like voice acting, where someone just needs to scrape some samples off the internet and then they can make whatever voice they want, say whatever they want. That is outside of some serious like studio contracts or something. There's absolutely no way. You said AI will never truly replace talent, you say. I mean, we said that about cooking, but then now there are robots that cook all of the food in the in several of the hotels on the Las Vegas Strip. Like there's like one chef who oversees what the robots make, and that's it. So the issue isn't a complete replacement. It's the idea that only the most skilled or the most recognized people retain their jobs, and all low skilled labor gets eliminated. That's the issue with automation, right? There are still carpenters who make their own like furniture, right? But how much does a handmade piece cost versus a like piece of crap built on the assembly line, or worse, a Swedish IKEA box cost? You said, but it is quality, yes. But we're not talking about the heart of artistic. We're not talking about the heart of art. We're talking about the people's real jobs, actual like the human cost of this. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the idea of the complete elimination of something, but rather the reduction of it to like to a minuscule level, to the point where what we consider the normal amount of people to be employed are no longer employed, and only a fractional amount remain. That's what we're talking about. And that's what's going to happen with generative AI, is that functional jobs, low skilled jobs, are going to be eliminated. And this is not something that's nice, unfortunately. Yes. You said the machine will always be cheaper than paying a human. That's correct. This is just a reality, unless laws come in to, make this what do you call it? Unless laws come in to, like curtail this or restrict this, that's just the direction it goes. I'm not advocating said laws. I'm not advocating anything here. I'm merely stating that this is the direction things are going. Anyway, Let's see. You said it's not whether or not automation will eat low skilled labor. It's the rate at which it does occur. Correct. Absolutely correct. My goodness. John Russell. There is no economic system that will withstand every situation. Anyone who's read about a utopia in a book and thinks they can apply it broadly to all of humanity is fucking nuts. There is no single economic system that will endure every situation in every society. It just doesn't work that way. What people refer to as capitalism is actually modified greatly depending on the country. Regulations, restrictions, things like that. Yep. That's all I'm saying. Yep. Yes. Anyway. Let me say here. Moving along. You don't use a screwdriver for a nail. You don't use a hammer for a screw. Correct. Absolutely correct. Now, let's see here. My point is that, like, I really like generative AI. I love its idea. I love its utility, right? This idea that you can, like, you need a background. You can just generate a background. You need a voice. You can just generate a voice. It's really, really fancy. But it has a cost. And I'm not going to ignore the fact that it has a cost. I just think it's really, really cool, functionally speaking. I don't think it's art. I don't think it has the soul of art behind it, right? But if you need a cheapy background and you need it now, you know, yeah, there you go. Do I like AI? I like it in concept. Definitely, like, there's two ways to look at this. There's two ways to look at this. Number one, modded followers that sound like they fit in the game. That's awesome. But on the other side, that voice actor who made the game, they never consented to having their voice generated. You could have hired them to voice that NPC. Why didn't you? Why didn't you hire them to voice that NPC? See what I mean? Those are the two sides. And it's definitely something to consider. I'm not going to talk about any more nuance than that. Yep. My goodness. Yeah, I don't actually see a whole lot of interesting generations. Mo's call. I like. How do I put this? I've seen my fair share of AI generated pornography, the cartoon variety. It's been linked in Discords and stuff, and I've got to say I am unimpressed. It does not carry the soul of art. Someone out there might like it a little too much, but I was unimpressed with what I saw. Yes. Anyway, let me say here. If you take a picture of the Mona Lisa, did you steal it? Nope. Yeah, exactly. It's art. I definitely have no idea what you guys are talking about with any of that. Definitely not. Not even a bit. Not even a little bit. Nope. Okay. As I was saying. There you go. Yep. Yes. New images even come with signatures and watermarks. Yep. Because it's generative AI. It's just trying to fill in the gaps. It's true. It's true. All right. That is absolutely something that exists. AI art is an incredible tool. Yes. But what I'm trying to say is that as far as the what do you call it? Degenerative AI. No. Degenerative AI exists, Jason. Jason. Degenerative AI is when an AI is trained off the output of another AI. There's an incestuous relationship between AIs where they scrape each other's outputs. And the AI gets worse and worse, and the person maintaining the model needs to modify the model to try to ignore output by other models because they actually degrade as a result. It's true. It's true. Like they are trying. The issue is as AI continues to become more and more realistic, it becomes harder for AI to what do you call it? It becomes harder for the AI to disregard said output. So it begins to degenerate, as it were. Yes. That's what I'm trying to say. It's really funny. So you stop uploading. Yes. Hold on a second. What we need to talk about then is the hold on. Here we go. Ahem.
The dead internet theory is an online conspiracy theory that asserts that the internet now consists mainly of bot activity and automatically generated content that is manipulated by algorithmic curation, marginalizing organic human activity. 1, 2, 3, 4 proponents of the theory believe these bots are created intentionally to help manipulate algorithms and boost search results in order to ultimately manipulate consumers. 5. Further, some proponents of the theory accuse government agencies of using bots to manipulate public perception, stating, the U.S. government is engaging in an artificial intelligence-powered gaslighting of the entire world. Population. 1. The date given for this death was generally around 2016 or 2017. 1, 4, 6. The theory has gained traction because much of the observed phenomena is grounded in quantifiable phenomena like increased bot traffic. However, the idea that it is a coordinated psyop has been described by Caitlin Tiffany, staff writer at The Atlantic, as a paranoid fantasy, even if there are legitimate criticisms involving bot traffic and the integrity of the internet. 1.
Yeah. Don't take that too seriously. But the issue is that there is an increased bot traffic, and there is an increased amount of bot traffic, and yeah, because there's an increased amount of bot traffic, it's definitely like aspects of the theory are definitely true, but the overall theory is wrong. But yeah. It's very interesting because the internet is not dead. It's just that more and more there are bot armies that are posting things and creating trends where there should be no trends, you know? Let's put it like this. Bot armies are manipulating what we see. That is true. But the internet is not dead. Far from it. Yes. Big lies have many small truths. Correct. Correct. All right. Doo-doo. Um. Mm, um. Don't know why I do it. You mean text-to-speech? It's just, far easier and more accurate, yes. GeoCities, Angel Fire, it's true. It's true. All right. No, no. The, you're discussing, you're discussing a United States president, but the presidents don't wield the true power. You need to look at the families behind the senators. Their dynasties are responsible. So anytime you see like a big family and you find out like a line of senators are all come from like the same bloodline, that bloodline is actually the real regime running things. That's those are the people. It's the president is just like a straw man, like a puppet that is used to distract people from the dynasties and what they're doing. Give me a second. All right. Let's see here. What do we got here? Let me see here. A woman. No. There is nothing more masculine than wearing a French maid outfit and doing poses like this. Yeah. Nothing more masculine than that. Anyway, what was I saying? So, well, I mean, yeah, the orange man is bad, but then all the other men are bad too. Like all of them on both sides. That's where you see, Andy, you only have like a tiny piece of the picture there. Like the orange, the green, the purple, the white, the black and the gray. The gray men, they're coming. The gray men. But no, what were we saying? Chase. Hold on. Need to figure this out. Yep. Exactly. Try to introduce term limits and people get assassinated. It's absolutely true. All right. Let me see here. Hold on. Still looking. Yeah, something like that. All right. Okay. We're going down this list. We're done talking about that nonsense. I am a personification of but you participate in society. I'm that guy. But I'm mostly just stirring shit. Let me see here. What else we got? All right, let's have a look at the crossbow. We're giving the crossbow a try. Let's have a look. Oh no! Oh no! It's the slowdown. It's the slowdown when you hold your breath and it zooms in. So it is just a crossbow. Yeah. That is hilarious. It's just a crossbow, man. You saw it for free on Steam in 2013? I don't doubt it. Okay. I try to keep an open mind, you know? I try to keep an open mind about these things. But this isn't good at all. Come on.
Now ain't this a surprise?
Yes, you can get better than this for free on the Nexus.
Go ahead, try and fight.
This is... no.
No more. I yield.
This will be $6. Everyone watching this, you are obligated now to pay $6 because you saw this. Yes. This is for sale in the Skyrim store now. I'm not joking. This is a game changer for the people on PlayStation. Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. I mean, you're right. It is a game changer for the people on PlayStation, but that's not right. That's wrong. Yes, this game runs on PlayStation. It's true. Okay. At least they could have at least added animation. That's what I was wondering about. Like, it's right here. This is it. That's the one.
This creation packs both a dungeon to explore and a unique weapon to boot. Forged by creator Schubergler, players delve into an expansive ruin, facing its Dwemer-made centurions and wielding a mighty arquebus, complete with 4 variations.
4 variations on that. So, like, again, one more time. No. It's an alluring image, yes, but we look. And, again. Oh, the paid mods won't be on PlayStation? Really? They won't be on PlayStation. Oof! Oof! That's that's no good. Yeah.
Go ahead, try and fight.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There are people willing to pay for this stuff, I'm sure. All right, let's close this one. Let's look at the East Empire Company now. Here we go.
I offer greetings to you, yes? Khajiit asks but for a moment of your time.
Damn. That's not a bad voice. But I have to question this.
During your venture,
Yeah, I need to skip that.
The East Empire's position in Skyrim is tenuous. But if we had the approval to do business directly from a Jarl,
Speak. I wish to hear everything.
we'd then be free to expand our activities within each hold.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yep.
The more holds that agree to our terms, the more that we can do for you.
I don't think I'll be using this, but I can see value in this for the console peasants. Yeah. No. No, like this looks like it has value for the console peasants, I think. Yeah, it looks decent. I don't this I can't recommend to anybody. Maybe the dungeon's good. Maybe the dungeon is good. If the dungeon is good, 50-50. But this looks pretty decent for the console users. Just saying. Mm-hmm. Very good. All right. Well, Specific for Whiterun? Yes. Yes, indeed. Khajiit has voice acting, if you have the coin. Which makes me wonder, like, were the voice actors paid? Or is the mod maker? Like, I want to... $20 for this? $20 for this? Are you serious? Are you seriously serious? I'm yeah, are you it's $7. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You have this little check mark next to your name, so I actually took you seriously for a moment. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, $6-7 A, that's okay. There we go. Hey, at least it's not Twitter, right? Yeah, yeah. Twitter checks have always been special. Used to be like, you're a journalist. All right. 700 Bethesda bucks. Sold in packs of 650. That is hilarious. All right. You say it's not okay to stop normalizing paid mods. Oh, no. I personally think this is going to be terrible. Absolutely terrible for the community as a whole. That's my suspicion anyway. But in relative terms, this one is decent, whereas this one, why? Why? Okay. I yield. So, yeah, I've gone over most of the salient details there. I would say we've gone over the FAQ. We've gone over the fact that this is being done by the by the Minecraft store people, the Minecraft marketplace people. So we know that. Yeah. So let's see. How many mods will die due to not being updated? For I couldn't tell you. Like, I can't predict the future on this. I'm just guessing. Do you think that Bethesda will honestly review / quality check all the mods as much as the Minecraft marketplace does? So anyone with intimate knowledge of the Minecraft marketplace, do share how well they check for things. Okay. Anyway, let's see. You want to see the OpenMW make indie games? Yes. OpenMW. I think it was Morro-win. It was, yeah, Morro-win. RWC. The indie games with the Morro-win. This is the open source Morrowind engine called OpenMW. Okay, gotta turn the sound off for a second. But yeah. So if if you're interested in Morrowind but with robots, you can do that. Like this is an open sourced indie game. This is an indie game being made on the open source Morrowind engine. Yep. Bethesda does not own OpenMW because OpenMW is like it can run Bethesda assets, but it doesn't have to. And these are all legally distinct assets. This is called RWC. I'm going to go ahead and link a page for it in chat. Ugh, that's a yawn. There we go. I got the links. Yep. Okay. There are a number of folks plugging away on their own games in OpenMW. Yes, they are. All right. Someone asked, why femboy? I don't need to answer you. Little do they know, I'm actually wearing a, what do you call it, a dress shirt and tie. Okay. Let me see. Why not, femboy? All right, let's move on here. Whoops, that's the wrong button. All right, there we go. Give me a sec. Coffee in a can. Yes. Let me see here. All right. You've been following Morro-win development for some time? Cool. Sounds great. Yes. It's this terrible monster cold brew. It's actually Monster brand, but it's just a latte in a can. I was given like a crate of them, so I'm like, okay, I'll drink one every several hours. But yeah, it's just a Monster brand drink. All right, let me see here. Focusing on Thingamabobber. You're hoping next avatar's furry? No. Humans with stripper accessories. Maybe a tail. But definitely no more fur than whiskers and ears. Yep. All right. Let's see. Lua mods for MWSE can be ported into OpenMW Lua eventually. That'd be great. That would be great, yes. All right. Let me see. You could call it furry adjacent, I suppose, but definitely not furry. All right. How long have you been awake? Only 4:30 p.m. I'll be awake for a while longer, yes. Gonna be drinking caffeine and doing stuff. Oh boy. Unpaid, correct. Let me see. Legs? I don't know what you're talking about. No one has time for legs. Not in this economy. Not even a little bit. Yeah, if I can get Crassus in a French maid outfit, I think that'd be best. Fargoth's pretty funny, but I'm 6'5". I'm not exactly a Bosmer, if you know what I mean. Anyway, yeah, no problem there. Let's go. Yep. Ahem. Jokes aside, let's see here. Wow. Me.c. That is a URL I've never seen before. Okay. Moving along here. It's all fun and games until you accidentally type a URL. Okay. So, let me move along. You're just an unusually large Bosmer. Yeah, something like that. All right. Well, I think we've gone over all of the details here in this stream, so Unless there's something else, I suppose we can move on to the next topic. What do you call it? Let's double check to see if there's anything else on this list that I may have missed with people sending me notifications and things. All right. No, there's nothing else on this list apparently. Okay. What else? Bethesda lore. We were. But Starfield is a an interesting situation for sure. Exactly. I do like cake, Vinyl. I do like cake. Now then, let's see here. Okay. Just going down this list. Gonna type in a search. Got it. Checking latest. Okay, let's start having the internet read some stuff, okay? Let me see here. Okay, we're gonna listen to some commentary on the internet.
Seeing creators individually price their stuff makes it kinda funny. Here's $4 for a fully voiced follower or 2 dungeons from TrainWiz. Or you could pay $4 for 1 armor set.
1 armor set, yep.
And the paid mods are similar to mods I can get for free. As much as these mods are talented, many people just can't afford it, especially with the cost of living crisis and economic shortfall.
It's true. There has been a significant decline in people paying money to Darkside Phil, which is the barometer of how the economy is doing. All right, let's see. What do we got? What's next?
Bethesda updated Skyrim for like no reason and just broke SKSE and mashed up their paid mods with the regular mod menu.
Yes. Well, people don't realize that Darkside Phil is in fact the pillar that keeps the game industry together. Hold on. It's yes. No. You don't understand. You say invoking his name in vain, but like he is the center of all things. You know the way George Lucas said Jar Jar is the key to all this? Well, George Lucas was wrong. However, Darkside Phil is. Give me a second. We're gonna. It was. I'm gonna pull up the level design one. Okay. Axe to gameplay. Level design. Got it. Okay. I'm pulling up the level design section now. Here we go. Yes. Correct. It is God of War. But it's important that we understand how the Game Developer Conference, GDC is all about game developers explaining how they make video games and what their process is, right? This is actually super important, right? The idea that we can directly from game developers learn how games are made and why they are made the way they are. This is God of War Ragnarok. Get ready.
Is motivating, and most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example.
Here's a quick
I want
example.
you to watch what the player does here as he boats around.
Look at the player.
Taste of Vanir magic led him to new forms of experimentation. We're back. New levels of depravity. Look where we are. We're back.
Okay, so in this example, the player is exploring the hub. They've been correctly taught the shock arrow mechanic. And thanks to the design work done by Kai Zheng, they've also been told that shock arrows mean interesting themes and that there's a lot of different variety and a lot of different gameplay, right? So we've made a convincing promise to the player. So watch it one more time, and I want you to watch just what the camera behavior does.
The taste of Vanir magic led him to new forms of experimentation. For Bam,
Okay? This is not a meme. This is the actual Game Developer Conference YouTube channel. I'm going to zoom in for you. Okay, I'm zooming in. You can see right here, GDC. This has 104,000 views from 2 years ago. Their official channel, okay? These are game developers who are telling us how it is, all right? That's it. So they're explaining everything to us. And as you can see, he's right here. That's, let me see, pull that up. There we go. And you can see right there in the corner of the screen, there he is. He is the pillar of the games industry. When you want to know how to design something so that absolutely any idiot can play it without getting filtered, you look to him. He is the person. He is the pillar of the games industry. When they want to know, how do we ensure that no one is left behind? The dumbest person should be able to complete this. We go to him. Yes.
levels of depravity. Look where we are, we're back.
Boom, and there it is. He saw a shock crystal, right? He has been taught correctly. He has been promised interesting gameplay. And because he is returning to the hub, he is thinking, oh, I feel like doing one of those. I know how those work. I'm in the mood for one of those. Or he can just explore it on his own. That is the benefit. The result is that we do have a compass system, and we do have a map, right? But our hope is that players will be self-motivated, and that self-discovery will drive their exploration instead. It's good for players to feel motivated via UI or completion percentages. These are very valid design techniques and tools. But it's also good if players are self-motivated because they're actually seeking out interesting content. If this player likes shock crystal scenarios, then he can go and find more of them on his own. Players are trained that new abilities will be unlocked in the levels, and that in turn, interesting scenarios will be delivered. So the promise becomes more than just completion percentages. The promise becomes interesting scenarios. And that is pretty much our game's format. You play the...
Yeah. Okay, give me a second here. What else?
Could it be lore?
Okay, yeah. You were absolutely unaware of this. This is the games industry, man. Yeah, I don't like God of War Ragnarok, really. It's not for me. Let me see here. Hold on. I'm still looking. I'm looking at all this nonsense. There's so much nonsense here.
Mistakes have been made.
Okay. One more time for anyone who missed it. This is Mehrunes Dagon from Elder Scrolls Legend Battlespire.
Mistakes have been made.
Yes. Okay. All right. Yes. Kenshi is successful. Yes. I like Kenshi. I played a little bit of it at a friend's. Yep. I enjoyed it. Let me see. Yeah, Mehrunes Dagon's pretty neat. Let me see. What is this? I need to close that. I'm deleting some like extra things here. Some things in the background. I'm almost done. Just cleaning up links. Looks like Goro, yes. Wait, the first instance of mistakes have been made? Yeah, what's his name? Mistakes have been made came from Elder Scrolls Legend Battlespire. Why, you arrogant little bug. Yeah, he says that too. Pretty freaking good. All right, I'm still going down this list. Seeing some good screenshots. All right. That should do it more or less. Let me really quick just ignore this. This has nothing to do with anything. You can just ignore that. I'm just hiding that in the corner behind everything else. There we go. As I was saying, what else we got? All right. There we go. We're back. Hey, everybody, we're back. That's a reference. Now, what were we saying? Yeah. So, yeah. I definitely wouldn't know anything about that. Now, let's see. All right. Well, we've gone over everything relating to the new creations and how it's all set up. What do you think about Creative Assembly? I don't know anything about Creative Assembly. Who are they? I'm gonna Google them. Okay, I'm Googling Creative Assembly. What are they may strategy games. I don't play those. Sorry. My apologies. I don't play strategy games, so yeah. Okay. What do we got? I take it back. Little bit of I play old strategy games, and like really old ones, and oh jeez, and Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings is special. This guy is special too. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, to recap one more time, the Microsoft Partner Center over here, those are the what do you call it? Those are the people who do the Minecraft shenanigan, right? So basically the Minecraft store, those people are doing what is it called? They are going to be administrating paid mods for Skyrim. Get excited for that. Microsoft has their full weight behind this. When people were like huffing copium, they were going with that copium. They were saying, "Oh, Microsoft's going to put their weight behind Bethesda, and they're going to make Bethesda clean up their act with bugs, and they're going to give give Bethesda their resources, and it's going to make the best game ever." That's what people said about Starfield. Little did they know that Microsoft's resources are going to make paid mods work this time. To be good this time. Yes. You see, I've seen it. I've seen the Halo. I've seen the Minecraft. I know what happens. No. Seriously, think about it. Like, look at Halo and look at Minecraft, and look what happened to them. Yeah. But thankfully, you know. Let me see here. Any chance of paid mods working this time? Absolutely. I mean, it'll damage the whole. Like, I suspect. I can't prove anything. I don't know yet. But I suspect it will damage the entire modding community, who will be focused on extrinsic rewards instead of intrinsic rewards. It will change the paradigm of why mod makers make mods. And so I suspect it'll damage the entire community. However, I believe that some people will be successful. I believe some people will be successful. And I also believe that some people will get into fights and hate each other. Yes. I suspect that, yeah. I was gonna say, we're gonna get some real sharks making some really good paid mods, I think. And then other mods will suffer and choke out and die. People will be better about mod piracy. Mod piracy is going to happen, but it won't work on the console. That's where they're going to get all their money. See, they're going to get all their big fat stacks of cash from the what do you call it? The console kiddos. Yes, the people who have the mom's credit card. Those are the people who are going to give Microsoft the big money. Yes. Mm-hmm. You haven't played the current version of Minecraft yet? I have never played, what is that type of Minecraft called? Bedrock. I've never played Bedrock, and I never will, because I like mods that turn Minecraft into more of a what do you call it? An action sandbox. Yes, an action adventure exploration sandbox. Less about building, more about exploring and fighting and gathering. Just saying. So, have I played Vintage Story? I was gifted Vintage Story last week. I've tried a little bit of it. It was oppressive. I had to watch a guide on some stuff because I was oppressed by Vintage Story. Yes. But I like it so far. Yes. All right. You hate how they're calling it Bedrock Edition, even though the figurative Bedrock is Java. It's true. It's absolutely true. Let me see here. Jeez. But no, we've, let me see. GOG keeps getting better support for Linux. I mean, I have the Epic Games Launcher. I don't need GOG Galaxy for Linux, you know. Have you tried hardcore? No, I haven't. If you are on my Discord server, there's a Minecraft Likes channel. I would definitely like to see the, what do you call it? Heroic Games Launcher? Yes, Heroic Games Launcher. Thank you, Steambub. It wasn't Epic, it was Heroic. Anyway, I would absolutely like to see said pack, or at least information about it. How popular is The Sims? The Sims is still making huge amounts of money. Sims 3 is the best because it's complete. You can buy it and have everything in one package. And it has an open neighborhood. You just have to patch it. Said Epic has 0 Spartan links. Yeah, I'm talking about the Heroic Game Store. My bad. Okay. Wine, Proton, Lutris only get better. It's true. Gamers exist to get, yeah. We're not going to talk about that. Yeah, The Sims is popular. Absolutely. Let me see what else we got here. Something. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. We can move on. We can move on. Oh boy. So, you know the way we watched that game developers conference, and it was about the dark side Phil. Well, I would actually like to poke at a different game developers conference because we've been talking about Bethesda and Starfield recently. Like, you know, like I have a video on my YouTube channel about Starfield. Like I enjoyed the dungeon crawling of Starfield personally. However, my issue with the dungeon crawling of Starfield is that there's no randomization in it. I know that sounds weird because like everything's kind of disconnected, right? In Starfield. Like in like the actual dungeon crawling of Starfield is fun. The problem is once you've gotten, like, you've done all the dungeons a couple times, you've done all the dungeons. There's no reason to ever go back to them. Like at that point, I'm basically done, you know. And yeah, Starfield is disjointed. I'd say that's a fair word for it. But what I'm trying to say is the open world is empty, right? Unlike No Man's Sky, that has like a core gameplay loop progressing objects in the world, I can't say the same for Starfield. Starfield's just kind of a dead end in that regard. And so if it's not the open world that matters, it's the dungeons, right? But the dungeons aren't randomized. And that means that you get the exact same content again and again and again. I see no reason to go back to Starfield until modding has basically added, 16 times the content. Like, I played 200 hours and there's nothing left to play. It's done. Like, it's done. There is no reason to return to it. Yes. Anyway. So, what I wanted to look at, because we were talking, I said a mere 200 hours. Yes, but here's the difference. This is the real difference. When I play, Morrowind, Oblivion, or Skyrim, or even Daggerfall, or Fallout 3 or Fallout 4, I can replay those over and over for hundreds more hours than 2. See what I'm saying? Like, we're not holding it to normal video game standards. We're holding it to Bethesda game standards and the games they've set before. They have stated in interviews that this was supposed to be replayable for years. And it's not. Not even a bit. That's the issue. If you, 200 hours sounds like a lot, but all the other Bethesda games I've played more of. Todd Howard, in attempting to create a game that could be played for years, created one I don't want to play again anymore after like a month or 2. You know? That simple. They failed to capture lightning in a bottle. That's it. They failed. Anyway, you haven't finished it, you got bored. I understand completely. I was live streaming it, so, it's a little bit different, right? I do a little show, and that invigorates me. 150 hours is inventory management. You're a dirty liar. No. 30 hours is inventory management. Yeah. But about 30 hours was inventory management. Anyway. Jace, it's still unreasonable. I'm just saying. Anyway, let me see what we got here. 50 on load screens. I was able to accelerate some of the load screens. Yeah, I was able to accelerate the load screens. I was able to use a mod to increase the speed of things by a multiplier of 10. And that really helped. That really helped. Oh, that's just RL Craft. My current loadout's in RL Craft, man. My current Minecraft loadout is it's a self-modified version of RL Craft. Let me go to my Webby site. Hold on. Okay, so we got Todd Howard with his gun there. We ignore that. Go past the Skyrim mod list, past the Tale of Two Wastelands. Oh yeah, my Breath of the Wild mod list is pretty good. You can see right there. Yep. My Breath of the Wild mod list is pretty good. You can see Link there. He's a war veteran from the war 100 years ago. Yeah, that's Link. Let me see here. There we go. That's my Minecraft loadout. You can see. Anyway, I actually modified RL Craft to make it less masochistic because I don't actually want it in its vanilla state. I tweaked many values so that I was able to enjoy the action adventure sandbox instead of being tortured by the action adventure sandbox. You know what I mean? There's a difference. There is a huge difference. RL Craft wants to torture you, and I just want to have fun. So that's why I altered it significantly. All right, everybody. I gotta take a short break. We've been yapping here for about 3 hours. I'm going to move on to more discussions relating to Starfield and Fallout New Vegas. And we're going to watch a Fallout New Vegas video. And that's going to happen soon, in like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. I got to take a short break. Be right back. Steambub, if you could do me a favor, watch these degenerates for me. I'm almost back. Very close. Bob, the main incompatibility of Tamriel Rebuilt and Morrowind Rebirth, aside from the fact that the terrain is torn in a couple minor places that don't matter, is that Rebirth is a lower powered world that expects you to get stronger incrementally, whereas you can go to the mainland, get an overpowered everything, and then come back and just be overpowered. Let's give this a try. There we go. We're back. Hooray. Had to get some stuff done in real life. Almost like some kind of responsible adult. Insane. Now I get to hide back behind a cat character for a little bit. And still be, Okay, let me see here. Yes. All right. I see. Oh, well. Let's go ahead and talk about Starfield a bit. So, I've mentioned in the past that I really, really like Starfield's dungeon crawling. It's just I ran out of it, right? Like, there's no more dungeon crawling for me to do. It's done. And I've mentioned before that I don't care for Starfield's story. Its narrative is bad. Its characters are, they're pretty good if you like, boilerplate lawful good characters. Lots of lawful good characters with no variation, right? They're all interesting. It's just, if you like, ultimately they're trying so hard to be inoffensive that none of them are interesting from the perspective of, okay, well, I know one character, now I know them all, So what I'm trying to say is that the factions, I said, if they're interesting, why are they so boring? Exactly. No. From the perspective of a Bethesda game character, they've got more to them. They've got more to them individually. The problem is what they've got is shared amongst every single one of them. Yes. Fallout New Vegas with a World of Pain. Yes, that's correct. It's good. Right. Fallout 3 with the World of Pain and the Fallout Interiors project, and then a World of Pain and Fallout New Vegas. Like, you combine those two with Tale of Two Wastelands, and you got yourself a big dungeon crawling party. You know how I know that? Because with my live streams here, I've done over 200 hours of that, and I really enjoyed it. Just saying, like, I've spent a lot of time playing Fallout, so yeah. Let me see here. Fallout. Oh, sorry. World of Pain fixes the one thing Fallout New Vegas you missed from Fallout 3. Correct. Fallout New Vegas doesn't have good murder dungeons because the developers actively tried to avoid those. They specifically identified those as existing in Fallout 3 and said, we're not doing those. And then promptly released 4 DLCs that did do those and did them very well. I like Fallout 4's DLCs a lot. But aside from that, let's see. Fallout 4, Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is DLCs, yes. Oh, boy. Hold on a second. Double checking. Yeah. So anyway, Fallout New Vegas's DLCs, A World of Pain. You basically got the good parts of Fallout 3 again. Good stuff. Let me see what else. But thankfully you can run Fallout 3 in the New Vegas engine. That's exactly what we were talking about. We were talking about Tale of Two Wastelands. It's good stuff. Jeez, I'm trying to remember what else we got. Anyway, Starfield. So, I was talking about how I don't come to Bethesda games for good stories anymore. Like, basically at all, right? I don't really care whether Starfield story is good or not because I'm busy. Sorry, I was past tense. I finished it. I was busy, like, dungeon crawling. And I accept the fact that like, I'm not playing this for the story. I'm sorry. And that pisses off a lot of people who do come to Bethesda games for the story. It's like they really didn't like hearing that I was like, no, I'm all for this game, but its story is awful. Just ignore it. And people are like, but that's why I want to play the first-person RPG. I'm like, this is barely an RPG. It's like an action game with RPG elements. Yeah, it's very, very silly. But yeah, people have very much come to expect a decent level of storytelling, at least like a moderate level of it. And Starfield didn't even have that, really. Its narrative was just awful. The factions were up to, like, decent, Bethesda level. But that's it. That's it. Once you finish all four, all three or all four factions you intend to do, the game's done. Like, there's no reason to replay it. Let me see here. Your father's replaced with an alien in Fallout 3? What? That sounds like an interesting mod. Terrifying. All right. Okay. Hold on. This is a good one. I will open it. This is the guy who did the gun mod for Skyrim. Oh my. Yep. That's glorious. Looking forward to Wayward Realms. Yeah. The indie space game I played is head and shoulders above Starfield. I don't doubt it. It's Star Explorers, the Interstellar Dungeon Crawler. It's $5 and it's good. Let me see. You see the writing on the wall with Starfield for Elder Scrolls 6. I suspect, I think Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be fun. I think it's going to be a fun game. I think that I think Bethesda's going to return to their roots with Elder Scrolls 6. And by that I mean they're going to copy Skyrim again. But they're just in a different province. Seriously. That's what I'm saying. Like when Bethesda returns to their roots, it's just going to be the most profitable game they've ever had, which is Skyrim. Yes. But I should wait 10 years. Hey, they'll monetize Elder Scrolls 6 the same as they're monetizing Skyrim now. Yep. Their roots like bedrock. Glorious. Glorious. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna say that there. Bamp. And I have a copy pasta ready to go for that. Okay. So, you think Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon will be fun? Well, I look at early access games like that and Dread Delusion. And I go, you guys gonna come out anytime soon? That's unfortunately my current state. I'm just like, I've got a bunch of other games to play. I'd rather not play it now, because here's the problem with like a Bethesda-like game. If I play it in early access now, I will be far less likely to play it later. That's the big issue with that. So yeah. That's let me see here. Okay. Said Tainted Grail is very close to release. Yeah. Just one of those cases of there are so many games I'd like to play, but they're in early access. So I have so many games I'd still like to play that aren't in early access. Anyway, that's just pretty funny. Let me see what else we got. No, I'd say that's about it. Oh, whoa. I hit the wrong button. Didn't work. There we go. Top quality content. Yeah, just need to close that up. All right. No, we're not running that one. Right. So, let me see here. Because it was discounted in early access special. You got it for about 18 USD. Makes sense to me. Okay. Yeah, this is the anniversary edition upgrade to get access to all the Creation Club creations. Right there. Should be enjoyable enough. Pew. Let me see here. Kodiak wanting Cod lag is going to Sovngarde. I've seen that before. Okay. So, double checking a few more things before we continue. So yeah. One more check. All right. I think we're good. So, as I was saying, Starfield. So, Starfield, its factions are all isolated in a bubble. And Bethesda does that with their factions. They don't really cross-pollinate, as it were. But in Fallout New Vegas, on the other hand, their factions do cross-pollinate a lot. You will say you're doing the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood takes you to Helios 1, where you deal with the NCR. It takes you to the Boomers, where you deal with them. Takes you over to a different area where you have an increased chance of running into the Legion. You think about it in that sense, and there's a good chance that you will basically run into all the different factions in Fallout New Vegas just doing one of the factions, because they really do want, like, each faction informs all of the other factions, and they all have kind of their own point of view of how those other factions exist. But you don't really hear much about the UC from the Aquila City's perspective, and you don't hear much about Aquila City from the UC's perspective, right? Even though they were entrenched in a war and should hate each other now, they seem to be all at peace and all fine. No, what do you call it? No bigotry whatsoever regarding, the people who killed their friends in mass during the war, things like that. Nessie, hello. We are having fun today, don't you know? We're talking about Skyrim and other Bethesda games. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. So we were discussing the for the most part, the different people in Starfield have a tendency to treat each other with respect and civility. And you'd think that they would hate each other. He said you do have to deal with the Freestar Collective and the Vanguard quest line. What part? It doesn't really talk about them so much as like, no, I don't think so. Like I can't I've done them. I've done all the factions. I can't for the life of me remember where it was meaningful. Yes. No, it is quite masculine. You find yeah, just no problem there. Yeah. Now what do we got? Let's see. Faction isolation started with Oblivion. It really did. Yeah. No, because think about it. Think about it seriously for a second. Okay. So, regarding the this isn't Skyrim. This is the Anniversary Edition upgrade right here. Anniversary Edition upgrade. People are looking at the Creation Club. Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? So, Morro-win, specifically. You go do the Fighters Guild, and the Fighters Guild will have you try to kill the Thieves Guild. Try to kill them off completely. If you do the Thieves Guild, you know, like there's some interweaving there. Mages Guild has you dealing with Telvanni. I'm thinking about, like, there is a certain amount of faction cross-pollination. Absolutely. No problem there. Yep. Yeah, she's not with the Thieves Guild. Stop asking about that. Correct. Absolutely correct. Skyrim SC no longer accepts any inputs from your Steam Deck. Nice upgrade. Yeah. That's fucked. All right. So, yeah. No problems here. Absolutely not. What was I saying? Yeah, so, let me see here. All mods free, basic edition, supporter paid version, high quality models, features mini quests. Oh no. Yeah. So, let me see here. One thing Fallout New Vegas really nailed was the NPCs commenting on other factions. Yes. Remember when the random town guards talk about their own faction as a faction? People don't typically do that unless they are scholarly and don't have any sort of patriotism whatsoever. But these people, they really had patriotism, if you know what I mean. Like, they really cared about protecting their place, despite them being like, well, like the other factions, we're doing this. Like, why do you call yourself a faction? What's wrong with you? You know. All right. Okay. Let me see here. Fallout New Vegas has a lot of gay, that's for sure. All right. Let's see here. Ooh. But yeah, so as I was saying, the difference is pretty huge. Yes, gamers, correct. That is an elf race in the Elder Scrolls. The gamers. Absolutely. In the Wasteland, yep. In the Wasteland. Let me see what else we got. Okay. Yeah, in the Wasteland, everyone's going to hell, that's for sure. No question about it. All right, well, Anyway. So yeah, this is the upgrade. As you can see, it says dystopian right there. Skyrim Anniversary Edition upgrade is dystopian. People didn't recognize that. I tried to show it off. I tried to show. I had it here, and no one was noticing. Skyrim Special Edition Anniversary Edition upgrade is dystopian. I had this thing on for like 15 minutes. I had to point it out. That makes me sad. Okay. Anyway. Let's see what else we got. So yeah. So you hate the people that implemented the Anniversary Edition. Yeah. Is the upgrade forced? No. You don't have to get the DLC. Oh, you're talking about the new one? Yes, the new one's forced. Absolutely. Yeah, why should Bethesda care what the rating is? They don't. That's the best part. They don't, not even a bit. Oh, jeez. Is the DLC free? No. No, it isn't. The Skyrim script extender was updated almost instantly, but yes, absolutely. Yeah. All the cool nostalgia editions. Yes, exactly. It's cool nostalgia editions, which are functionally worse than the modded versions. That's what we're trying to say. Is there are mods that are objectively better than basically everything in the Anniversary Edition. That's what we're trying to point out, right? The Creation Club mods, as they are the they kind of make the game worse than it could be. That's the unfortunate reality. The nostalgic editions actually break the lore as well. It's great. They had to patch the Knights of the Nine armor, and yeah, you got for free, then deleted it to keep your Skyrim Special Edition running with the rest of your mods. Yep, absolutely. I mean, for people who don't have access to good modding, I understand why they might want like additions to their game. It's just those additions kind of make the game worse. You're glad there's a fishing game, but it sucks compared to a Nintendo 64 one. It's true. Absolutely true. Yeah. Let me see here. Anyway. It's just we have like a basis for comparison. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not in a bubble. It's not its own thing, right? Right. People being silly. Okay. And but yeah. For people who are playing the game on console, sure, there's a value for it, I suppose. Gig economy isn't really a good thing. It's true. Again, we're concerned with the intrinsic versus extrinsic rewards, and how modding is going to get worse by due to that. Again, competition in the modding space is going to be very interesting as well. Once, a good amount of things get uploaded around the same time. You said the number of bite-sized mods will increase. Exactly. I'm sure that in the beginning, we're going to get like 1 or 2 really big ones. I suspect in the beginning, we're going to get some impressive mods. But when the modders start competing with each other for people's money, which is a limited resource, by the way, we're going to start seeing some animosity, probably. People are going to stop seeing each other as fellow modders and start seeing each other as the competition. And that's where things are going to probably roll downhill. Again, I'm just guessing. I have no proof for any of this. This is all just speculation. All right. Let me see here. You said Bethesda will no longer be creating DLCs. I think they will. A little bit. Shattered Space DLC is already confirmed for Starfield. But yeah. The biggest thing to consider about the whole situation is, again, the idea that the Microsoft Partner Center is going to be handling all the payouts and stuff, right? In other words, it's the Minecraft store, the Minecraft marketplace. Those people are going to be handling creation, the new creations, and that's concerning. Yes. All right. Oof. Oh, mega. Oof. Hold on. Hold on. This is an omega oof here. I'm glad shooting cops in Cyberpunk 2077 is a completely optional. Never finished GTA 5. Oh, no. He's written up to 255 articles about GTA 5, including killing and evading police. Ha! 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 Oh, glorious. Eat shit, Ian Miles Chang. You dirty liar. At least I tell you I'm lying to you. Okay. That guy blocked you on I blocked multiple people on social media, mostly for telling me things I don't care to hear more about. They usually come in and it's like, okay, I'm gonna tell you this thing again. I'm like, okay, well, you already told me it. Goodbye now. You know, it's one of those cases of you don't shut up. I want to make a better use of my time. Instead I'm being a feminine cat character, making weird arm motions on the internet. That's a better use of my time, I guess. I don't fucking know. All right, let's see. All right. He doesn't get invited to parties. Yeah, I don't know. So, let's have a look-see here. So, yeah, we were talking about how just how the factions in Starfield like didn't cross-pollinate at all. You know, they didn't really cross-pollinate in Skyrim, and they didn't cross-pollinate in what do you call it? In Oblivion either. It was yeah. You in 5 years you see a Catboy raging about how Bethesda killed their franchise. I mean, not raging, right? I'm having fun. I'm how do I put this? No, I'm just being very silly. Like I'm talking about how like there might be doom and gloom when it comes to paid mods due to how it changes people's motivations, but nah, I'm enjoying myself. So you know, if I'm wrong about this, it'll be great. You know, like when you do a Thieves Guild quest, you might lose reputation with the Fighters Guild in Morro-win. Yeah, absolutely. All right, give me a sec. I need to check something. Ugh. Okay. Anyway, let's go ahead and pull open a what do you call it? A game developers conference presentation. But without the intro.
Hello. Can anyone hear me? Everyone hear me?
Yes.
Some portion of people. Oh, wow. Hi. Hi. Welcome. Welcome.
Josh Sawyer.
Hi, Steve.
Yep.
Excuse me. Are you guys ready to rock out about choice architecture?
Choice architecture,
Wow.
everybody. That which what do you call it? That which Starfield does not have. Choice architecture. There we go.
It's a very exciting topic. Welcome. The name of this talk is really dumb, and I apologize. It's Do Say the Right Thing. Choice architecture, player expression, and narrative design in Fallout New Vegas. I'm going to be talking a lot about Fallout New Vegas.
Oh, you like how Elix handles the factions? Me too. I liked Elix a lot. I've never played Elix 2, but I am interested in playing it eventually. And yes, Elix 1, you can be wearing a suit of Roman armor. You can have sunglasses on. You can be wielding a gun. And you can have a cyborg guy behind you who's like hopped up on super drug and has a jetpack. And all in the same game. Okay? Like, seriously. What about Gothic Remake? I haven't played Gothic in so many years that I'd like to go back and play Gothic someday. Yeah, Elix is terrible if you try to play the way the game directs you to. But like Morrowind, Elix is very breakable. Once you get access to the flamethrower and other utilities, it is just super good. Will I play the Atlantic City DLC for Fallout 76? I'm not going to say never, but I am going to say that I will not play it in a timely manner. What that means is it will be many months after the DLC is released before I get around to it. In other words, any hype that might be generated, any traffic for the channel will be lost. It will just be me playing it because I want to play it. But yeah, I have no desire to play Fallout 76 right now. Like, within the next month or two. It's going to be next year. It's going to be next year when I play it. There's so many things that are going to be next year. All right, here we go.
Yes, but also a lot of other things. My name is Josh Sawyer. I'm a project director with Obsidian Entertainment. Before we start, there are a few things that GDC would like.
He was a project. Does he still work for them? Yeah. All right, my Morrowind playthrough. I should make a constant conjure mace enchantment. Well, thank you for the $5, eh? And I definitely need to do enchant. I haven't started enchantments yet. Here's the thing. I need to get the summon golden saint summon. Once I get that, I can then start soul trapping. And we can break the game together. But until then, I'll see you later. Thank you very much. Okay.
Like me to go over for you all. One, please turn off your cell phones or set them to vibrate or telepathic link or whatever, sort of cool features are coming out these days. Basically, just turn the ringer off. Also, you should be receiving an evaluation form via email. Please fill it out because it helps GDC evaluate things and do cool, awesome stuff. Awesome. Let us start. So, just a little bit of background.
Gothic is one of those things that it will come up in a conversation eventually. I mean, I don't have any of it installed right now, but, yeah, no. Like, it is what it is. Um. Do, 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 do. Okay. Anyway.
I'm a project director at Obsidian Entertainment and a lead designer. My background is in design. I started design at Black Isle Studios back in the late 90s on the Icewind Dale series. I am
Serana? Yes. Serana and what was her name? Vault. Vault. There's a second word there, but we're not going to talk about that. We're going with this.
primarily a system designer and adapter of systems. I've worked on a lot of Dungeons & Dragons games, so I've had to do a lot of work adapting rule systems. Even though I do writing, my job is not primarily doing writing. I work a lot on the mechanics surrounding writing, which is why I wanted to give this talk. I'll get a little bit into the sort of difference between the prose and the choice architecture, but I focus primarily on system mechanics. My role on Fallout New Vegas was as the lead designer, system designer, and project director, just to sort of let it be known. There were actually a number of people that contributed to the dialogue on Fallout New Vegas. John Gonzalez was actually our creative director, and he wrote the story.
Think about how Fallout New Vegas is so interconnected, as opposed to, again, like the modern Bethesda games. And yeah, it's definitely definitely an interesting comparison that we're going to be making back and forth, I think, as we watch this video. Because like, this guy is a systems designer, systems plural, right? In Bethesda, they make, like, one guy makes one system in a bubble, another person makes another system in a bubble, someone else makes another system in a bubble, and then they all shove everything together at the end of development, and it just works, to quote Todd Howard. It just works. And so if you ever think, oh boy, that Bethesda game has a lot of disconnected systems that don't quite work well together, like the settlement system in Fallout 4, or the everything system in Starfield. That's because they don't have a centralized design document. They're assembling everything separately and then shoving it all together. And they just assume it'll work every time, right? Because it worked 4 times for them. You know, we call it Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Fallout 4. It worked for them 4 times, so why wouldn't it work a 5th time with Starfield? Except it didn't. Starfield sold extremely well based on marketing. But critically, the reception for Starfield has gotten worse over time, as people have fallen out of the honeymoon phase of Starfield and have started to digest what they were actually playing. It didn't work with Fallout 76 is a different beast altogether. A different sub-studio worked on that, the Austin branch. And Austin was former Battlecry Studios. They had their work cut out for them. I believe that the demands placed on them were unreasonable. That's for sure. Anyway, just pointing out that this guy does systems. Like, tons and tons of, like, that's his thing, right? He's the system designer and adapter, right? Whereas Starfield didn't have a him. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, there was no him in Starfield.
We had a lot of great writers on the project that all contributed to making it a very open narrative experience. I am a tabletop RPG player. I have been a tabletop RPG player for a very, very long time. I love playing computer role-playing games, but I consider myself to be a fairly broad spectrum gamer now. I used to be very focused on PC RPGs, but now I play lots of console games, action games, racing games, all sorts of stuff. So that's my background.
Yeah, I like tabletop gaming. I haven't played nearly as much of it as I used to back in the school days, the college days. Used to do a lot of D&D and stuff like that, but I do like one-shots these days, unfortunately. is what it is. Hand articulation, live long and get fucked. Okay. Was I a DM? 3 times. Barely any, actually. 3 times is a lot, but also barely any by comparison. So, let's go. Ahem.
All right, hold on. I've already screwed up this presentation. This is awesome. Yes. Okay. So this talk is really about branching dialogue and the sort of challenges that come up with branching dialogue. Branching dialogue is not necessary. It kind of goes without saying, but I thought it needed to be addressed. It's not necessary or even desirable for lots of games. There are a lot of different styles of dialogue that you can approach in a game. These are the 3 sort of broad categories that I identified when I was preparing this talk.
Okay, so linear cinematics, keyword subject, that's Morrowind right there. Keyword subject is just straight up Morrowind. No question about it. And branching trees, that's kind of awful, actually. Branching trees is Fallout 4. I don't think so. That just ain't happening. Oh well.
The first is linear or cinematic. This is arguably the most common that you'll see in games, especially nowadays. Sort of exemplified by games like the Uncharted series. The story is written, the characters are established, you aren't really...
Aren't all Fallouts branching trees? Keyword. Keywords. Yep. Would Fallout be considered branching tree? I think Fallout is a hybrid. At least Fallout 4. Ass Effect, yes, I call it that too. Something about Miranda. They fixed her, or broke her, depending on your perspective, in the remaster. God, I've only played these games once, so like I wouldn't know what to do with a remaster. I liked Mass Effect 1 a lot, and I feel like they ruined the universe in Mass Effect 2. People get angry at me saying that when I say I don't really care about Mass Effect 2 too much because they ruined the setting for me. People get so caught up on the character interactions, but how do I put this? There's in Mass Effect, specifically, there was a character known as Sovereign. He was a cyber god. And you couldn't even begin to fathom what he was. And then Mass Effect 2 comes around. It's like, it's a human form Reaper! I found that, that was ruining. Also, what happened to the Council? No idea. What happened to, they basically took the entire world, all the world building, and they turned it into, a little theme park. Right? There's multiple issues. Don't get me wrong, I like the characters a lot. I appreciate what Miranda brings to the table, both in the perverted original version and the altered version, doesn't matter. Miranda brings a lot to the table, and the other characters do as well. I appreciate the characters, and I can absolutely view the game as in multiple sections, right? So I can talk about how the world building was ruined, but I can also talk about how the characters are good, right? It's not like one ruins the other for me. That's what I'm saying. So, yeah. Correct. Miranda was the ass in Ass Effect. It's something I do appreciate. No, the world building was just straight up ruined. It's true. Ruined is a strong word, and I agree with it. But just because the world building is ruined doesn't mean the doesn't mean that you can't enjoy the other aspects of it. You know, like characters, and the general narrative isn't horrible until it gets to the end, and then it's dumb. But let me see here. Replayability requires serious themes, thought, lots of what if. I mean, there's like a 2D beat 'em up game called Odin Sphere, which has a lot of what if. I'm still here. Yes. The stream gave up for no reason. Yep. It was being dumb. That's it. Yep. I never left. It was just being stupid all on its own. All right. Let me see here. What was I saying? Yeah, Odin Sphere. That was a good game. Everyone will be 20 seconds behind. You can click the live button and it will like catch up. That should be a good idea. But yeah, I really enjoyed both. I really loved how the Valkyrie quest line tied into the Shadow Knight quest line. How like, because they like, you know, they were each other's romantic partner, obviously. But how those two tied into each other was just kind of glorious. Let me see here. But yeah. So let me do. Yes. Was her husband later? Not yet. Not the beginning. You had to work to that point. How'd you like Robo-Wind? Only played a teeny tiny bit of it just to confirm that it was real. Let me see here. Anyway. Let's go ahead and continue. I just wanted to say that Fallout New Vegas might be under branching tree. I suspect Fallout New Vegas steals from both of these. Yeah, I think so. You said confirmed, not a dream. Confirmed real. More like confirmed that the video I watched wasn't misrepresenting it, you know? That's like, don't always trust videos. That's all I'm saying. Don't trust what you're watching now. I don't know, man. Okay, let's go.
The player doesn't really have agency in how those characters interact with each other or how the story unfolds. It's a cinematic experience. Writing's great, looks awesome, and the focus is really on the gameplay, and you're just the cinematic storytelling and the dialogue is there to serve a narrative function.
A.H. Bomber guy. Oh yeah. Bomber Brit. The very often insufferable but also annoyingly correct person. Like, I have a natural dislike of his videos, but simultaneously he happens to be right more often than he's wrong, and that's unfortunate because I can't just trash him or anything, you know? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's one of those weird situations. Does that mean you like Pathologic? No. No, I don't. Let me see here. Boy. Anyway. Let me see here. You stopped caring after he stopped making gaming videos? But it's fun to watch him character assassinate people like Illuminati. who, you know. And JonTron makes funny, like, movie videos. That's it. Let me see here. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna hit, I think I'm looking for something. Hold on. It blocked him for years. Okay. I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, that's yeah. I don't know. Okay. Going on. Beef? Nothing. I find I either like I instinctively either like a British person or I don't, and rather than having neutral feelings, it's just kind of a you know, a strong, immediate, visceral response. Completionist. Originally, I thought the completionist was mostly innocent and that his brother was the guy doing the bullshit. But then facts came out where it's like, okay, actually, these people apparently have been defrauding folks for a very, very long time. So before the charity even got set up. So now I just have to shrug and go, that's something. Mandalore's pretty cool. I watched a Mandalore gaming video series on Marathon as a form of bias confirmation because I'd already played Marathon and I thought, hey, that's the game I played. Let's see what he thinks about it. And it turned out that we had similar opinions, which was cool. Anyway, let me see here. Yeah, I worked with a nonprofit organization for a while in real life. It was not a charity. It was a nonprofit organization. There's a difference between the two. But like I understand the rules they have to go through, and these guys are fucked. That's all I'm saying. Yep. That's it. All right. Let me see. We're gonna hit this.
It's not about player agency. Totally valid, cool thing to do. Another way of approaching dialogue is what I call keyword or subject dialogue. This is also not really about player agency. This isn't about saying to the player, you get to shape the story. It's about saying to the player, hey, do you want to learn more about this setting? Do you want to learn more about this world? Do you want to trigger this quest now? And so a game like the Diablo series uses this where you have a list of things to talk about, and the player is really just saying, like, tell me about this thing, tell me about this thing, tell me about this thing.
Yes. What have you been doing today? Well, I got some new speakers. Tell me about speakers. Well, speakers produce audio. Tell me about audio. Well, audio are sounds that you hear. Tell me about sounds.
So again, it's not about granting player agency. It's really about allowing the player to make a choice as to when they want to receive any bit of narrative content.
Yes.
What this talk is about, though, is about branching trees. This is dialogue where you have menus of options presented in a variety of ways, where the dialogue can flow, branch out even more, circle back on itself.
The money is still accounted for. No, it's not. There is a how do I put this? There are documents that say the money is in an account. But it turned out that all the money from a golf charity is is gone. Like, I think it was a golf tournament. So something like that. Point is, like, a lot of money never made it to the accounts, apparently. Indieland money? Okie dokie. Look, I'm not an authority on this. I'm just saying the bits and pieces I heard. So definitely don't get this from me. Go out, do research, because I'm stupid, okay? That's my defense for being wrong here, is I'm stupid. Okay, let's get going. Let's go. Wait, whoa. There's a VTuber? Where? Where, what are you talking about? What? What? Okay. Yeah. Anyway, let's get going.
Ideally, it's producing gameplay changes, it's producing story changes. It's not a whole lot of companies necessarily do this. I'm glad so many of you came. I wasn't sure how broad the appeal would be. But obviously, companies like BioWare excel at it. Black Isle, we did it back at Black Isle. We continue to do it at Obsidian. Bethesda also does it. I'm sure there are other companies that do it as well.
Yes, branching trees. That's what we're talking about. See, so yeah, it turned, Fallout 4, sorry, both Bethesda and Obsidian at the time did branching trees, and it's just the comparison when you look at both of them, it makes a lot of sense. Geez, give me a sec here. That was up 3. Okay. Vibes. Those are, nah. I'm memeing. That's the honest truth. Is this is just one giant meme for the most part. I mean, it's fun. That's like people like, is that ironic? Like, yes, but also no. As in, I am a living shit post, and but I'm also having fun. Oh, how could you have fun? All right, let me see. It's glorious, absolutely glorious. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Just a big, like, whatever. Whatever. Well, why not both? Yeah. Let me see here. I wouldn't say, let's see here. Hold on. I was asking me about a thing. I have to click on it there. I think we're busy looking at this, though. It's very silly. Yeah. Living your life without having fun. Are you really living it? Exactly. Exactly. Okay, let's get back to this.
It's a tricky thing, and that's why I'm having this talk. So someone might ask, why even use branching trees? What's the advantage? You know, you can get all sorts of cool cinematic stuff and cool character development with good voice acting and everything in a purely cinematic view. Why even use branching trees?
Right.
There are a few very good reasons for this. First is you get to grant story agency to the player. You get to.
So, in other words, a player can choose. How do I put this? Okay. The way Obsidian treated the branching trees is different from how Bethesda treats them. In an Obsidian game, you can choose to never say certain things, right? And in what do you call it? You say Jim Sterling 2.0, but number one, I still very much consider myself a manly man. Number two, I'm not screaming about capitalism. Just saying. Just saying. So I think you might want to reconsider that statement a little. However, I don't have anything against Jim Sterling. I just do not consider myself comparable, if you know what I mean. I believe Jim considers themselves some sort of a non-binary shenanigan, and that's fine. Like, you do you live your life. Fair enough. Do what makes you happy. A-okay. But, no, I'm not screaming about capitalism. I may occasionally go lol. I may lol at it, but there's a difference. There's a difference between raging at capitalism and lolling at capitalism. You know what I mean? I think there's a difference anyway. Okay. Moving back to this. Is he still connected to Vampire Survivors? I don't know. His name got removed from Vampire Survivors? That's interesting. That's super interesting, actually. Like, I didn't know that. Well, I am a redhead. Always have been. With the gun pointing to you know. But, no, we're gonna call it. You can't, does he do info on the lore? You can't find info on other sources? Yeah, I don't know. I, was gonna say, I used to watch some of his videos back when he was doing a lot of, like, consumer advocacy, right? When consumer advocacy was their shtick, along with, like, Total Biscuit, you know? Total Biscuit was in the lead, and then you had a bunch of people following Total Biscuit as like, supporters, you know? And, Jim Sterling was one of them. So, what happened later is they, like, Jim ran out of things to say and just kind of started repeating themselves. And it's like, okay, well, because you're just repeating the same thing over and over. I mean, I repeat the same actions over and over, right? I play the same, I play the same archetype in almost every game, a Spellblade. I stop, like, I do a lot of things over and over, but I don't have, I don't really have a, I don't know. I just, yeah. You see, if you don't follow politics, politics will follow you. Lol. No. I do like to trigger a lot of people who get angry about, like, when I pick pronouns in video games and stuff like that. I love triggering those people. You know, the pronouns. Got people like that. Those are some of the best. Like, people who call other people snowflakes have a tendency to be the biggest snowflakes themselves. So that's fun. I mean, but that's just a little trolling, you know. Yeah. But no. Let me see here. Yeah. I don't know. It's just everyone here wants a good economy. Yes. Yeah. It's a bullet hell game. No. Oh, they actually updated it today. Vampire Survivors got updated today. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, they added an adventure to it. It's pretty cool. But no, I'm thinking about, well, it's not just conservatives who are wrong about video games. It's also, the progressives too, right? Like, both sides have a tendency to like cherry pick shit and then be massively wrong when they cherry pick shit. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, but both sides have a tendency to cherry pick and grandstand about using video games as like a pulpit to espouse their beliefs, to denounce or espouse, either way. Point is, like, it's a very common thing. It honestly transcends the political spectrum. It's just people being being themselves, yeah. Divide and rule. Something like that. Ah, well. Anyway. No. I'm just thinking, well, I can't really pin down when I stopped following Jim Sterling, but it was when, like, when the transition went from consumer advocacy to hate, like hate companies. Companies bad, right? And I don't get me wrong, I make fun of companies all the time. You know, we've got our meme, right, of the company defenders. Let me get the meme out. Where's the meme? There it is. Yeah, this is our company defender meme here, right? That's that's the yeah, that right there. So I'm not saying I want to defend companies. Definitely not. But when all you say in your video is a different, sorry, in every video is a different flavor of company bad, then you're just as bad as this guy. You know what I'm saying? It's anyway. I want to be able to, like, speak praises for Bethesda. I want to be able to do that. I really want to be able to praise Bethesda. It's just Starfield's making it really, really hard to do. I mean, anyway, the issue there, is yeah, like, Emil Pagliarulo is honestly like the crux of this, and I feel like Microsoft could. Remember, Microsoft is their own brand of evil, but Microsoft could force Emil Pagliarulo to, you know, actually get a design document and actually get the different teams to work together. I'm just saying, like, I don't universally hate Bethesda. In fact, they've hired several people whom I actually kind of like. Like, I kind of like Eleonora, as much as people have beef with her. And I kind of like the interesting NPC guy, right? Yeah. So, you said not having a central design document explains 90% of the problems with Starfield. Well, that's just it, though. Like, they managed to get away with it 4 times. Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Fallout 4, right? They managed to do almost the impossible. And it's because of the centralized sandbox. They managed to shove everything in there and get it working 4 times with the developers all doing their own things. It's just the 5th time, you know, it didn't work. Yep. Give Starfield engine / assets to another team to make their own game. Yeah, I actually agree with that. I think that could work. But yeah, I don't want to be so critical of Bethesda all the time. Like, I've already made my peace with the fact that their storytelling is bad. So I'm willing to actually ignore that if they can make a good video game. Yeah. It's just, yeah. Let's see here. They hired a ton of people. Lack of integration becomes a lot more apparent. But also because different sandboxes, right? Different sandboxes. There's like, remember, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4 and Oblivion all take place in the single sandbox. That's what I'm saying. Like just one. It's easier to integrate everything when everything is seamless. But in Starfield, everything is segmented, not seamless. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy. Anyway, yeah, Starfield has compounding issues. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not just the lack of the central design document. It's many of their decisions have created systems that are inherently separate from one another. And because they are inherently separate from one another, they need connective tissue. And the game doesn't have that connective tissue. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't matter whether they had 1,000 planets or just one real-life size planet. It's too much. And it's segmented. It's not connected meaningfully. Let's go.
To say to the player, hey, you know what? You have some role in defining where the story goes and how it unfolds. It's very important for a lot of people, especially in role-playing games. For a lot of people who came from a tabletop or pen and paper background, they really, really enjoy the ability to screw with the story in some ways.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
And make it their own.
Mm-hmm.
You also grant character agency, and I want to differentiate that from story agency.
Yes.
You're not just changing the story, but you have the ability to express what type of person your character is.
So, that is the only thing that Starfield does. Starfield doesn't grant you story agency at all. It grants you character agency. That's all. Starfield does this one. But Fallout New Vegas did all of these. See what I'm saying?
So if you're a jackass or you're a really cool guy or you want to smooch some girl or something, whatever, that's why we build that in there, to allow you to express the type of character you are, not just how the story goes, but how you make it unfold. Also, it forces you to make tactical and strategic choices. Again, this is sort of ideally, this is what I'm going towards in the talk, but good dialogue is gameplay, and the player should look at it as a series of choices that they're making, short-term choices and...
You said it barely grants you any character agency? Well, character agency doesn't necessarily mean your character takes a different path. Character agency flavors your dialogue. So you can go, well, I didn't want to side with you anyway. Versus, sure, I'll go with you. Those two separate, like, despite them leading to the same path, it flavors the dialogue and allows your character to be expressed in a different way. You are an asshole, or you are a good guy. Does that sound very plain and not very exciting? Correct. That's because people expect story agency and character agency when they're only getting character agency without story agency. That's what's happening.
Long-term choices. And when it's done very well, the player feels very engaged, they're paying attention, they pause to think about what they want to do, they feel satisfaction and the sting of making sacrifices along the way, and that produces great gameplay through dialogue. And also, it produces reactive narrative content. This can take place outside of the dialogue itself. This can be people giving what we call bark strings in the world. Someone saying like, hey man, thanks for, blowing up our town, you asshole. Or
bark strings. Yes. Barks. Okay, so when the lady goes, Outlander, what do you want? That line is a bark. Whenever an NPC reacts to your presence and says something, that is a bark. And moi! Yeah, that thing. That Yeah, that thing. Those are barks. So bark strings simply go and say, "Whoa, you're the guy who beat Caesar's Legion at the Cottonwood Cove." Yeah. Thanks for blowing up our town, asshole. Exactly.
People giving what we call bark strings in the world. Someone saying like, "Hey man, thanks for, blowing up our town, you asshole," or whatever. Like it's all that sort of rich world reactivity that doesn't really need to be deep. It just needs to be actually more widespread and shallow, but it makes the player feel that the world pays attention to the things that he or she does. So this talk is not about writing prose. There are writers' roundtables. Actually, one's going on right now, strangely enough. There are great writers' roundtables that are going on. Obviously, Austin GDC has a bunch of cool writer stuff going on. This isn't really about prose and writing good dialogue from the perspective of aesthetics. It's about choices. The reason why I want to start with choice architecture is because it should come under and before prose. Choices inform the prose that you write, but choices present problems on their own, a lot of problems, and they need to be thought
Absolutely.
through. And choice is the reason to have branching dialogue in the first.
You said Skyrim doesn't do any of those things, but Skyrim does. If you think about, Skyrim doesn't do any of those earlier things, but it has bark strings, right? It goes, I know who you are. Hail Sithis. That's not so good. Not so good. But if we go back, like if we go back to the previous section here, hold on. Let's go back a bit more. Skyrim gives you a limited, very limited amount of reactive narrative content. But you don't get any, like, actual story agency. And the majority of quests do not actually give you character agency either. I remember in the Thieves Guild where you can straight up say, like, the only option to tell Carlia is, I don't, like, only my skill matters. I don't need powers or magic. And you look at, like, you're a wizard doing the Thieves Guild with your magic, and they're like, only my skill matters, not my powers or magic. And it's like, excuse me, but I'm a wizard, you nit. That's an example of Skyrim being Skyrim. Yes. Are you sure about that? Yeah, okay. What's going on?
And shallow, but it makes the player feel that the world pays attention to the things that he or she does. So it should be the place where we start to think about what we're doing and how we want to do it.
Dialogue trees.
So I couldn't quite pinpoint the exact time and place where sort of branching narrative became a thing, but one of the common things that came up was with an author, Jorge Luis Borges, and he wrote a book called The Garden of Forking Paths. And this was pretty radical at the time because this story could be read in a lot of different ways, and the reader would arrive at different conclusions about what the narrative was and where it went. Someone writing...
I have actually heard of this book a whole one time, and I completely forgot about it.
A few years ago about this, I had this cool quote that actually, when I can see it on my screen, I'll read out to you. Borges confronts us with the pullulating moment when we become aware of all the possible choices we might make, all the ways in which we might intersect one another for good or evil. His imagined Garden of Forking Paths is both a book and a landscape, a book that has the shape of a labyrinth that folds back upon itself in infinite regression.
Oh.
This is the definition of sort of the possibility space for the player. When we empower the player to make choices and then reward them for making choices, they become aware of the power they have in the story, and they start to embrace it. If we consistently reward that, they feel like they have a very strong role as a player in determining the outcome, and they engage with the story much more than if they're just watching it, because they realize they're an active participant in it. Jeez Louise.
When I cared about it. Cave of Time, Third Planet from Altair, Mystery of Chimney Rock, Inside UFO. Oh, yeah. Insta ordered that book right now. Yeah, I'll probably grab that the next time I'm at the library.
This is when I actually started caring about it. Strangely enough, I was not reading Borges when I was 5 years old. I was reading The Cave of Time, which is my favorite of the Choose Your Own Adventure series. I'm curious, how many people have read Choose Your Own Adventure books?
Yes. I'm just wondering, like, how long has it been? Like, the 90s. It's been, yeah.
Yeah, those are a great series of books. Awesome, yes, yes. So, Choose Your Own Adventure books they're great, fantastic stuff. Every book is a different sort of style of book or genre of book, but they all have that idea of branching narrative. However, if you were even a remotely smart kid, what you started to do after you read a few of these books was you start to put your finger in the page before you made a choice. And just to draw a parallel, this is not really that different from abusing a save load mechanic.
Correct. Save scumming in my books. Been there, done that. I had bookmarks. I definitely had bookmarks. Yeah, yep. That I lived that. I lived it.
Which is actually a big point of some of the things I come to later. So Choose Your Own Adventure books are the start of this, but even they had underlying problems that still persist now in branching dialogue and role-playing games.
Shadowrun, by the way. Shadowrun is a really fun series. Series. Yeah, different games. Point is, it's a world where it's cyberpunk, right? But then also magic came back. So you get like, what do you call it? You get orcs and goblins and trolls. It's good stuff. It's pretty cool. So it's cyberpunk but with magic. So you end up with deckers who have a cyber deck that hack the Matrix. Simultaneously, you'll have like a street samurai with cyberware, and then also like an elf sorcerer who casts magic, and it's all at the same time in the same setting. Vampires are also really freaking scary. Okay.
Then later on, I really got into role-playing games, tabletop role-playing games. And I played with a lot of different DMs, and I was the DM and a lot of different players. And the stuff that I enjoyed the most, and the stuff my players seemed to enjoy the most, is when the story was constructed in such a way that the players could fuck it up. Basically, they could screw with it, and they could push it, and they could pull it, and they could snack the quest giver and like throw him down a well, and the story could keep working, and then it rolled with it, and that was so satisfying to them. And often there were consequences for doing that sort of stuff, but they felt very empowered in that environment, especially because that was just, it's up to the people there and their imagination. So that feeling can be hard to emulate in a computer environment, but that's what ideally we try to do. And so this had a lasting effect on me. I played tons of these games, and the most satisfying times were the ones where I was able to do that. Dialogue trees in RPGs, my first...
Oh, God. Planescape. Look at the dialogue options here. Okay? 10 dialogue options, but there's a scroll bar. See that scroll bar there? Yeah. That's right. Now, how do I put this? So, Planescape Torment is one of the best books you'll ever play, provided you have the time to and the inclination to do all the reading. There is a lot of reading. The combat is not so great. The combat is actually kind of terrible. But most of the time, you don't have to interface with it. Yes. If you enjoyed Planescape Torment, you should try Torment Tides of Numenera. Yes. Anyway, now that I've said that, let's get back to it. Fallout, man, I love those little animated avatars that sat there and talked at you. You knew they were just what do you call it? I don't know. It's so well designed, the little interface here. Let's go.
Experience with it was with the original Fallout. Tim Kaine gave a great post-mortem this morning on Fallout. I was in college when Fallout came out, and I was just enthralled with it. I thought it was great. I loved how you could make choices. You could be an evil character. You could be a sort of neutral character. You could do all sorts of different stuff in the game.
Yeah, if you want a more a slightly more down-to-earth game, Disco Elysium is definitely a way to go. But it's completely voiced now. They updated it. So Disco Elysium has that let's just say that density that Planescape Torment has, but it's also completely voiced now. So that they updated it after its original release. It's a good thing to check out. Yep. It's probably one of the most complex games you'll play in the more recent era. I don't know if yeah, you guys are reinstalling Disco Elysium. I'm pretty sure it got completely voiced. Yeah. Anyway, you get rewarded for avoiding combat in Planescape? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Let's get going.
It wasn't like a grand karmic wheel was there to smash you in the face after you made a bad choice. People reacted to the bad things that you did, but the game itself did not punish you. The designer did not punish you for playing a certain way.
Yeah.
Also, when I first came to Black Isle, my first job there was as a webmaster on the web team, and I made the Planescape Torment website, and I was working with the development team, and obviously Torment is very, very widely regarded as a great game with amazing choice and consequence.
Absolutely.
Huge amount of dialogue, lots of reactivity. And so that had an impression on me because when I came into that environment, I saw these guys that were just busting ass to give them, all this choice and consequence to the player. So
absolutely.
That was the environment that I came into Black Isle.
Here we go. Yeah, you can see right here that they knew what to focus on right there. Holy crap. Oh my. Okay.
So, dialogue trees today, I had to get that ass shot in there. Had to.
I had to.
I haven't seen enough of Mass Effect 3. There might be a more up-to-date ass shot that I could have put in there, but I didn't have time. So, dialogue trees in CRPGs today, they're not really that different in a lot of ways. They're presented
It really did. It really has come full circle. Oh my. That is just so hilarious. Okay. Let's get going.
Are a lot different. But kind of fundamentally under the hood how they work, they haven't changed a whole lot. So the changes have been primarily aesthetic, not really structural. But there are persistent flaws, and to me, in my mind, that sort of suggests a lack of analysis to this point in time. I've been thinking about this a lot over the past few games I've been working on.
Okay.
and it's been difficult because I've been writing in this mode and this style for so long,
Mm-hmm.
but I've made this talk because I wanted to figure out, like, what the hell are we still doing wrong? Like, this is the way I want to write dialogues, but there's got to be there are some underlying flaws here that I need to dig at and get out.
Mm-hmm.
We did it also. It's not just other companies that are doing it, and hopefully I will provide more examples of us screwing up in this talk than other companies, although I will give examples of other companies screwing up.
Okay.
On New Vegas, our writers did a great job. John Gonzalez did a great job. All the writers did a great job. Worked very fast using an engine we weren't familiar with, but there were certain structural flaws to it, mechanical things that I saw and other people saw, and they're kind of like, this still kind of feels stinky. There's got to be a better way to handle this.
Punch Santiago in the face. Yeah. Deus Ex Human Revolution is a little too far in. Deus Ex, the original, on the other hand, masterpiece of a game. Recommend to everybody. What a shame. It was a good series. What a rotten way to die.
So the core problem for me is about choice conflict.
Yes.
What I mean by choice conflict is when the player's goals and there's the goals of the player as a game-wise conflict with the goals of the character as an expression of the player. So the player has a character who's like a sassy jackass or whatever.
Yeah.
The player wants to get a thing. If they play their character as a sassy jackass, they can't get the thing.
It's true.
So when we do that as designers, we're saying your character concept is invalid for this game.
No, that is absolutely true. I mean, think about the number of times you had to suck up to somebody in an RPG to get what you wanted, right? If you actually chose to play the way you wanted to, you were denied the thing. That's happened more times than I can count, actually. And yeah, it basically says, "Hey, you invalidated my play style." Like that's definitely a way to think about that.
That's an extreme example, but that's really the root of the issue, is that doing or saying the right thing, meaning the thing that is actually going to progress the game in the most...
Don't we do that in real life, though? Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've said things that are just, in retrospect, terrible. And, in our fast and loose block and move on society, I'll probably never have an opportunity to make up for that. Because, like the interaction was there and gone. But, what do you call it? I'm not saying we shouldn't have choices and consequences, but I am saying it makes sense where because remember, you're not a game master when you're programming a video game. There's a limited number of responses you can give in any situation, and in those situations you kind of have to pick a certain number of choices and consequences within the situation. Like there's just no way to kind of get around that. Like the development time is not infinite. So, let me see. Why Brown knows when you're a proud, independent cat boy. That's right. 150% cat boy. What was I saying? Yeah, regarding that, it is interesting, regardless, to see, how, you would be able to, go and yeah, exactly. Speech more like 24 out of 50, something like that. More like 24 out of 50. 30 is a little bit further. Branching can become exponential pretty quickly. That's what I'm saying. Is there's very, very limited developer resources to work on this stuff. And you want to give people the feeling like they can choose how their character responds to things. And there's nothing that takes you out of an experience faster than being told, no, you can't make the choice you want to make. And AI Dungeon is real, and it's been around for a long time. But yeah, I get what you mean. Let me see here. Anyway, so it is completely it's completely possible to kind of be in that situation where you know, you want to pick a certain option, but the game says no, that's not on our intended course for you. And it's again, it takes you out of the experience. So imagine the sheer amount of balancing they have to do to satisfy the variety of playstyles that people may want to go with. I know several times in video games, I have wanted to lie to an NPC. That is to say, tell an NPC what they wanted to hear, then betray them later. Little did I know that in Bethesda games, specifically, when I make a choice, I'm committing to that thing. I will always speak truthful in a Bethesda game. Not always, but like 95% of the time. Like, my options are only to speak truthful. Therefore, if I say, yeah, I'll side with you with the intention to betray them, I am now locked into a course where I will side with them. Period. It's, yeah, thou shalt not lie. I mean, I'm already telling people that I'm an effeminate cat boy, so the lies are mounting up faster than ever before. I've got a mud crab and an IKEA shark plushies here, so there's I guess I can't show you the plushie despite the fact I'm holding it right now. The hand doesn't know how to track because I'm wiggling the mud crab back and forth. That's funny. There we go. My goodness. There we go. You thought it was a girl. You never know what happens with the flat chest and the what may lie beneath the surface. Terrifying. Thoughts on Cyberpunk 2077? I'm looking forward to playing it early next year. I own it already. All right. Kill everyone is a dialogue option in every branch. It's true. It's true. Yeah. Of course, in Baldur's Gate 3, you can also lose a lot of, what do you call it, dice rolls. Your character can suddenly, temporarily become incredibly stupid and forget stuff they knew before based on the dice rolls. It's, anyway, let's go.
Most favorable way conflicts with the idea of a right character. Mm-hmm. The two examples I've listed here are Deus Ex's social boss battles, which, no offense, I actually thought Deus Ex Human Revolution was a fantastic game. I liked how they presented their conversations, but the conversations felt like puzzles. They didn't feel like things that grant player agency.
True.
Because if you choose to play a character in a certain way in that conversation, you will lose the conversation.
Yes.
However, similarly, in Fallout New Vegas, we have dialogue skills like speech and barter. We also have dialogue perks, and they become you win the conversation choices.
Yeah, I remember in my most recent Fallout New Vegas run, a lady asked me to help her. And I had an option under barter that said, Dr. Robert diagnoses this conversation with a critically low amount of caps. And it's just such a random thing to say. But yeah, if you have barter skill, you can convince her to pay you up front. before she, you can agree to help her or not afterward. It was pretty funny. Anyway, let's see here. It sounds funnier than a speech wheel minigame. It is a lot funner than a speech wheel minigame. Oblivion's the speech wheel was honestly an abomination. I disliked it very much. But let's listen to more of this.
In the choice here, talking with, I can't remember that guy's name, Santiago, I think. When you're talking with Santiago, if you pick anything other than the speech option, you're basically intentionally handicapping yourself. So if you want to role play a certain way, we're essentially saying, okay, thanks for being a dummy. You are going to lose out in this situation. So to repeat this, this is the main subject of this talk that I screwed up yet again, is that doing or saying the right thing to get a gameplay advantage, or the gameplay advantage to move it forward the way you want to, conflicts with being the right character.
The correct character. Role playing. Dice role playing versus playing a role. Excuse me, Half-Life is an RPG because I'm playing the role of Gordon Freeman. Let's go.
And you may be saying, well, sassy man, what's the right character? That's your voice in my head, by the way. The answer is any character that falls within our supported range of expression for the player, that's a right character.
Yeah.
If we allow you to play out a certain fantasy, that's a right character.
That's right.
Some of this has to do with consistency. If we consistently reinforce something for the player and then pull the rug out from under him or her, bad news. So when we look at what's a valid character, we define that expression range and we have to support it. If we don't, we're letting the player down. We're saying,
yeah, that's part of why New Vegas is so good, because straight up, you can just like, we have to support it. If they have identified a specific type of character, that is good. That is so good.
Saying, yeah, we kind of allow you to play this, but not really. It's mostly cosmetic, and sometimes you'll get something out of it, but most of the time you're going to get screwed. That's the problem. It's a game.
Not a puzzle.
It's not a puzzle. Puzzles are not really games.
Not a movie.
Right answers and wrong answers. It is not a movie. It is not something you sort of sit back and watch. And it is not a book. It is not just for reading. You're making choices to go through it.
Yep. It is super interesting, though, because even when I'm playing, you said 90% of Fallout New Vegas is gated behind being a white knight. Is working for the NCR being a white knight? Because you can kind of be a jerk without siding with the Legion. The Legion cuts down your options significantly. Yeah, the Legion is what kind of pigeonholes you into much, much less content. Well, howdy, Cyrus. Howdy, howdy. What were we doing? Oh, yeah, I was clicking buttons. Visual novel bundle. You're surprised by a lack of choices? Yes. What is with the cat boy? I have no idea, man. People have said that they see this kind of cat person. I don't know where they're getting this from, though. I think there's like some sort of a mass delusion going on somewhere around there. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Anyway, let's get going. Let's continue this.
It's a game, and if we embrace dialogue as gameplay and not things that are sort of ancillary to the game and treat it as like, well, yeah, there's the game and then there's the story. If you're doing branching dialogue, I think it's important that, and again, you don't have to do branching dialogue. It's not important for all games. But if you're going to do that, then you should do it as well as you can, and you should incorporate it into the gameplay.
It's true.
So my assertion here is that if you plan well, you can avoid choice conflict.
That's right.
When all the ways that you can go through the game are considered validated ways, and you give a clear response and reactivity spectrum to the player, meaning you make a choice, you get this feedback, you make this choice, you get this feedback. When that happens, the player benefits and the character roles align. There is not.
Yeah. So basically, if I wanted to be kind of a jerk, I absolutely could do that. Within reason. Not kill everybody, right? And not side with Legion, but rather, you know, I want to be a hardened mercenary who really only only works when gets paid. So I will, rather than soliciting help, I will ask for money up front, stuff like that. Let's see, the wrong character was when your first failed Skyrim build. You leveled the pickpocketing tree. Oh. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. That's unfortunate. But, yeah. Yeah, thievery is, very often, forgotten about in Skyrim. Like, there are many situations in which stealth just isn't an option. Like in Bleak Falls Barrow, for example. Yeah. That'd be definitely an example of that. You can be sarcastic occasionally in Fallout 4, and that's an evil playthrough. Oh, oh, jeez. That is funny. Uh-huh. Right. Right. Yeah, Morrowind goes, nice cutting the thread of fate, bro. That's true. You can still go and kill Vivek, take Wraithguard, and get the main quest done that way. Like, the developers said someone might not reload after getting that message. What do we do? And they created a path for that. That's awesome. Okay.
Not a conflict, because you've already planned out, hey, if a player wants to be a crazy jackass, they're going to make these sacrifices, but they're going to get this out of it, and they're going to feel good about it. But it takes planning. You can't just, like, decide to do it. It doesn't happen spontaneously.
Yes.
You have to look at three things when you're planning this stuff out. The types of choices you want to allow the player to make.
Yep.
The range of player and character expression. This is sort of like, well, what sort of characters are actually valid within this game? As an example, in Fallout 1, you could kill kids.
It's true.
Wowie. In
Yeah.
Fallout 2, you could marry somebody and then basically sell them as into like porndom. So that's like a range of expression that says like, okay, the goalposts are really far apart here. So once you've sort of established that, that's what you're going for.
That's
and then
crazy.
finally, your narrative goals.
Range of expression is Starfield's new game plus 10 armor. Jeez. Did you, like... Okay, the Hunter in Starfield is actually a stand-in for players who replay the game way too much to the point of which the narrative has no meaning. It's great. Like... And so they reward you with his armor for doing just that. For playing the game way too much. I can only think about just how broken the players are who actually grinded that out immediately. Like, just went for the main quest complete and then did the armor plus 10. That's absolutely nuts. Yes. All right. The Hunter is what we all eventually turn into after playing Starfield once. Oh well. Narrative goals.
You as designers, you also have to accomplish certain things. You have to communicate certain things to the players, and those can be in conflict with what the player wants to do. If you say, hey, player, you can be a sassy jackass, but if you do that, you're going to miss all this critical information for playing the game.
True.
That's...
It's true in other games, I mean. Absolutely true in other games. Yeah, exactly. You said it's a shame the dungeons are the same every time. I'm a dungeon crawler type player, so all I had to do was do New Game Plus 1, and I immediately knew. I knew in my heart of hearts that I could not play this anymore.
This kind of sucks. So here's my systemic approach to doing this. Consider the types of choices that you're going to make. Define the range of player and character expression. Establish the narrative goals that you have for the game that you need to communicate. Then get some perspective on how these three things work together. Then you write your prose. And again, this is not about prose. That's a separate sort of subject that can be a rich tapestry of interesting things. Not here, though.
Not here.
And then everyone goes,
not here,
God,
not now.
Your game is so amazing. Thank you. I got to play exactly the character I wanted. You're the
Yes. Yes.
So step one.
I mean, New Vegas has problems. New Vegas has a lot of problems, actually. Like, the game is kind of incomplete, and it shows. Like, it's missing a lot of what it should have. But what it does have is, minus the dungeons, better than anything Fallout 3 or Fallout 4 has. Minus the dungeons, because Bethesda's dungeons are better. Unfortunate, but true.
One is considering the types of choices you can make. So you want to provide tactical choices to the player. Tactical choices are what I would call node-by-node choices.
Yes.
In the conversation, every node where you're allowed to make a choice, there should be some sort of tactical decision there. Those are immediate reactions. Strategic choices. This is long-term planning. This is not necessarily about, I'm going to say this and this guy's going to get mad at me and then this girl's going to give me a kiss. It's about, you're sort of like building reputations with people, indirect reputation mechanics, things like that. You want to forecast consequences. There's actually a pretty cool anecdote that Tim Kaine brought up in the Q&A session of Fallout 1, which is about the ending of Junktown in Fallout 1. So Junktown, initially the endings were, if you put Killian Darkwater, who's like the good guy, in power, then Junktown gets screwed. And if you put Gizmo, who's the scumbag, in charge, Junktown actually does very well.
True.
But the consequences of that weren't really forecast. It was kind of just, it was a reversal. It just said like, haha, actually Killian sucks.
Oh,
and because
yeah.
those consequences weren't forecast, it felt weird to a lot of people, even though it was arguably more interesting.
No, that's absolutely true. It surprised people. But, give me a sec. Gonna say, though, I don't think that's, yeah. He said, KOTOR 2 has better writing than Bethesda games. Well, yes, but KOTOR 2 has better writing than KOTOR 1, which, you know, for a while, BioWare was considered, like, saints in the, like, RPG space, even though they, you know, didn't make Shadows of Undrantide and Hordes of the Underdark, which are the best parts of Neverwinter Nights. And did they do Dragon Age Origins, I guess? Like, I'm just thinking about the fact that consistently BioWare makes a thing, and then another studio makes a better thing, using it as a foundation, right? And it's kind of appropriate that, you know, Obsidian would come along and do a Bethesda better than Bethesda. The issue is that the issue with Bethesda, I don't see them learning from Fallout 4 like they should, for their Fallout New Vegas like they should have. It's unfortunate, but yeah. Yep. Obsidian lived that way, past tense, because they outside of maybe some CRPGs. They're not. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. Let's see. Process he described versus Pagliarulo's. I'm gonna write a story and make you play it. It's true. It's absolutely true. Yeah. Bethesda only learns that they lose money, and they made a lot of money with the newest video game, Starfield. Yeah, we were talking about Starfield, and Starfield kind of bleeds into this whole idea of how that like how Obsidian took a Bethesda engine game and did something better on it, you know? What company has ever learned from losing money? That's a very good question. Usually companies get shuttered when they lose money. Yeah. But let's think about this. What companies have survived losing money and come out the other side better? Trying to think. Like, we could say No Man's Sky, but they didn't lose money. They made a huge amount of money. They ran away with everyone's cash and came back 4 months later with a superior product. Let me see here. Nintendo. Yeah, I would say Nintendo. Nintendo has. Of course, they're also assholes when they want to be, so, not the best example, but it's true. Okay. EA. Electronic Arts. Can you name the game that they lost money on? And yeah, Square lost money and then learned from it. You're right. You're right. Square is a valid example. 100% actually. Yep. Konami isn't trying. Konami has completely dismantled their internal development teams. Konami has switched to doing what do you call it? To outsourcing all of their games. So anything Konami's doing now that is quote unquote trying is actually a what do you call it? Is actually an outsourced game. Yeah. Different companies making their game. Let me see. Yet to see a post-Anthem game from BioWare? Yeah. Square Enix made a terrible game called Final Fantasy XIV, which was so bad that they had to bring a new team in, rebuild the game from scratch using the same art assets, and then release the new version of the game called Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. They lost huge stacks of cash on the original Final Fantasy XIV, and then they learned from it and made a better game. It's true. Okay. Anyway. Capcom. Agreed. Capcom. They have lost money on several ventures, and they've learned from it and kind of adjusted their trajectory. I would say that the newest Street Fighter has been kind of amazing with its street mode. I've got to say a lot better than 4, that's for sure. I have no idea. Bethesda did. Bethesda consistently learns the wrong lessons from what do you call it? Yeah. Yeah, Bethesda consistently learns the wrong lessons from feedback. Like, that's the crazy part, is Bethesda listens to its players. People think they don't, but they actually do. It's just they are the masters of learning the wrong lessons from that feedback. It's nuts. Anyway, let's go.
And then finally, you have to validate all options to avoid the perception of win or loss, the perception of, well, I guess I just made the wrong choice. I'm playing the wrong sort of character. I should go back and try to get something else out of it.
Yes.
So some words on choice architecture. Hopefully I won't screw this up yet another time as I go to look at it. So I've been reading an interesting book by two professors from University of Chicago called Nudge, and it's about choice architecture and a lot of other things. And there's this interesting quote that one of the authors gave at a convention about choice architecture. So choice architects must choose something. You have to meddle. For example, you can't design a neutral building. There is no such thing. A building must have doors, elevators, restrooms. All of these details influence choices people make.
True.
There is nothing neutral about putting an attack reply at the top of a dialogue tree structure. There is nothing neutral about putting a goodbye reply at the end of the dialogue tree structure. These are consistent choices that you make. How you lay these things out.
I mean, yeah, I'm tired of listening to you attack in brackets. Attack. How many times in New Vegas have you seen that? Where you just go like, I'm done with this attack. It's good shit. But there's nothing neutral about that. You're choosing at that point to end the conversation and commit violence.
How you present them to the player, that has a huge impact on how they perceive them and how they make choices.
Yeah, I mean, if you give a lot of diplomatic options before the attack, that's true. Wait, Bethesda, the players ask Bethesda do skip any form of dialogue. Oh no. Oh no, are you saying that people are spamming the button, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up? Oh, that's who I killed, thanks? Is that who you're talking about? Oh no. Let me see here.
What do you look for when considering a new writer?
That's a tricky one. Actually, our designers are our writers. So obviously we look at writing samples. It's another thing where most people who do video games tend to overwrite. We overwrite. Like we write way too much stuff. Most people who play Fallout, I watch them play it. We wrote all this brilliant stuff. And they get to a guy and they're like just jamming the button. Shut up, 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 shut up. Oh, that's who I kill. Thanks. So I think the trickiest thing to do is to write really short things, just to get the information across. But our writer, we don't have anyone as a sole writer. They're also quest designers, level designers. So if you're looking for that kind of thing, we would look for, like a quest designer, you really have to understand some programming language. We'd look for a quest, like here's what the player does, here's what the character said, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, where's the nuke button? Exactly. Exactly. You got it. You understand. Jeez. And now for the person making the real decisions.
What's the story with Bethesda stories? How do we make our stories? KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. This is my own personal rule for myself, right? Keep it simple, stupid. What does that mean? When I'm coming up with a story for a game, I like to concentrate on strong central themes. Skyrim. Skyrim is a game about dragons, right? Even in the studio. What is the game about? It's about dragons. But the story is not really about dragons, right? It is about the lone hero. It is much more biblical than a lot of the other stories we've done. It's about the Dragonborn, the Dovahkiin, is much more of a messiah sort of character.
This is, at the end of the day, kind of the problem with Bethesda. I mean, with Microsoft, it'd be like,
actualize, synergy, synergize, growth, profit, profit.
Yeah. Okay. Ahem. Now, before we get back to this, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play one clip, and this is telling about me personally. Okay. This one is about me.
All right, let's state the obvious. There's something wrong with me.
So let's get back to it. Ahem. We're going.
In Obsidian games forever and Black Isle games, usually the default option for everything is always the top one, because we find that people tend to just gravitate there. If you put an attack node there, ooh, people get mad because they start going 1, 1, 1. God damn it, why am I in combat? So it matters. That goes back to this idea. You really do have to think about how you lay these things out.
Can you imagine just spamming the button and suddenly you're in combat? It's like, no, I just wanted to talk to him. Ha. Ahem. Hail Caesar, indeed. Oh, boy. Let me see here. I think it was... Let's see. Simplicity, simple. Subtlety. They don't do subtlety. They don't. No.
Oh my God, yet again, what am I doing? How do I use PowerPoint? So node by node choices, just to go back to this, node by node choices are, again, you get to a point in dialogue, the guy says, yeah, what are you going to do about it, buddy? And then you have 3 options. You know, you can say, well, I'm sorry, let's work it out. I'm a diplomatic guy. Or, I hate your guts, I'm going to stomp you in the face. That's a tactical choice. There's going to be immediate reactivity and feedback to that.
Yes.
So that's a tactical choice. It's short term. These are things, ideally, that happen quite a bit in conversation. They usually require a lot of scripting, so they can't happen all over the place. But these are the things that people really react to, where, you know, what was the conversation in Mass Effect 1 where the reporter is saying something to Shepard, and he's just like, you know, punches her in the face. You know, people are like, oh man, a million YouTube videos. I'm the first guy to post this. It's a tactical choice. Very cool. There are also strategic choices to make, though.
Keep it simple, stupid. Stupid, simple. Thank you for the $2 A. Yes. Let's go.
One thing I identified in here that works generally very well for this are what I just made up this term, indirect reaction systems. These would be things like karma or reputation or loyalty or whatever. You don't get necessarily an immediate feedback out of it, but you're putting pennies in the rainy day event reactivity fund. So, you know, you kind of sass someone, and, you know, NCR gets a little grumpy with you, and that, you know, you get points in the negative pool, and then you do some stuff for Caesar's Legion, and that you get points in the happy pool.
Happy pool. Anyway, so yeah, that's something special there. Gandalf, I see. Keeping it slightly suspicious is a recipe for keeping it subtle. Yes. Yes, indeed. No. Not too fond of what Emil Pagliarulo is selling, sadly. Okay. Doing a Lord of the Rings reference, I see. I see. Well, let's go.
And then eventually, you know, some NCR Ranger comes up to you and says, you're going to fucking die, bro.
Are you serious? Did a Khajiit just say not too fond of Outlanders? That's, oh boy. It's really funny, though. If you pay attention to, like, the Elder Scrolls Online circles, they get very, very irritated at Morro-win fans for like pointing out the racism and stuff, because they're like, Morro-win never glorifies it. It's objectively wrong, and you shouldn't roleplay it. It's like, okay, I get it. I get it. But yeah, it is interesting because if you look at Elder Scrolls Online players, because ESO players aren't necessarily Morrowind fans, right? They generally have this affliction. Okay, it's kind of a curse, right? They see every character role played as an as an insert for themselves, right? Meaning that everyone else is playing inserts as well. At no point in time is someone role playing a character that has a moral, what do you call it? Has morals that are different from themselves. Yes. Is set up in the Elder Scrolls or ESO massively racial-based world war? No. They're actually people of all races in all the provinces. Yes. You said it's not role-playing, but they don't understand that. They see role-playing as dress-up simulator. They wanna put on the pretty outfit they got from the crown crates. Yes. No, seriously, they want to put on the outfits that they get the loot boxes, and from the loot boxes they said role play. Is it role playing if you role play yourself? No, but yeah, it's a typical hashtag ESO fan moment. That's what I'm talking about, though. That this is a problem with a lot of very vocal people in the Elder Scrolls Online community, is they don't understand or care about the they don't understand the concept of role-playing a character that is divorced from your own morality, right? They see themselves very much as like anyone who role-plays a certain way obviously has those beliefs as an absolute. Yes. It's absolutely nuts. Yep. And yeah, you have to kind of feel sorry for the people who believe that everyone who is role-playing is actually, like, everyone who role-plays obviously role-plays a self-insert, right? Right? Ah. All right. You always play by yourself. I see. Well, anyway, we're going to go ahead and continue, shall we?
Cool. And then eventually, some NCR ranger comes up to you and says, "You're gonna fucking die, bro," and shoots you.
Yes.
So it's a
True.
long-term outcome. It's a strategic decision. It's not about having a big scripted reaction. It's about a little reaction that builds up over time.
Yes. Having that NCR ranger show up and tell you what do you call it? Sorry. The NCR ranger tells you, like you better do good by the NCR, or the next time we meet you, I'm gonna kill you. So yeah. Yep. True. You usually do free all the Argonian Khajiit slaves. I usually do too, but I've specifically made the choice not to in this playthrough. Yep. And that's important because I'm playing a female Dunmer who is trying to, become a tribunal temple worshiper in good standing. So I'm not freeing any of the Khajiit or Argonian slaves. I'm just kind of leaving them alone, right? Even though in most playthroughs I do free them because I'm not playing a fundamentalist person there. I was going to say... There we go. I have a copy pasta for that. All right. you played an Imperial and you thought it was best not to meddle in their politics. Yeah, exactly. So it just depends on like your character perspective, right? It you know, different points of view for different characters. Yes. Okay. Ooh, what else we got? All right, let's go. So, we go.
Forecasting consequences. So, you know, I gave that example of the choice from Fallout 1. So the idea is that you want to intrigue the player.
Mhm.
You don't need to spell everything out, but you kind of have to forecast what's going to happen.
Okay.
In a writer's roundtable yesterday, one of the guys gave an example of, I don't actually know what game he was talking about, but he said he picked a line that seemed like kind of aggressive, and then he wound up just like gunning a bunch of people down. He's
Yeah.
like, whoa, I didn't quite want to be that aggressive. So intrigue the player, but inform them of generally what's going to happen. You can surprise them, but don't make them angry. So if you surprise them in a pleasant way, awesome, great. That's the joy of story.
Yes.
As it unfolds, but don't make them mad, because then they just feel like they were sort of tricked into picking something that they didn't want to take.
Yes.
Differentiate the consequences.
How many times in Fallout 4 have you guys picked an option and then had the full text of the option deviate from what you believed that option should have been? It happened to me more than once, like, for sure. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, that's what I'm saying is, like, I had to install a mod that, like, lists the full text out there because I couldn't stand it, you know? You said waifu drag. Oh, no. Those are sins against nature. I think it was, yeah, I mean, what you're talking about as far as like mods go, they are they are not, they are crimes against nature. Yes. What I mean by that, I mean this exists. It's awful. It's just awful. Yeah. It's bad. Yes. It was here. Hold on. It was Parthenax, Alduin, and Oviding, whatever the hell it was. Point is, like, those are the three dragons, and this is a crime against nature. This existing is a crime. Let me see here. Yeah. Okay, let's get going. No.
This is super duper important. False choices, not all players pick up on them, but
Yeah, you're right. When you're right, you're right.
This is illegal, you know.
Yep.
players are simultaneously smarter and dumber than we think they are. And a lot of them do pick up on fake choices. They sense it very quickly, especially if a game uses them a lot. So I would say, let's just stop doing it. Everybody, let's stop doing it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lace consequences with sacrifice. So I'll get into some differences in choice agony, but when a person makes a choice, they should feel like they're making a trade-off. The idea with sacrifice is always that you get something more out of it than you lose, because that's why you made the sacrifice.
Yes.
But you should feel like you did make a trade-off there. And ideally, it's a bunch of different options where there's some pros and cons, and they're not easy choices, but they don't have to be horribly intense. And that push-pull conflict produces agony, and that, generally speaking, is good when it doesn't go too far. Validating the options of choice and consequence. Again, this goes back to when you make a choice, you want to validate it, say, yes, player, this is a correct way to play the game. You're the character you chose to play.
Yes.
We support that. You can keep rolling with this. If you make a similar choice down the road, it's also going to be supported. Keep on trucking. Good job.
Oh, hey. Yep. Choice and no consequence. Yep.
This is in contrast to choice and no consequence. I'll pick a little bit on Dragon Age here. Dragon Age had a lot of cool stuff in it. This isn't one of them. Sorry. You have a bunch of options that people talk about, and it doesn't produce anything. There's absolutely no different ending result from you picking any of these options. You can circle through it over and over again, and it's the same outcome. It's kind of a waste of the player's time, and it's a waste of the writer's time. So we've done this in the past. Oh, sorry. Oh, geez.
Elix, by the way, does a lot of X character will remember that. A lot.
We've done this in the past. A lot of companies have done this in the past. I think we do it because we feel that we want to give the player options. But again, players pick up on this stuff. They get irritated with it. If you do it a lot, they get really bored of your dialogue because they feel like the choices they make don't mean anything.
I'm carrying Jet, Psycho, and other party favors, and I don't deliver to the help. Okay.
Versus win and loss. So again, Fallout New Vegas, we did this all over the place. This is also bad. When you come into this situation, unless you just want to fight, which is, you can still fight even after taking this option, but this option makes it incredibly easy. You can come in here, you have a high speech, and you can just say, hey man, yeah, I'm here to drop off some drugs. See ya. And then you can...
That's what I did, but then I went and I started killing. Just like backstabbing each person, stealth killing each person. It was crazy. All right. Let's go.
You just walk around and steal everything and then come back and C4 everyone or whatever you want to do. If you have a high speech, you're kind of like shooting yourself in the foot if you don't pick this option. So we're kind of saying, like, if you don't take this, you're playing at a disadvantage.
Here we go. Look at these amazing choices the player has. Amazing.
Really that great or satisfying. So I want to talk about choice extremes. So
extreme. Oh.
That's
Jesus.
how to spell extremes, by the way. Officially. So there are kind of two ends of the spectrum here, neither of which I feel are particularly great. One is the sort of Jesus Hitler option.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of our games have had these. Hopefully we've moved mostly away from these because we like moral ambiguity a lot. Jesus Hitler is kind of like, hey, there's a baby. Do you want to give the baby a little smooch on the forehead, or do you want to throw it into an oven? And those, I mean, and we see those options, and they're not really compelling. Like, if you've decided you want to play a crazy dude, then there's no struggle to figure out what you want to do. There's no sacrifice.
Yeah.
Just like, well, yeah, I'm a crazy baby killer. There you go.
I mean, that is just a that is honestly just a Bethesdaism, though, isn't it? Really? Like, but Bethesda are the people who are like, I'm gonna be a good person. I'm gonna be the devil. Like, give me your money now. Okay.
Or no.
BioWare did that a lot. Yeah. Honestly, there's even a little bit of that in KOTOR 2, to be honest. Yeah, KOTOR 2 has a little bit of that too.
Oh, like I'm a super nice guy. Why would I ever do that? So there's no real interesting choice to be made there. It's very flat. It is an option, and it is differentiated hopefully in how it works out, but it's not that compelling. And then also the other.
Fable gives you demon horns if you divorce your wife. It is considered. I've said this like 15 times before because it always comes up, but it is considered objectively less evil to divorce your wife than it is to kill her. I personally hate the "I hate my wife" comedy that I keep hearing all over, mostly because I love my wife. But it's really, really freaking weird. Yeah. Peter Molyneux. Yep, yep. Let's go.
The other end of the extreme is Sophie's Choice. Spoilers for a 30-some-year-old book. Yeah, Meryl Streep's character, she has to choose between which of her children will die.
Mm-hmm.
No one wants to make that sort of a choice in a game. There's no, it's not like, wow, I'm so glad I made that choice instead of that one. It's just two shitty choices. So a player should feel like there's something good and bad out of what they pick, not just like,
right.
Well, which limb do I lose? Or like, which child do I sacrifice? Those choices, they're...
Hey, remember in Fallout 4 when you go to the mole rat dungeon, and the mole rat curses you with a disease that permanently reduces your health by 10 points? And you get to choose whether you keep that permanent 10 health disability for the rest of the game, or you kill the child, and then you get it removed. The crazy part is you can actually have a follower go into the mole rat vault, and if your follower gets hit, the script automatically applies the disease to you, because it's just checking to see if you get hit, or if anyone gets hit. The rats are applying the disease on hit, not on hit to a person, on any hit to you. It's nuts, absolutely crazy. So I'm like, oh well, I'll just have Codsworth block it for me. Disease applied, you're fucked.
They're interesting in the sense they produce some struggle, but the player really doesn't feel good about having to make those choices. So ideally, the agony in the conflict is somewhere between these two spectrums. It's not as simple as Jesus Hitler, and it's not heart-wrenching total loss like Sophie's Choice. Just some examples from... Actually, these are kind of nasty, too. But they're differentiated in an important way. So choice agony is... Greek plays do this really, really well, and very consistently. Greek plays will... Spoilers for 1,000-year-old plays.
Oh, no!
So in this case, the agony is not between two things that are, to borrow an economics term that I learned yesterday, fungible. They're not between like a child or this arm or this arm. In the case of Orestes and Antigone, it's a choice between two kind of equally bad and equally good options, but the sort of value arithmetic that goes into it is not equal. Orestes' father was killed by his mother, and I think it's Apollo is saying, yo, you have to avenge your dad, kill your mom. And the Furies are saying, dude, you cannot kill your mom. That is bad news. He's like, oh man, and he kills his mom, and then the Furies chase him. And oh my God, how agonizing. Antigone wants to honor her brother, bury her brother. I think it's her dad says, you can't do that, I forbid it. And she's like, wow, this is agonizing. And then she goes over and does it. So again, the value arithmetic there is not, oh yeah, well it's just 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's two different things. And when a person reads that, one person might say, well, I value this more than that, I value this more than that, and that's what makes our individual choices more interesting, as opposed to, hey, what color do you dislike more?
Yes. What color do I dislike more? No. Okay, everybody. 3 different colored endings. Do you... Red... green or blue? How will Shepard deal with this? He is the shepherd. Let's see here. Choose uninstall. Yeah, something like that. The green only if you played enough to unlock it. Yes. Jeez. But don't worry, because we'll just add more endings. Oh, boy. Almost done. Let me see. Hold on a second. We need to take a moment and pause. We've got we've got a an article to read really quick. Here we go.
Jeff Keighley removes player's voice category from Game Awards. No gamer shall speak when I, your God, speak for thee.
I see. Let's see here.
In an ominous last-minute move, Jeff Keighley announced the removal of the entirely fan-decided player's voice category from this year's Game Awards. Only the true King of Kings stood upon this stage as I stand before thee. Shall bequeath these idols to worthy developers. There can only be one true decider, cried out the show's producer and host, Jeff Keighley, during yesterday's tech rehearsal at the Peacock Theater. And henceforth, no gamer shall speak when I, your God, speak for thee. Fans of the Game Awards were shocked at the announcement, with the majority of voting done by an advisory committee comprising industry professionals and influential gaming news publications. Many felt the 100% fan-driven vote proved a welcome addition to the show. After Keighley's onstage sermon, a Polygon reporter in attendance broke the news online. Upset fans immediately took to various forums to express their displeasure. We gamers only equate to 10% of the vote in every other category. Player's voice is the one category that's actually decided by us, ranted Reddit user Colt_of_Collie. Last year, the fans had their voices heard. No other category would have properly recognized Genshin Impact as such a crowning achievement like we did. The true gamers. Let's be honest. Last year's player's voice was rigged. But I had faith things would be different after that, said IGN commenter Cuckles Echidna 33. Sonic Frontiers was the clear winner. But I knew. This year, as Blue Ballers would manage to get Sonic Superstars the win. I guess that's not the case if player's voice is no longer happening though. Despite the immediate blowback from the announcement, Keighley stood his ground. In an official Game Awards press release, he further defended the reasoning behind his decision. The voice of gamers speaks too softly. They fall deaf on mine ears, writes Jeff. Such voices quiver and break. In fear. In unworthiness. Their thoughts and taste hath been spoiled by sin and greed for far too long. It is such that I hath made this decision. To anoint myself the God of all gamers. It is my words that now pen themselves from my holy mouth. Speaking on behalf of the gamers and gamelets who know not what games are good. For not all games are good. However, 'tis my true sight, my clairvoyance, that shall for once and for all grant these divine prizes to only the most worthy amongst us. Jeff Keighley ended the press release with one final statement of congratulations.
Okay, hold on.
Preemptively awarding his good friend, Hideo Kojima, and Death Stranding 2, for Game of the Year.
Death Stranding 2 for Game of the Year. Yeah, gamelets. That is so stupid. Okay, this is a hard drive article. I'll go ahead and link it in chat because I can. But yeah, that's very special. Let's just say. Okay, give me a second. We are getting everything together. Got it. All right, we're going back. You would support an award show that's openly arbitrary decisions made by a single individual? Perhaps. Good comedy, though. Nice parody. I've got to say that if Jeff Keighley did arbitrarily decide to become God, maybe I'd stop calling him the Dorito Pope. All right. Are you a lawyer? No. But I have studied a fair amount of law. We're talking like low-grade armchair lawyer shenanigans and many discussions with actual lawyers who run in the family. Yes. But no, I have my family possesses both psychologists and lawyers, so I get to have discussions and learn things. It's great. Anyway, let's go.
It's not to be confused with spice agony.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you know. Choice agony is not spice agony.
Right.
Arguably, spice agony is even cooler because it's from Dune. So
Dune, yes.
But it's not the same. Sorry, guys. So the second step, I guess I'm doing okay on time.
Yeah, it's a Black Yoshi video that said that. And I typically, if people ask, I just kind of shrug and not say anything. All right. Anyway. Stretching, give me a sec. And the joints popped. Okay, we go now.
Even though I'm screwing around all the time. The second step is to define the range of character and player expression. This is really about, hey, what sort of characters do you want to allow people to play, and are you going to support through the choices that you give? So you want to define a response and reactivity scope. This means what can the player say and how are people going to react to it. It's very important to figure out. What sort of character prototypes? I'm just using, I made up that term because I didn't want to use archetype. I'll get into that later. What sort of character prototypes do you want to use? Support for character ideas. And then create a range of impacts that you can have. These can be little impacts, big impacts. They can be physical impacts, emotional.
I know, I understand this is a reasonable conversation, but I was thinking about Genshin impacts. Jeez. Okay. Good, evil, shades of gray, nuance. Makes perfect sense. Let's go.
That later. What sort of character prototypes do you want to use? Support for character ideas. And then...
But think about that. I mean, in like Emil Pagliarulo's type of writing, you get a set story with a couple variations on the same dialogue, right? And here we're talking about like formulating character archetypes as a mechanical option, then writing for each of those mechanical archetypes. In other words, the player choice was built into the mechanics of the conversation before they even fully penned the ways you could respond.
Create a range of impacts that you can have. These can be little impacts, big impacts. They can be physical impacts, emotional impacts, all over the place. So figuring out the scope of responses and reactivity is very important. If you are making a game with very split morality, good and evil, that's your range. Is it about shades of gray where there's a lot of moral ambiguity? Are the responses aligned along things like stance? So for example, Alpha Protocol had stances. There are a number of games that have things like stances where they're more like attitudes. They're not really aligned along morality. And then what sort of reactivity are you going to have? What sort of scripted or direct reactivity are you going to have? And then also what sort of indirect reputation mechanics are you going to have? Reputation, influence, things like that. So the player can get more frequent inputs into that system. As an example, Fallout New Vegas' scope and range.
There we go.
It was really big. One of the cool things about the Fallout setting is that there's just so much crazy stuff in it.
True.
And designers have a lot of fun with that. Players usually have a lot of fun with it. It doesn't always result in a consistent experience, though. So there's a huge scope of responses.
Yeah.
Anything goes at any scale. So Fallout New Vegas, you couldn't kill children, because I don't think any games allow you to do that anymore.
Yeah.
But, you can kill everyone else, like everyone. What I told the designers is that you have to imagine that the player has a like Thanatos kill field around them everywhere they go, and they just can't help it. Everyone drops dead.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
So the whole game was structured so that you could kill everyone, even your one sort of fall through guy. You could kill him, and he died, but he would then transfer his consciousness into a different robot and come up to you. So
Yeah.
it was very important that we allowed that.
Yeah, Victor, so that you could finish the main quest. It makes perfect sense. You know, you kill Victor, and then Victor just shows up again, and you're like, how did Victor? Like Victor was gone, now Victor is back. You know, and then you realize, oh, Victor's body swapping, crazy.
Also, you can do all this crazy reverse triple.
It's not Victor, but I was pretty sure Victor is simultaneously standing in several places. Yes, man? Okay. Yeah, I think they both do it because, like, I've seen Victor be in multiple places at once. Yeah, it's both? Yeah, that makes more sense. It's both. Cool.
Betrayal stuff. Because of our reputation mechanics and the way that they worked, you could start
You say Victor follows you, but Victor is ahead of you all the time.
out working for NCR and then kind of drift over to Caesar's Legion and then get on their good side and then, oh, we're actually going to help out Mr. House and then we're going to betray him and go independent. So there's a lot of things and ways that you could weave through the story.
Yeah.
There's a lot of scripted reactivity, like a crazy amount of.
Again, you know, the idea that you could side with Mr. House, then go in and kill him. It's very similar to how, you know, you can kill Vivek and do the whole, whatchamacallit, the jury-rigged Wraithguard thing, right? They, like, both games acknowledge the idea that the player could go off the reservation and, you know, do whatever they want. Yes Man is the ultimate safety net in case the player went and killed Caesar, killed the ambassador, killed the president, you know, like, basically did all the things. It makes sense. Okay, let's go. Starting to yawn here.
Scripted reactivity, and all the credit for that goes to the writing team and the area designers that made that stuff happen. And reputation. We had a reputation system for factions and for locations, and that served as our indirect system, where players would either perform actions or do dialogue things and resolve quests to feed into that system. So now I want to talk about prototypes. Again, I use this word instead of archetypes because I think that sometimes archetypes get, that word kind of gets thrown around. Archetype is higher level than these guys. Archetypes are more abstracted than these individual characters. Prototypes, to me, in a role-playing game, are starting points for character concepts. They can be sole characters. Sometimes they're combinations of characters. You know, I want to play Aragorn. I want to play Snake Plissken. I want to play Clint Eastwood's racist character from Gran Torino.
But, I mean, I guess that's true, though. You can more or less be all of these people within reason, right? I mean, sure, less magic, but look at her personality, and you can be that. It's true. Yeah, Mountain Blade. Well, Mountain Blade is more of a simulation than anything else. I mean, like, assuming you killed everyone in Mountain Blade, you just get new people replacing them, right? You would, the simulation would just kind of fill in, like, more people up to a point.
By the way, I really want to make an RPG where someone's like, yes, I'm playing Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino. So the idea is that players really, they gravitate towards these characters, and players are creative, but we all start somewhere. And so some players will be like, yeah, I want to be the man with no name. I want to be Lisbeth Salander from, you know, Girl.
Oh, yeah. You can't kill, correct. When you, quote unquote, kill a lord in Mountain Blade, they get knocked out. That's right. That's exactly right. They get knocked out, and then you ransom them, or they escape after a while if you don't ransom them. So you should ransom them.
Girl with a dragon tattoo. I want to be Blade. Whatever. There's a starting point, and then over time they usually expand from there. But understanding what your game and your genre supports and where that's going to start is very helpful. it's not just useful for defining dialogue, but other things like dress and appearance and costuming and things like that. In fact,
okay. We've got a hold on, I need to double check this. Okay. There's a message. Just a heads up. Raising kids under your belief system. That sounds like indoctrination. Obviously, you should raise them under my belief system instead. Sorry, I had to quickly do an aside for this because it was sent, and it's yeah, that is 100% true. I agree with this man. There we go. Okay, well, let's go. Anyway, let's get going. So yeah.
Back to New Vegas, I mean, the number of clothing mods you see for people that are supporting the man, like everyone is, hey, I'm the man with no name. Great, I'm Clint Eastwood in New Vegas. Great. There's like a zillion different clothing packs that support that. So understanding what people are going to want to play is very important. What are the Fallout New Vegas prototypes? Who knows? Because we didn't define them ahead of time, unfortunately. We knew we were going to have a huge range of influences and responses, but we didn't really sit down and think of this ahead of time, unfortunately. So yeah, there's some stuff where you kind of feel like the man with no name, or you also kind of think about, you feel like Mad Max. Surprise, these are the same character. One is in Australia, one's in the United States. They're kind of the same dude, though. And like, there's some stuff where you feel kind of like this weird Spec Ops guy. That's that beard guy. You know who I'm talking about. It's that beard guy.
I don't recognize.
And I know he has a real name, but everyone knows him as that beard guy.
Okay.
But you know, but we didn't really fully support it, and there's other things that we could have supported.
I don't understand.
Like all the crazy tribal people from Doomsday, or even the tribal kids
Mad Max, and Man with No Name. Those are definitely definitely taking me back there. Oh boy.
Beyond Thunderdome and stuff like that. But we didn't really think about it. Also, there are other examples of like strong female characters, like Alice from the Resident Evil series could be considered a post-apocalyptic character. But we didn't really.
God, who the hell's like Alice doesn't have a personality though. Like she just reacts to things, with like a blank look on her face. Seriously. Like, Alice just reacts to things with a blank look on her face. So, for those who don't know, Alice is a character from the Resident Evil movie series. She is the wife of the director, and her job is to do Resident Evil better than the Resident Evil characters. So, when Leon or Chris or Claire shows up, she is there to do Resident Evil better than them. That's her purpose. Yes. Anyway, let's go.
Really think through like what are we trying to support, unfortunately. So the range of responses was, granted in the Fallout universe they're already all over the place, but they didn't really feel like you were playing a consistent character necessarily. Mm-hmm. You want to create a range of impacts. Choices should have impact. Again, this goes back to don't just kind of make fluff or meaningless choices. You want to ground them and make the player feel like, wow, I'm cool. Like that actually did something. It wasn't just sort of an aesthetic change. You can also make that happen through indirect reaction systems. When the player sees, and some people complain about this, tough shit. When I say like +1 to reputation, I know it's my immersion gets broken, but you see, hey, that actually fed into the system. Great, it's good feedback. So as game designers, even though some people get all worked up about it, it's very good to reward people that way. Mm-hmm. And then the important thing, I think, to remember is that narrative or emotional impact is the important scale. There's examples of 2 big impacts from Fallout New Vegas. One is Archimedes 2, this big space laser, and that was in all the trailers. I don't really think that choice had a big emotional impact on a lot of people. The only person that has a strong emotional reaction to it is one of the companions, Arcade, and it's pretty unlikely that you actually have him at that point.
Yeah, arcade. I guess if you have the space laser, could you give the space laser to Elijah in the DLC? I don't think you can. It'd be pretty cool if you did just say, hey, I got Archimedes for you. And he's like, what? But no, he just, at that point, Elijah's sick, and he just wants to curse the wasteland with the cloud and the zombies and the everything. He wants to turn it into Fallout Dust by then. Arcade is Sawyer's insert. That's kind of funny. Let me see here. But no, I've never had I've never had arcade with me and picked the option that he liked ever. Yep. Okay. Bam. Okay. Let me see here. We're just going to go ahead and end the Politico conversation. Now then. What else? Right. As I was saying, yeah. That's kind of funny.
It doesn't really influence a lot of things around it. So even though it's like a big event, there's not a lot of emotional strength to it. So it's like, wow, the crazy space laser. I don't care. I'm just going to go on with my adventure.
Sneering imperialist. Oh. Whatever, Joshua. Put a cap in General Gobbledygook here. Sneering imperialist. That is such a terrible and hilarious trait you can pick. I think so. Arcader Cass. Jeez. Let me see.
Compare this to, I think, the DLC, especially all the so I did one of the DLCs, Honest Hearts. I'm only putting up there because this is the one that I did, but Chris Avalon was the project director on all the other DLCs other than Gunrunner's Arsenal, and they had great.
Gunrunner's Arsenal wasn't a real DLC. It's literally just, hey, do you want free items in your inventory? Let me see here. Yep.
Emotional content to them. People really connected with the characters, did a great job there. In Honest Hearts, the sort of resolution of it, people seem to respond very strongly to because it was a very tense moment between really just three people in a very small space. But that sort of stuff can go a long way. So the scale is really about emotional impact. When it comes to change, when the player feels like they're producing something that's really tugs at them, I keep doing this and I shouldn't, it makes them feel good about the choices that they make. Something I think was much better defined in terms of scope and prototype characters was Alpha Protocol. It was very clearly defined.
Alpha Protocol, yes.
They had the professional and suave and aggressive stances.
I'm thinking of the Courier's Cache. Okay. Yeah. I'm good at thinking of the wrong thing. Very good. All right. Let's see here. Cool.
There were variants to that would appear in dialogue, but that's pretty much what was established for the spectrum of responses. A lot of heavily scripted reactivity. They also had a reputation mechanic that was used very frequently. And they had three prototypes. It took a while to settle on this, but it was called the three JBs. Jason Bourne, James Bond, Jack Bauer. Equipment choices, dialogue options, all that sort of stuff kind of fed into that. Is like, if I want to play like Jason Bourne, I'm going to want to say this sort of thing. If I want to play like Jack Bauer, I'm going to smack this guy in the face and like get all aggro on him. And that really helped drive a lot of the choice. People were like, oh, okay, yeah, I get those guys. This is the space that we're working in, which is very important. So step 3 is about establishing narrative goals.
Okay.
Ideally, you should fuse information and emotional content, not do info dumps.
Fuse information and emotional content. So, for example, when Boone is telling you about the stuff the Legion does, he's telling you about the stuff the Legion does through the context of he had to shoot his own wife in the head. Yeah. I think so. I like that. I can think of several opportunities where information is provided, you know, like Cass's caravan and all that is all tied to the is tied to her feelings, you know. He said he didn't have to. That's subjective. Okay. Moving along. Oh. Yeah, Lonesome Road is, it tries to wax philosophical, but, it reaches really hard. It also, it implies more than it has. You know, that, you know, the idea of, show, don't tell? Well, Lonesome Road tells, shows a little bit, and then tells a lot more.
You should separate your critical information from optional information. This is very important when you remember, hey, players can go around smacking dudes and skipping over stuff and shortcutting all sorts of things in dialogue. And you want to outline your narrative branching ahead of time. You do. A lot of people look at New Vegas, maybe not everyone, but a lot of people look at it and they go like, wow, how did you plan all that stuff out? And it's actually, I don't want to say it's easy, but when you do it from the beginning, it is not especially hard. If you try to do it 6 months down the road, forget it.
Yeah.
Any game that I've worked on where we've planned for this stuff ahead of time, it's gone very, very smoothly. Once you start developing the game and you try to back into a bunch of freedom of play and movement and choice, it doesn't go so well.
Yeah.
So don't do this. Dialogue branching is, I think, at its weakest.
Wow. That was a weird noise. Huh. Let me see here. Okay.
When it comes down to essentially being no more than a keyword list, where you're saying, hey, tell me about this, tell me about this, tell me about this.
Tell me about your weapons. Well, we use guns. Tell me about guns. Well, these are pistols. Tell me about pistols. Yeah, that is, that's your average RPG conversation with a branching tree. Unfortunately.
I think there are much better ways to do it. I think that Mass Effect putting stuff in the codex is a really good way to do it, other than the XP gain, which I think should be gotten rid of. Also, Bioshock does it really well. They have like essentially 3 levels of interaction where there's the main storyline, there's the stuff you can hear through all the tape recorders and things like that. Thank you for reminding me of that. And then also the all the posters and things where you can infer and imply all sorts of other relationships by looking around. So there are other ways to give information about the world and what's going on in it than just info dumping onto the player.
Why does Bethesda refuse to catch with the times? Well, mechanically speaking, Bethesda refuses to catch with the times because their games keep selling, because they keep getting money. As in, like, we may talk about subjective, or in our limited opinions, objective quality, right? Objective quality. Anyway, that doesn't matter because their games sold. Starfield is, how do I put this? Starfield may be critically getting panned, where all the reviews, like all the user reviews, are disappointed. But they're still making shit tons of money. And until one of their games doesn't make its money back, they're just going to keep doing this. That's really what it comes down to, is money. Unfortunately. Now, I guarantee you this. I absolutely guarantee you this. When one of their games is a commercial failure, Microsoft is going to dismantle the company and harvest the intellectual properties and give them to other teams. But they have to get a commercial failure first. Fallout 76 doesn't count because it wasn't really under Microsoft's watch. And it still makes more money than it spends in microtransactions. Yes. Rewarding mediocrity. The consumer base does that. I'm part of the problem. I bought Starfield. I paid for it in order to live stream it. So, you know, I'm playing Skyrim a lot, so they look at their stats and they go, people are still playing Skyrim. We got to make paid mods. And I'm part of the problem. That's me. Part of the problem. Let's go.
If you can give information about the world to the player, try to sort of wrap it inside the emotional content of something else. So a character is talking about something that's important to them, and in the context of talking about that thing, you're learning about the world. If you just have someone sort of stand there and dryly tell you about the world, they're just a narrator for an encyclopedia, and that gets really boring.
Yep. No. Think about it for a second. Fallout 76, where we're talking about Fallout 76 with the data tapes, right? So information dumps, right? It's not even dialogue at all. It's not even dialogue. It's actually they're like little holotapes that play while you're doing stuff, right? And those holotapes are they're basically the same thing. They're info dumps. And almost nobody wants those except lore channels. Lore channels want info dumps. Everyone else wants to have an emotionally charged story where the NPC goes, we need to stop the Combine now. Like the Combine advisors are here. And we're thinking, who are the advisors, right? They were never explained. But we get to learn about it as it's happening. It turns out that they're psychic floating little balls of death. Terrifying, right? But that's kind of the format that people want. They want it done in a kind of they want it done in an emotionally charged way. They don't want someone to just stand there and go, and then on the third day they climbed the walls and they sieged the castle while the guards were sleeping. The guards didn't expect it. Nobody wants that. No, nobody. Yep. Let's go. Few players want this. I liked the dungeon crawling in Fallout 76. I really did. But the story was bad. The characters were bad. The improved version that everyone said made it, like, redeemed it, was bad. What it had was Fallout 4 style dungeon crawling. That's it. Yes. Walking to the library in Vivek is emotionally charged? No, it's not. But who walks into the library in Fallout in Vivek? Who does that? You're a nerd. You can read the books that you are given as part of the main quest, and that will give you significant information. But we have to acknowledge that Morrowind is functionally a completely different game when it comes to how it provides its story, right? It provides its story, Morrowind provides its story through books and text dialogue. Whereas Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 4, Fallout 76 all provide their stories through live conversations that are done in a more cinematic way. The kind of info dumps you get from a book generally aren't good unless you're talking about the books that are handed to you. Literally handed to you during the main quest. I'm serious, like, the books that are most important, Caius and everyone else will hand to you. They'll summarize it for you as well if you just refuse to read the actual lore books that they hand to you. But that's only because they realize that there's a good chunk of people that would never read the lore books in the first place. At all. So, it's interesting, but we kind of need to acknowledge that, you know, for the most part, the, like, the lore books that you are given are really the only ones that are needed to understand the narrative. There's a difference between narrative and lore, or world building, right? And world building is nice. It's great to have. I like it very much. Morrowind has the best world building out of the entire series, after all. However, the only parts of it that are really mandatory are the books they hand you during the main quest. They give them to you and say, read this. It's important. And you can get a synopsis from the NPCs anyway. That's it. Because the narrative is not a cinematic storyline like it is in the other games. Fallout, like Starfield, Fallout 4. It's odd. Fallout 76 didn't start with a cinematic story, but it became a cinematic story in Wastelanders. Eventually, in the fullness of time. But Wastelanders is also bad. Unfortunately. What I'm trying to say, though, is that all of these games, Fallout New Vegas included, have a completely different presentation from Morrowind. And it's important to acknowledge that what this man is speaking to is a completely different presentation style. And what we're talking about specifically when we say nobody wants info dumps, we're talking about an NPC standing there in front of you meandering. If you make the choice to read a terminal in Fallout New Vegas that you didn't need to read, that's on you. That's actually a good idea, mind you. That's a damn good idea. But it's on you. Lucas, thanks for the support. Awesome. All right. Let me see here. We're going through. We're going to continue.
You have to figure out what your critical and optional information is going to be in the game. Again, very few players want information dumps in dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
Most players...
Dialogue.
They do want to understand what's going on. Usually they're skipping through things because it goes on for too long and tries to tell them much more than they actually need to know.
Yes. Remember those games that have the long intros? I remember one game has a 15-minute intro that's unskippable. Oof. I'm going to go play that again someday.
If you write your story well, the player should not need to know a huge amount of information to understand the meat of the plot. And they really shouldn't need to know much about what they're doing in the next stage of their adventure. By the way, hints and hanging references, those are also exposition. A person can reference something without defining it. That's fine. Let it go. Like, let it hang there. Person will be intrigued, look it up later. Maybe another character references that group or organization or religion later.
Yep.
Maybe it's never defined. And the player goes, huh, I wonder what that is. I've gotten so many questions for Fallout New Vegas because Chief Hanlon, Chris Christopherson's character, says, yeah, all the veteran rangers are hunting ghosts down in Baja. And it's like every week I get 2 or 3 people.
Baja California. And what are ghosts? Are they like wasteland abominations? Ah, Lucas, thanks for the $20. That's awesome. What was I saying? Are they like mutants? Are they people? Are they are they a metaphor for the past? Right? Like people are looking for relics or something. We don't know. Like we don't know what he means by ghosts, and that's really cool. Yep. Your stream's got you through work. Awesome. That's great to hear. All right, I put my hands over my head, and that's what happened. Wow. Okay, let's go.
Saying, what is he talking about? I am never going to tell you what that is. Never, never, never. Like, something weird's going on down there. They're in Baja. That sounds mysterious. Great. Just let it go. That's a side thing. Cool. That's intriguing. Narrative branching. Obviously, you have to guarantee that all the critical information is communicated. If you allow the player to do something that breaks their understanding of the game, that is very bad.
Yes.
You have to have ways to handle that. You want to isolate reactivity. So reactivity is awesome, and players love reactivity. I think a trap people fall into is they want to make the reactivity really, like there's a huge ripple effect from any, like a pebble hits the water, and like thousands of people are changed forever. And it's...
I mean, you can do that when you have like a binary choice where, the game may go in 2 separate directions based on your choice. We were talking earlier today about Shogo. Shogo is a game that came out around the time of Half-Life. I was playing Shogo for a little while when Steam came along and fucked up Half-Life. See, Half-Life was good. And then they came out with a DRM, Digital Rights Management, for Half-Life. And it was bad. It was terrible. They called it Steam, but imagine it not being a storefront at all. It just being terrible. Like, imagine taking like 30 seconds to get connected and like a half hour to update your game. And you had like a half hour to play, and you just watched as this little progress bar went over, and the progress bar suddenly just stopped, went back a little bit, and started going forward again. And you're like, what is this? And the olive-colored, the olive-colored scheme, and there was an icon that moved. It was a gear that was working back and forth, right? And the gear was like moving back and forth. Anyway, what happened was like someone put a picture of a guy bending over, and the gear was going in and out of the that is how I honestly felt with Steam. It was not too great. It was in fact quite bad. Yeah. But during that time, I took a moment to go replay Shogo. And by the time I was done with Shogo and done with Shogo's multiplayer and everything, they had fixed it up again. And I could play Natural Selection 1 in pace. Yes. Let me see here. This was made by Monolith. This is a weeb game in every sense of the word. In other words, it is a Western-made game. Yeah, that it is a weeb game in the sense that it presents with a Japanese song and is extremely Western all the time.
It's very messy. Players don't actually notice it or appreciate it. It causes a lot of bugs. You can actually do a lot of more like very localized reactivity, and players feel like the world is very rich with the reactivity, but it's very light scripting and bug fixing wise. And then generally speaking, more branching is better than bigger branches. So it's more interesting to have like little ways to alter the story and then feed into other things than to try to make one big, massive narrative that branches out in a million different ways. Just recombinant-wise, it becomes very difficult to manage that stuff and to bug fix it. So here's an example from Fallout New Vegas.
Okay.
That I think worked pretty darn well. They Went That Away was the first main quest that you go on. So Fallout New Vegas starts with you being shot in the head and dropped in a shallow grave, and your first quest is to go find the people that did it.
Yes.
So your first steps are completely informational and independent of each other.
Yes.
It's really just, where did this dude go? It's Benny, the guy in the crazy checkered suit. Where did he go?
You can literally go to the go straight for New Vegas, pay the credit check, get a passport, or even like bluff your way in, right? And so once you finish that up, wait, hold on. Someone just said there's no Skyrim 2. Hold on. I don't know about that. On.
Hey, you're finally awake. We just crossed the border. I've heard strange things have been happening since I was away. Even so, it's good to be back home. Back in Skyrim.
Skyrim 2 Electric Boogaloo. That is, in fact, Skyrim 2. You said that's ESO? Yes. It's also Skyrim 2. As in, they very much did not, are not very original. Oh, well, let's get going.
And you go from step to step, and each person tells you something more that you follow and follow and follow. Because they're just information and they're independent of each other, the player can actually go straight to New Vegas from Good Springs.
True.
Without ever going into any of the other steps.
Absolutely
they can do things
true.
in different orders. They can go straight to Novak through a pass. They can go to Boulder City. They can do things in all sorts of different order because the story still makes sense. The story is, find out who shot me and where that person is.
Yeah, it's super interesting. The game will naturally lead you in a horseshoe around the New Vegas area through Nipton and up, right? That is the natural progression to get you to New Vegas. You don't have to do that. You can sneak your way through a bunch of Cazadors or Deathclaws, depending on which path you take. It's absolutely true. But I find the path to New Vegas really fun because you get to learn about the area and stuff. But you don't have to do that. They aren't forcing you to. There are ways around it. Yeah.
If you just walk into Vegas, the story still makes sense.
Uh-huh.
You miss little side details. Actually, you miss quite a few side details along the way, but the story is flexible. And by the way, we
Yes.
just totally ripped off Fallout 1 for this. Just ripped it right off. If you look at Fallout 1, the first critical step, you leave the vault, find the water chip. That is actually the first critical path thing that you need to do is find the water chip.
Yes.
You can walk from Vault 13 to the Necropolis. You do not have to do anything else in between.
Yep.
That's the way the story makes sense because you're pointed, hey, go check out Vault 15. Oh, it's not there. Oh, I'll go back to this town. Oh, what's that, Raiders? Oh, okay, I'll go to the Raider Den. Oh, I'll go to the here. So it unfolds in a very logical fashion, but the player is not required to do things that way because it's all about information. The reactivity.
Unfortunately, with Morrowind, you still have to get Wraithguard somehow for the main quest to actually complete. But you have two ways of doing this, and one of those ways does not require you to do the main quest at all. It just requires that you get to level 20 by any means necessary.
Activity is very localized to those places. So reactivity is in that space, and then later on, maybe we'll have, we do this all over New Vegas. You do a quest, hours later, some random dude out in the middle of nowhere goes, hey, reaction to the quest that you did. And they're like,
Yeah.
oh my God, this world is full of all this reactivity.
True.
But it's really just that one character doing that one thing, and then it's completely forgotten about. But if you do...
Did you get a star cap? I need those star caps, man. Like, I've given up on collecting those, but you know, like you should definitely yeah. Let's go.
Do that for a ton of quests, then people go like, wow, there is really a lot of stuff going on where people remember and do things and this world is alive. Critical information is always the next step. That's very important. Supplemental info is seasoned all over the place, and the player freedom is huge. You can kill everyone. You can go to the first town. Where are these guys? Bam, bam, bam. The guy's like, I don't want to tell you. Bam, shoot him, take a thing off his body. Go to the next town. Hey, who are all you guys? Cool.
Kingdoms of Amalur. It feels like a single-player MMO. It's really good at times and really bad most of the time. It's one of those situations where it feels like an Elder Scrolls game, but like the game has an identity crisis. Let's put it like that. And so it's definitely Ken Rolston, you know, trying to recapture that magic in Morrowind and Oblivion. But like it feels like the development was troubled. I would say troubled is the best way I can phrase it. But the actual like skills you can pick from is kind of huge, you know? Like you get a lot of options in that game. Unfortunately, again, it feels far more flawed. Mix of Elder Scrolls, Dragon Age, and Fable. That'd be a good way to put it, I guess. But everything feels, you know, a little more on the floaty side, I guess. That's. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, let's go. Anyway, I'm gonna continue.
Go to the next town, and the story it makes sense because all the information is there. You go to the next town, the guy in the dinosaur Manny says, well, I know where those guys are, but I need help. And you're like, yeah, you need help. You need a doctor. Boom. You take it. And I mean, you can kill everyone. You don't have to, like, you can just keep going, and the story totally makes sense, and you're just this whirlwind of death. And it worked very well. So the fourth step is to get some perspective on this stuff. So this is your analysis, where you've sort of looked at all these things, and when you start to look at the choices you're giving, are they satisfactory? So outside of what you've defined, when you say, like, if a player were playing this, are they going to like the choices that they're given, and are they going to like...
You think you'd rather have a fantastic game rather than realism? Huh. You like that Dagothur was immortal? You hated trying to kill him for a long time without any item, but it was memorable. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. Dagoth welcomes you, Nerevar, my old friend. But to this place where destiny is made, why have you come unprepared? All right.
Like how they play out. Look at the role-playing versus the benefit. If I'm playing a certain type of character, do I get enough of a benefit that I don't feel like I'm being penalized for playing that sort of character? And if there's a conflict, you have to identify what that conflict is.
Yes.
Look at your critical and optional narrative. Is the player getting everything that he or she needs to actually understand what the story is? Again, this is separate from the optional stuff, but the optional stuff they can skip, that's fine. Players that want to dig, they're going to dig. You don't need to like force it in their face. You don't need to bribe them to look at it. That's fine.
Don't blow
What
it.
about your pros? No problem, man. Super easy. Well, the point is that once you've identified the sort of range of the stuff, it's not that necessarily writing prose is easy, but that spectrum has been codified much more.
Yeah.
So when you start to make your choices about how to write it, it's in the perspective of what the player is going to appreciate. So writing prose.
Oh man, just think about that. Like again, you know, with the Elder Scrolls and Bethesda Fallout, you're typically being given like a set course, like for a set character. You know, like in Fallout 4, it got better, but Fallout 3 and 4 is better than Skyrim, for example. But no, when you think about it, like Skyrim very much wants you to be a specific character. Like, you are the Dragonborn, you're the Messiah sort of character. And it reflects that in the dialogue, I think. I think it really does. Whereas this, this feels like they have designed a world. They've designed a story that's gonna feel good no matter what kind of like way you want to attack it, for the most part.
It's its own thing again, but this is the setup for making branching dialogues.
Mm-hmm.
So, in conclusion, I screw this up one more time. You are choice architects. When you're building this stuff, there's nothing neutral about the choices you're making. You have to plan it. RPG players want good choices, and that's very subjective. But the idea is, if you're supporting a type of character in a character range, they want to feel like that's valid for them.
Yes.
And the games that do this really well really make players they just love those games because they'll come up with I see the craziest character concepts people come up with for New Vegas. And a lot of it is in their head. A lot of it is sort of self-narration about the sort of person they are and where they came from. Some of the craziest stuff. But if the choices support it, then they feel really excited about it and they really attach to it. Designer and player goals can be in conflict. Your narrative goals, their desires as a player.
Yep.
You have to resolve those conflicts or at least accept the consequences of that conflict.
Yeah.
You can't resolve every single thing, but you have to at least recognize it, plan for it, and accept it. Thank you very much.
No. You see, this has been planned. This has been planned before. Like I get that. I get what you're saying. That, oh no, Starfield is doing bad. Like, no. This has been in the works for a while. Let me explain. So, you see the Microsoft Partner Center here? This is Minecraft. This is Minecraft's marketplace. They've been working to get paid mods online using the Minecraft marketplace infrastructure. This has been in the works for a while. Microsoft is taken over, and they're bringing whole hog to monetization. This is the true path for the future. They're going to do it right this time. Can't say that with a straight face. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's get back to the video. Hold on.
I don't think you have to actually kill anybody, and people enjoy that, and the reward is the fact that they didn't have to do that at all. The thing is, though, inherently, they know what's coming for them. Like, they know that that's out there. For example, if we said, hey, you can do a pacifist run of this, and they got halfway through and were like, psych, you got to kill this guy, they would be livid and pissed.
Yeah. How many games have done that? Seriously, like, remember in Starfield? We're talking about Starfield now, everybody. So remember in Starfield when I did the UC questline on stream, and they taught me to use the less than lethal weaponry, the stun gun. And after they taught me to use the stun gun, I turned around and was going to do the Aquila City Rangers questline. And the Rangers told me, nah, you can't arrest that guy. Shoot him in the head. And I'm like, what? But you told me I could bring him in. Just kidding. You got to kill him. And literally, he's stunned on the ground, okay? The man is stunned on the ground. All his guards are dead. And the quest is incomplete. And it says, kill him. And I'm just like, what? But I'm supposed to arrest the man because I'm a lawman. I'm a lawman who's gonna, bring him in. Nope, you gotta kill him.
Like, they know that that's out there. For example, if we said, hey, you can do a pacifist run of this, and they got halfway through and were like, psych, you gotta kill this guy, they would be livid and pissed because we betrayed their expectations.
Me, right there. Me right there.
Did not forecast what was going to happen. There is actually an interesting thing where, for example, in Honest Hearts, there's a part where you're trying to evacuate, and you can play as a pacifist. So you can go in there and you say, like, I don't want to fight any of the white legs, these tribals that are just butchering everyone.
Yeah.
And what Daniel says is, if you don't kill these guys, they're going to kill a ton of the Sorrows, this very innocent group of people.
Yeah.
And you can say, like, well, too bad, I'm not going to fight. And you can do it. But the choice of the consequence of that is forecast ahead of time to them. And I think that as long as you sort of communicate to them, this is going to be the reward, this is, it's sort of self-forecasting in the case of pacifism, because that is, ahead of time they know, I can do this, the whole game supports it, I can get through it, I don't have to do it, that's fine.
So you don't have to give them like a system reward, like you get a special bonus if you were a pacifist.
I don't think you have to. I mean, I think if you want to, that's fine. Again, if you want to forecast that. For a while, we had challenges in New Vegas. They were too hard to track, but for what, I can't remember the technical reason, but we had pacifist, like, sort of rewards for people that got to level 10 or level 20 without killing anyone.
Right.
So you can build that in. I think the important thing is, one way or another, you have to figure out what the player is actually going to enjoy, because a lot of it is very subjective. Some people just like being a good person and like people responding to them very warmly in the world. And so that can...
You don't need to reward role-playing, but you should be mindful of punishing it, right? Like, as he said earlier in the talk, in Deus Ex, Human Revolution, I believe, the dialogue tree felt like a maze, where you can win at the conversation or you can lose at the conversation based on how you act. And if you act as a consistent character, your role play a consistent character, you will lose that conversation, because the conversation, quote unquote, winning the conversation actually requires you to change your role multiple times during the conversation. You have to take different stances, essentially, based on how, based on his responses, to outplay him in his conversation rather than to actually play a role. So if you remain consistent, you will lose the conversation. That's more or less what I'm saying. So the idea that you want to, like, you should respect the player's choice, but you should be careful about punishing the player's choice if the player's choice is not egregious for the situation. That's just a reality. All right.
be a very good reward for them.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. That was a great talk and fantastic game as well. I think I was just wondering, where you were presenting there with the example where you had the speech statistic and the notion that you can win a conversation.
Oh. Hey.
And actually, I found.
Hey. I just talked about that.
Now, that was really effective in Fallout New Vegas because I could grow my character in that way. Because, you know, combat obviously is a gameplay system and you resolve it by winning. And felt you could have that ability to express yourself by growing in combat or express yourself by growing in conversation. So if you remove the ability to win in a conversation or to have a sense of having varying degrees of success within that system, how can you still enable players to feel like they're growing in that part of their character or that role?
I think it's a difficult question because when we say that the player wins in there, there's not actually a game there. Like the game, if anything, the game is the strategic game to put your points in your speech skill.
Correct.
But there's no real way to forecast that stuff.
Yeah.
So if a player's already put the points in it, when they get to that point, there is no gameplay there. It's just combat. You put your points into your skill, but then you still have to move around and actually choose when to shoot and when to take cover, when to use your stims. So it is a very difficult problem. And we've seen games that have tried to tackle this. Oblivion tried to...
Hold on. Baldur's Gate 3 has a permanent debuff that is only curable if you force one of your companions to act inconsistently in a major way. Interesting. Let's see. You need more than one companion to role play a diplomat in Fallout New Vegas. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. You feel like you're really smart that you choose to play a charismatic character. True. Absolutely true. It rewards that those gameplay choices. The point allocation, I mean.
Make it more gamey, and I don't think a lot of people responded super positively to that. It's a difficult question. I don't know what the exact right answer is. I do feel that it doesn't have to be a skill that you put points into. I think that dialogue can be a thing that you feel like you navigate your way through and you build reputations. I think there's a lot more that we can do with indirect reactivity mechanics that make people feel like they're playing through that. The important thing to me is that people stop and think and they make their choices and they're weighing the tactical and strategic things. Speech skill is not... in conversation, is not a tactical choice nor a strategic choice.
Correct.
And that's what it comes down to for me. And I'm sorry, I don't know where to go with that, but I know that a lot of people commented on it and felt that it was kind of out of place.
Yeah.
Cool.
True.
One more? Two? Great. Shrugging.
Can you talk a bit about the granularity of choices and where you figure out where to fall on that spectrum? I think at the bottom of the spectrum of a game like Bioshock 2, where you had like 4 choices over the course of the game. They were all incredibly memorable to me. They felt... they were very difficult choices to make, and I remember...
Bioshock 2 feels like it should never have happened. Like, the main character's journey at the end of Bioshock 1 was absolutely set in stone. It was over. Like, so now all of a sudden you're a big daddy and a lady's yapping at you, and the sense of wonder going into Rapture is gone. It's just now people are angry at you and you have to fight your way to victory. That's how it feels. Like you were just dropped into a dungeon and go and kill. Hold on. Let me see here. Okay. Google. It's this one.
Look how Militron.
On. Look how Militron creates his warriors.
Look how Militron makes his warriors.
Worthless Caridian, you must be hardened with fire! Go and kill!
There you go. Go and kill. Yes. Very important. What else? Hold on. One sent me a thing. Looking at the thing. That's not... someone sent me something and I was like, oh, can I show this on stream? And it's like, this is pornography. I cannot show this on stream. That's not a meme at all. Let's go.
For every single one of them. At the far end of the scale, of course, something like Fallout New Vegas, where there are constant choices, and each one feels, in a way, a little less important, because, I mean, it's a design choice in a way. But then there's something in the middle, like Alpha Protocol, where fewer choices, but they're more meaningful. What do you do with that scale, and how do you sort of decide where to end up?
I think a lot of it has to do with, again, the range that you want to support, the range of reactivity you want to support, and the range of expression that you want to support. So I think early on...
Oh, watch YouTube poops. Yeah, exactly. Jeez. Let me see here. You demand to create RPGs where multiple stats synergize. What's the point of high charisma without intelligence? True. I agree. Steambub, you just bought Star Explorers? Cool. Yeah, it's on GOG now, which is awesome. The developers said it's actually doing pretty well on GOG. Which is impressive considering Isles of Caliph is his newest game. I do hope he circles back around to Star Explorers and works on it a little more, although I doubt that's going to be a thing. It's mostly a complete game, but it'd be nice to see more features regardless. Okay.
In Bioshock, you know, I don't think the player's under any illusions that they're going to be making a ton of choices. And so there's limited numbers of choices, limited amount of reactivity.
Let me see. Sir, you could always show it on stream. It all depends on if you want to continue streaming. No.
In Alpha Protocol, it was, I think actually, in many ways, Alpha Protocol is kind of the way to go as far as conversation mechanics go, because Alpha Protocol is every conversation feels like a scene. It has a beginning and an end, and it like flows, and people are talking about things, and it doesn't sort of branch out into a big info dump or anything like that. And you feel like you're making meaningful choices in there. But I think ultimately it has to do with figuring out how much expression do you want to actually support in the game. What do you think players are going to want to do? If you think players are going to come up against these situations where they say, I really wish that I could do something different in this situation, then that's something you consider like, well, maybe we should have a choice here to determine how the player can go through it.
Yeah.
But I think it's a stylistic thing on a game-by-game basis.
Yeah. That wasn't a very helpful response, unfortunately. But it really just comes down to be mindful, and every game's different.
So I guess one more question at least.
Hi. You made a point like about info dumping in dialogue, and also your reference to one of the characters making reference to something that actually wasn't in the game.
Yep.
I found my experience, especially with Skyrim, this didn't happen so much with Fallout, because I think maybe the writing was better, but in Skyrim I felt the shallowness of kind of this big fleshed out world at points, because there were characters that I wanted to interact with or know more about that didn't even have that kind of option to sort of engage further with them in a...
It's true. I mean, think about how many characters in Skyrim you will talk to them for a brief amount of time, right? You will have like 1 or 2 lines of dialogue. You'll ask them about their like 2 topics, and then from then on, they'll just have nothing to say, and you can't press them on their origin or anything like that. Do you get to the Cloud District very often? What am I saying? Of course you don't. Oh, it took years. But I earned my way to the top. Earned my way to the district. Do you get to the top very often? Of course you don't. Let's go. Let's say...
Looking for my husband, Nazim? Check the Jarl's backside. That's usually where he stuffs himself these days.
Jarl's backside. I'm from the Jarl's backside. I'm from the Jarl's backside. Backside. I'm from the Jarl's backside. I suck the finest meat. I hunt with the best wenches in the hold. I actually advise the Jarl on political matters. My input is invaluable, of course. Some may call me junk. I'm Jarl's junk. Got a problem with me. Got a problem with my Jarl.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and link that. It's at Bandcamp. See there. Got it. There you go. It's linked. That is the song is called Backside. Let's go.
Sense, or that just that simple option like who are you type of deal. And I was wondering, like, do you think there are better techniques within dialogue to sort of provide that kind of closure or bridge?
Yes, I do. So I think that the answers to things don't always lie in films, but I think that we can take a lot of... There's never a point, well, I shouldn't say never. It's very rare there's a point in a film where someone says, hey, I'm this guy. Like, every character comes in and I explain who I am and blah, blah, blah. It's done in the context of the plot.
Yeah, I was going to say that Starfield, hey there, I'm this person. Good to meet ya. Every single person. Yes. AI has a hard time remembering things. It's true. You would almost need to put the input into what do you call it? Like a buffer, and then feed it back to the AI in addition to your original prompts, so that the AI has context for like your former data in the prompt. The problem is eventually the prompt gets too big and the AI goes bonkers. Well, give me a second. I heard noises I gotta go check out. Let's see here. There was a cat, and rather than coming in...
This is illegal, you know.
My bad. I accidentally played 2 clips at once. What was I saying? Yeah. So, what happened was I opened the door, the cat was there, and then he flopped onto his side. And that's it. He didn't come in. Typical cat. All right, here we go.
And so you learn about the character through the context of the struggle. And that's one of the reasons, again, why I think that Alpha Protocol did a really great job, because every scene was about a thing. Like 2 people or more in conflict, they want something, they're working towards it. And in the course of that revelation, you learn about the character of that person. Here's another thing. Interesting conflict reveals tons about characters.
Yes.
The sort of Jesus Hitler characters, nobody finds those characters enjoyable. But when you, like a character like Sophie in Sophie's Choice, that wrecked her whole character. Or even if you look at, I was talking to my friend.
Honestly, the character, what was his name? Honest Hearts Joshua? Like the conflict with the White Legs reveals a shit ton about him. And it's like, that's the way it's framed. He has a job and he has to do it. That's it. And you learn about him through what he feels he must do. Okay.
Terry yesterday about James Bond, about Casino Royale. So in Casino Royale, you kind of see young Daniel Craig. You see young James Bond as the sort of reckless dude who gets shaped through these difficult things that he has to deal with, these difficult choices that he has to make. And he seems, I think, a lot more interesting as a character because of those choices. So when we instead of a character saying, hey, here's a quest, if they become more emotionally engaged and involved in that, and you become engaged with them, I think that reveals a lot more interesting stuff about characters.
Yeah.
One more? Cool. Last.
One more.
Nobody. Hooray, we won, everybody. We won. Thank you.
Okay.
So again, thank you all for coming, and don't forget to fill out the evaluation. Thanks.
Fill out the damn evaluation. So yeah. Very interesting, though. Like, I just wanted to hear what Joshua Sawyer had to say about what do you call it, narrative design, because in Fallout New Vegas, because ultimately when we talk about how Bethesda doesn't make good RPGs, we want to compare that to a game that has the same format as a Bethesda game, right? So when you sit down and look at Fallout 3 or Fallout 4, you know, what is the closest in format to that game that has taken a different path? And that's you know, Fallout New Vegas. So you said any more? Yes. Exactly. It's first person dungeon crawler shooter is not bad, right? Starfield's format isn't bad, it's the execution. And so when we were talking about Skyrim, yeah, absolutely. Are you gonna play Morrowind? Not today. I've been streaming for quite some time, and I'm gonna need to go take a big old nap in about I'd say an hour or two. I'm getting close to wrapping things up, but not yet because I'm crazy. So, Tomorrowwind. Yes, Tomorrowwind. That is. Does Tomorrowwind still exist? Hold on. Let me check. Tomorrowland? No. Aw. I think Tomorrowwind is gone. Yeah. Oh, it looks like Tumblr. Okay, Tumblr has Tomorrowwind. That's good. I was worried about that. Let's pull this open. Give me a second to get some things in order. Okay. So, Tomorrow-win today. Vivek sick. Yes. Let me see here. Tomorrow-win today. Could have sworn there was more than just these two. Like, I've seen a lot. I don't know. Well, anyway. Give me a second. Oh no. Oh no. What's happening here? Ahem.
Tried getting into Elder Scrolls but didn't like going against the law. Skyrim required hurling fireballs at Empire soldiers. Just couldn't do it.
Great. That's a reference to some dumbass. Here, hold on. Yeah, it's a reference to a really stupid guy. Yeah. Here we go. I'm pulling it up. So, see this? There you go. Yeah. Oh, elongated muskrat. Yeah. There you go. By the way, this guy wrote 250 articles about Cyberpunk since its inception. They counted. He's a dirty liar. A lot of them are about shooting people. Yeah. But hard drive is always best magazine. Hard drive is always best magazine because he's like, guys, I completed my 100% bootlicker playthrough. There you go. That's a good meme. Hard drive is great. Okay. Yep. Hard drive rarely misses, and when they do, they recognize it and they make a parody of their parody. It's great. Anyway, let me see here. Your law-abiding GTA roleplay. Jeez. I mean, it's possible, but, you know. Why? Okay, let me see a thing. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Imagine playing a crime simulator. Let me see here. All right, everybody. We're done talking about Bethesda for now. I absolutely positively do want to play some what do you call that game? Morro-win tomorrow. What I'm planning on doing is I'm going to leave Skyrim alone for the rest of the year, maybe a little longer, and I will pick up a new Skyrim playthrough after the modding community has recovered from this vicious blow that Taudius Mandexius has inflicted. Yes. Oh yeah. No. Steambub. The guy who said that gamers shouldn't shoot civilians in GTA. He actually recanted. He he realized how dumb he was and how hypocritical he was, and he apologized for being stupid. Yeah, it's not a problem. All right. Yeah, Mandex is liar, basically. So Taudius Mandexius, the state of lying. Let's see here. He said that's rare. Well, he's a good guy for the most part. For the most part, he's got some weird tics and tends to stick to his guns a little longer than he should. But hold on a second. Oh. Hold on. I'm looking at a thing. Okay. What was I saying? Do I think it was intentional, the modding disruption? No. I think that Bethesda actually does not doesn't consider like the modding community when they do things. They assume everyone can start over. They also assume that script extender doesn't exist. That's number one. Xedit doesn't exist. Anything that's just quote unquote hacking the game or hacking the plugins, they don't consider those as valid or supported. So every script extender plugin, Bethesda doesn't care about at all. You should be using their modding tools. What do you call them? The official creation kit, and that's all they care about. Now, it's time for us to spend like an hour watching something nonsensical because I am, yeah, I said actual mods, not support, exactly. Only plugins. No hacking the game, only plugins. All right. Let's go. You said Pokemon? Okay, so my plan is tomorrow to do Skyrim, jeez, Morrowind, and then Pokemon on Thursday. That's probably what I'm gonna do. Todd Howard admitted in Oblivion he used UI mods. He admitted for Skyrim, Todd Howard has only ever admitted to using Inago, the Khajiit follower. Yes. What'd you miss? You missed 7 hours of us talking. You missed us watching Josh Sawyer talk about Fallout New Vegas so that we could compare it to Starfield. You missed all kinds of things. You should probably go back to the beginning and watch because we say the important stuff at the beginning. But for now, I'm going to do something completely, totally unrelated. So anyone who's a Elder Scrolls fan, get the hell out. I'm going to go watch the Path of Exile content reveal because I want to know what's up with the next league. The Affliction League. Yeah, I want to know about this. Thanks, Chris Wilson.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Thanks for joining us for today's Path of Exile livestream. We have a packed show today, with announcements for Path of Exile 2, as well as the exclusive unveiling of Path of Exile Affliction, which launches on December 8th on PC and Mac, and on December 13th on console.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions.
I'm not watching the live.
Wings. We'll start with Path of Exile 2, where
Cool.
Jonathan will walk you through our latest announcements. Mark will then take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Affliction Challenge League, which launches in 1 week.
I've been really, really into Path of Exile last league. I stopped about 3 weeks in, but I gotten to the point where I could do all content. And so I was super excited. And I'm contemplating what else I want to do afterward. Yes, nice dress. Well, thank you much. There's nothing more masculine than wearing a French maid outfit. Now, what was I saying? So, yeah. You like Grim Dawn? Yeah, I need to get into Grim Dawn, but I want to know what's up with the next league, and I figured why not live stream it since I'm already doing a stupid watch and react shenanigan stream. So, yeah, everything's whoa. It's okay, that's good. Anyway, we're going now. You believe they released another DLC? They did, but I still haven't beaten the main campaign yet. Anyway, let's get going.
He'll cover the league mechanics, its rewards, some new content we're adding to the core Path of Exile experience, and some large metagame changes. I'll then show you our annual core supporter packs, and we'll head into our live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask us your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes.
I'd like to hand over to Jonathan Rogers, Game Director of Path of Exile 2.
Hey guys, it's been a few months since we introduced you to the Druid in Path of Exile 2.
Druid.
But one of the things that we're really focusing on now is how varied each of the classes feels to play. The monk darts around quickly from enemy to enemy, building and unleashing combos. If he doesn't stay in combat...
So, for those who don't know, Path of Exile 1 is a free-to-play Diablo-like that is on... like online right now. You can play it whenever. But what they're showing off at the moment is Path of Exile 2, which is the sequel. Now, Path of Exile 2 is functionally different from Path of Exile 1. They're not the same video game. Their mechanics are very, very different, but Path of Exile 2 is a storyline continuation of the original. What do you call it? What they're planning on doing is they're planning on keeping Path of Exile 1 up, but staggering their releases. In other words, there's going to be two teams working on both games. Path of Exile 1 gets an update. 2 months later, Path of Exile 2 gets an update. And the idea is that Path of Exile 1 has a 4-month patch cycle, right? Currently, it's 4 months for Path of Exile. What they're planning on doing is keeping the 4-month cycle for both games, but staggering them. So every 2 months, you have something new to play. That's what they're planning on doing. They've been really good at keeping the 4-month cycle on Path of Exile 1. Like, this has been like clockwork. You can always tell when the next league's going to come out. Hold on. Let me see here. You wonder how long Path of Exile 1 will stick around? Well, what they're planning on doing is they're planning on specifically, what do you call it? Selling microtransactions for both still. So it's not like, see, people don't play Path of Exile forever. People, like, I can actually show you exactly how it functions. So, Steam charts Path of Exile. This is the best way to explain it, is just to pull up a Steam chart. All right, so the Steam chart looks something like this. And if that looks silly, where 9,000 people are playing right now, it's because it's the end of the league. Nobody plays at the end of the league. But if we go over here and we look at the 6-month rotation, you can see where it peaked, right? If we look at all time, you can see it peaking every 4 months. Like, basically what they do is they do major updates. And so you notice the peaks have been getting bigger, with the exception of the last one, because the one before it was an expansion on top of a league. This is just a league. And so what it does is it goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down. And they've set this up like clockwork, right? Where they do a release, and then, you know, like the player base dwindles, and it repeats the process over and over. And it's been doing that since its inception. And they've designed it around there. Well, what they're doing is they're going to stagger their releases with Path of Exile 2. So in these dips, specifically, they are going to have Path of Exile 2 updates, where each of these dips are, basically. That's what they're planning on doing. They're going to stagger them so that people will always have new game to play. That's how they're planning on doing it. I don't know how long it'll stick around, but yeah, that's it. Wrong monitor. There we go. Give me a second. Let me look at the thing. Path of Exile website. Okay. You look here. The new league launches in 2 days. 14 hours. You see? Yes. Now, most hardcore Path of Exile players don't like the second one. I mean, that might be true. But we'll see. We'll see. It might, like, eventually, you know, we'll figure out. We'll see what happens. They're probably not going to kill one for the other unless one doesn't make enough money to, you know, stay in business. They figured that they can operate on about a budget of, I think it's like 10,000 players is roughly what they need to keep the game going. And you know, like that's basically it. So the fact that they're getting 100,000 players on a big release, that's a big deal. It means that they are putting money in the bank.
He loses momentum and has to build it up again.
But yeah, this is a very different game.
The warrior, on the other hand, is like a slow but unstoppable freight train. A warrior commits to big attacks and relies on stunning his enemies to stay safe in the thick of combat. When an opening presents itself, a warrior can use even larger attacks to demolish his enemies.
True. Yeah, the combo, like the actual animations are extremely fluid. I am, however, they're a publicly traded company, but are they publicly traded or just 10? I know Tencent owns a good chunk of them. Grinding Gear Games. Hold on. Let me look. Grinding Gear Games. Publicly available. Hold on. Hey. Documentation. No, they Tencent owns a very large chunk of the company, but as far as I can tell, they're not being publicly traded. Let me double check this just in case. It might be, I might be wrong. Oh no, I found their stock, and it's up. No, this isn't their stock. It's yep, they're owned by Tencent and Chris Wilson. Yeah, got it. You hate Tencent? Everyone should probably be very careful about Tencent. Anyway, I'm not interested in Path of Exile 2 at the moment, so I'm actually going to go to I'm going to skip ahead to the actual trailer for the what do you call it? Path of Exile 1 expansion, because sorry, what do you call it? Not expansion, but thingamabobber. I'm interested. Here we go. Yep. If they ever shut down PoE 1, you hope they release the server files. I would like that too, but we don't know.
Thanks, Jonathan. Well, let's just go ahead and get straight on into it. Here's the trailer for Path of Exile Affliction.
Something moves in the mists. Something sinister.
Yeah.
Thorn.
This is launching in 3 days. Little less than 3 days, I should say.
Rot, plague, and claw. The affliction spreads. It hungers for more. Tread lightly in the wildwood, which shifts and bites. Accept our help, the ancient power of the Azmiri. Beware the spirits that yearn for freedom.
Okay. I've seen ghosts
and the
already.
heart of evil that waits in the dark.
Oh, hey, yeah, it's Dagoth. See? He's here. You thought I was joking, but he's here. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. He's the Vol Trial Master. There was an entire league based around him. I'm serious. Like, he's just, he's great. Just, yeah. I'm so glad Ultimatum's coming back. That was one of my favorite leagues.
Ready yourself. I will be waiting.
Stay. He even does the Dagoth thing. Hold on. I'm backing it up. Watch him. He does the thing with his hand. You'll see in just a second.
I will be waiting.
See? There you go. Okay, let's pull up the I'm pulling up the Ultimatum trailer really quick. Hold on.
You only live once, Exile. Make your choice. A simple ultimatum. Leave with your life and a meager reward, or risk it all for a chance at ungodly riches. For each trial you accept, the challenge grows. But fail, and leave with nothing. Reap the reward you deserve. Risk. Face the ultimatum.
See what I mean, though? Like, they just straight up said, hey, here's Dagoth. Anyway, they're adding that back into the game. That was a league back in April 2021. I played this league. I enjoyed it. But I will, yeah, it was called, like, they're adding it back in now. Like, that content that was temporary is now becoming permanent. It's becoming, quote-unquote, core to the game. So, let me see here. Let me see. Not surprised to bring back paid mods? Yes. Well, I've said this earlier. I've said this earlier as far as the paid mods go. If you look here, they're using the Minecraft. What do you call it? The Minecraft marketplace infrastructure. In other words, when people were like huffing copium, going, "Oh, Microsoft is gonna fix all the bugs, and they're gonna force Bethesda to do better. They're gonna force Bethesda to do better." Yeah, they're actually going to facilitate paid mods. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna use their Minecraft marketplace framework to give everyone paid mods. Yeah, that's what Microsoft is doing. Yep. Okie dokie. Ahem. Going back to my Path of Exile video. Ah. Okay.
In the Affliction League, you will encounter sacred wisps, which beckon you to enter overgrown passageways that lead to the Viridian Wildwood. A vile affliction has covered this forest with a foreboding darkness. You'll need to uncover the forest mist.
Lunacy, thank you for the $20. That's awesome. All right. I get that is, yeah, 7-hour tip. I was going to say we're at 7 hours, 50 minutes. I'm going to finish this up, and then I'm going to go hang out with the wife and go to sleep. Probably at this rate, probably sleep. But tomorrow is Morrowind, and the day after is Pokemon. Yes. All right. Let's go.
Mysteries to put a stop to the source of the affliction. As you approach the darkness, the wisps burn away its affliction. Make sure you tread carefully, because they only have a limited amount of power. But be warned, the darkness is full of cursed monsters that emerge to kill you. As you explore, you might see other types of wisps trapped inside the darkness. The Wildwood is trying to guide you towards clues about its affliction. Follow the trails of wisps by collecting them, and you may uncover
a build guide for this game as a new character. Okay, I can't do that, and I can tell you exactly why I can't do that. Because the actual mechanics of the game change every league. They will put out patch notes. They will put out patch notes when the game updates, and people will scramble to create a new league starter guide based on the patch notes. The patch notes are out now. I'd recommend checking out a channel. I think Big Ducks might be good for you. But basically, you want to look up League Start Guide, and then let me look up the patch number. Path of Exile. But yeah, the what is good build changes frequently. So if I made a video, it would be invalidated next league. So I'm gonna put in chat the actual like thing here. Give me the patch notes. Private leagues are now browse archive. I'm checking the archive. Affliction. Let me look it up. Okay. Checking a particular videos tab. Okay. Got it. I found it. So, it's 3.23. So I'm gonna send that in chat. So it'd be League Start Guide 3.23. Path of Exile. There we go. Okay. That is the magical Google search that will get you a good guide. Like search YouTube for that. And there will be people who will probably have something. 3.22 might also work if no one has 3.23 up right now. But the further back you go in time, in patches, the less accurate those guides are, because the talent tree changes like every patch. So, you know, like 4 or 5 patches ago will be completely incorrect, you know? And so that's but I hope that helps, because a league start guide like most build guides assume you have access to currency to trade for items with, whereas league start guides assume that you have nothing, that there is no trading, that you are starting from scratch. And those are great for new players. Anyway, let's get going.
Cover many different secrets. New characters to find, shrines, boss battles, and all kinds of new encounters are lurking in the forest just waiting for you to discover them. There are many rewards to earn for those brave enough to seek them.
That blade of blood looks really
cool. When the sacred wisps run out of energy, they will return you back to where you came from. Any other types of wisps you have collected will return with you to Rayclast.
Cool.
These wisps, having been saved from the affliction, disperse into the environment and inhabit randomly chosen monsters in the area.
Yes!
Increasing their power and also their rewards.
Better drop rate. Like, they will... Basically, they'll power up a bunch of monsters in your map, which sounds terrible, but when you become, like, powerful enough to one-shot all the monsters anyway, it just means better loot. That's what it actually means. It just means, like, oh, the monsters are stronger, but they drop better loot. Good trade-off. I'll one-shot all of them anyway.
The different types of wisps have different effects on monsters, and sometimes more than one type will inhabit a single monster, making the fight even harder and even more rewarding. If this happens to a boss, you could be in for a tough fight, but if you can overcome it, your efforts will not be in vain. Primal wisps grant an item rarity bonus to inhabited monsters. Wild wisps grant an item quantity bonus, and vivid wisps cause them to drop currency items.
Currency items are great, especially if you can get your hands on, you know, divine orbs. But item quantity is also good, because just more stuff drops, period, and that's fun. All right. Let's go.
If a monster gets all three types, they'll drop more items of a higher rarity and a lot of currency.
Yep.
While exploring the Wildwood, you might find some of the last few Asmeri wanderers who have managed to survive in the forest since it was cursed.
Oh.
Each of them have different survival specializations, and they are willing to teach you if you agree to help them defeat the source of the affliction,
okay.
the King in the Mists. Choose which of the Asmeri that you will complete quests for to unlock one of 3 new Ascendancy classes, which you can have in addition to your regular Ascendancy class. Up to 8 points for these classes are unlocked as you complete more quests for the Asmeri you are training under. The Warden of Eves can teach you to become a Warden of the Magi, a powerful class that takes advantage of wilderness knowledge. A Warden of the Magi can learn to use...
So, does this Ascendancy class overwrite your... No. There's 2 arrows. There's 1 arrow here, and there's another arrow there. Okay, I was a little concerned there for a second. I thought there was going to be, like, a problem. But it turns out it's A-okay, because there's your normal Ascendancy, and then there's your, like, Wildwood Ascendancy, and they're both separate to each other. I'm assuming this Ascendancy will go away when the league ends then, which makes a lot of sense.
Use tinctures which coat their weapon, granting various powerful effects. You can equip tinctures in your flask slots and toggle them on and off at will. You can only have 1 enabled at a time, but the effects are quite conditional, so you may want to have more than 1 equipped and swap between them during combat.
Right. Oops. That
For
happened.
example,
Give me a sec. I gotta pop this into reality. There we go. I hit the wrong button because I'm smart. Fix 2 more things. Okay, all fixed. Let's
equip
go.
the Ironwood Tincture to gain the benefit of always stunning enemies on full life. Tinctures can also get random mods. This one in particular adds stacks of wither to targets on full life and steals frenzy charges on hit, which makes it great as an initiator. When you are fighting rare monsters or finishing off tough bosses, you will want to swap to the Oak Branch Tincture, which grants Culling Strike, increased damage against enemies on low life, and has a chance to steal a mod from rare enemies you kill.
How long does that last? Because that sounds overpowered as hell. I assume that it won't last forever.
You can buy more tinctures from the Warden of Eves using Primal Wisps when you find her in the forest, so keep an eye out for her. As a Warden of the Magi gains more ascendancy.
The fact that these take up potion slots make me very sad, because I usually rely on potions as a part of my build.
Points, they gain access to more skills that let them further specialize in tinctures. For example, Nature's Concoction allows you to invest in having your tinctures enhance your flasks. This ascendancy skill makes it important to think about which slots your tinctures are placed in, and what flasks they are adjacent to. You'll have better uptime on those flasks, and they'll be stronger as a result.
Okay, that's not too
There are
bad.
plenty more skills to choose, even if you don't want to engage with tinctures. For example, another new ability to unlock is Barkskin.
Yeah, not engaging with the tinctures is probably going to be my thing, at least until I understand how the system works. I'd just like to play, normally, if possible, without, like diving into the League mechanics too much. But we'll see.
It's a reservation skill that causes bark to grow all over your body, increasing armor.
Okay, reservation, what that means is it takes a portion of your maximum mana away from you, and then you use that as, like, you just gain the aura of it, or whatever, like, special power it has. And so you can only have so many reservation skills before you don't have any more mana at all, like, to do anything. So what we usually do is we assign our abilities to life tap so that we steal health from ourselves to cast spells instead of mana, because our mana is all reserved. It's all bundled up and getting just the right auras and things. Okay.
As you take damage, the bark falls off, increasing your evasion.
Really?
Over time, the bark will grow back, removing the evasion bonus but increasing your armor again.
That's cool. That's really cool.
The Breaker of Oaths can teach you to become a Warlock of the Mists, an ascendancy class specializing in the darker arts of the Izmeri.
The dark
One powerful
arts.
ability you can choose is Blood Hunt, which grants an active skill called Ravenous. This skill lets you see what type a monster is under its life bar, whether it is a demon, beast, undead, construct, or humanoid. Consuming a corpse with this skill gives a buff to damage against that type of monster, and reduces damage taken by it. You can only have one type active at a time, so it's a good idea to choose wisely for the area that you are in.
Yeah, because areas will have like 4 or 5 different types of monsters, and so you have to pick which one you think you'll be running into most based on... Every map's going to be randomized. This isn't great, actually. Like, I won't know what kind of monsters are in a map until I go inside the map. Oh, jeez. I don't know. I don't like it.
Some bosses, like the Maven, are eldritch in nature and don't conform to the regular corpses that you have access to.
Yes.
But don't worry. The Breaker of Oaths has a shop where you can trade wild wisps for corpses that you can place on the ground wherever...
Wait. We can get a bonus against the Maven, the Shaper, the Elder, and the Devourer of Worlds and Flaming Exarch? That sounds good.
Wherever you are. Buy an Eldritch Corpse and you will be able to get the bonus while fighting Eldritch entities like the Maven.
Yes!
You may notice that most of the corpses he sells are not monsters you normally encounter.
Okay.
You might want to try turning some of these corpses into specters, to take advantage of some of the unique abilities.
You can spec... Okay. That, that didn't occur to me. I'm scratching my eye, actually. Like my... Yeah. Anyway. Spectre from Eldritch Monstrosities. That's cool.
Abilities that these monsters have.
Wait, is this one of the... This is one of the Shaper Guardians, isn't it? It's the Hydra. It's got to be the Hydra. Hold on. I'm going to see the mouse over.
You may notice that most of the corpses here...
It's the Hydra. It is, it's one of the Shaper Guardians. That's like one of the super bosses that you kill all 4 super bosses and then you can fight the Shaper, right? Well, one is just there for you to have a specter of.
These cells are not monsters you normally encounter.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to try turning some of these corpses into specters to take advantage of some of the unique abilities that these monsters have.
Oh. Wait, whoa. There's an anime avatar here? That's frightening. But anyway. No, everything is definitely suspicious. Definitely very, very suspicious. All right, let's go. All right.
The Warlock of the Mists gets access to many other abilities. For example, there is a trio of curses that you can pick from.
Right. So 3 curses. Not 1, not 2, but 3. Don't know. Oh well.
One of these curses targets your minions, giving them life degen and making them explode for massive damage when they are near death.
Okay.
One of them prevents enemies from dealing damage for the latter portion of its duration,
what?
which is quite powerful against bosses. This curse creates the interesting build decision of whether or not you should increase curse duration or reduce it.
Huh.
The final curse is a mark that causes enemy phantasms to be spawned when you hit the marked enemy.
Okay.
These phantasms aren't on your side, so they work well with on-hit and on-kill trigger.
Hold on. Hold on. This is... You summon specters that are your enemies to make them blow up. That's cool.
Effects, for example. The Primal Huntress can teach you to become a Wildwood Primalist.
Okay. What's that?
Unlike the other new ascendancies, the Primal Huntress lets you customize your tree.
Oh. I absolutely guarantee you something. I guarantee you, without knowing anything about this, those sockets there, the ones, the empty sockets, these you can buy and sell to other players. Like, I'm certain of it. Like, it's going to be part of the economy. Certain of it.
Tree.
Yeah.
You do this with charms that you can buy from the Primal Huntress for Vivid Wisps.
Mm-hmm.
Charms have randomly generated mods, which give stat...
Randomly generated. You get the best charm possible. You don't need to actually equip it. You can sell it.
From regular Ascendancy classes, allowing you to create your own hybrid Ascendancy class.
Mm-hmm.
Charms are magic items that are aligned with different attributes. So for example, this Ursine charm is strength aligned and has gotten the melee hits have a chance to fortify stat from the champion, and the ability to stop your movement speed going below base from the Juggernaut.
Uh-huh.
This interline Corvine charm lets you get the stat that makes your consecrated ground effects linger from the Inquisitor, and the effect that makes cursed enemies explode from the Occultist.
Crazy.
Some of the combination of mods that you might find for sale on charms can be extremely powerful, so keep a lookout for the Primal Huntress's shop even if you are not playing as a Primalist.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
As a Primalist, you also get access to a few
Yeah, one more time. One more time. Tell me that.
Find for sale on charms. Enemies explode from the occultist.
Hold on.
Some of the combination of mods that you might find for sale on charms can be extremely powerful. So keep a lookout for the Primal Huntress's shop, even if you are not playing as a Primalist.
Yeah. Keep a lookout.
As a Primalist, you also get access to a few other interesting abilities. Use war cries next to corpses and they have a chance to drop an extra item.
That's just straight up a barbarian find item from Diablo 2. That's all it is, just extra magic find.
It opens nearby chests too.
Okay. I might just roll that. I might just roll it for opening the chests. Because that is so good.
The Primalist also gets access to a small extra backpack, just in case you find yourself needing to cart more items to town during your map runs.
You're fucking kidding me. He just gets extra loot. Extra inventory space. You know I'm a compulsive hoarder.
If you are unhappy with the class you picked, or you just happen to find a really great item for another one of the classes, you are able to change which class you are using next time you find one of the Azmiri Wanderers.
Right.
Just remember that you will have to do their quests in order to gain the ascendancy points for that class.
Yeah.
These quests will lead you towards the ultimate goal of the Azmiri: finding the King in the Mists, defeating him, and cleansing the forest of its affliction.
I knew it! Finding the King of the Mists, defeating him. That is the boss. That is the big boss of the league. Noting that the main bosses still exist and are still there. Like, all the core mechanics are still there. It's just this is the special extra bonus stuff that is tied to the league.
Once and for all.
Once and for all.
There are new uniques to find, rewards to claim, and new ascendancy classes to master in the Affliction League.
Damn right.
Now that we've...
It's Dagoth everybody. You can see him right there. We shall speak for the law and the land, and shall purge the mongrel dogs of the Empire from Morro-win. Ahem. Here we go.
We've covered what...
I love Ultimatum. It's what I played before... Before the last league I played, you know, like the previous league. So I'm super happy to have this back. It was super fun to play before. I'm excited. Really excited.
What's in the league? Let's talk about some of the changes you can expect to the core game in 3.23. For a start, Ultimatum is finally going core. When talking to players at ExileCon, it was the #1 feature that people requested. When playing through in-game maps, you may sometimes encounter the Trial Master, who offers you a choice to undertake a deadly Val trial in exchange for great rewards.
Hell yeah!
If you defeat the trial, he offers to go double or nothing with you. Do you
Damn
take
right.
the risk and go for an even better reward? Or do you take the winnings you have already earned off the table and go home?
Yeah.
We've done a full rebalance of Ultimatum and have added many new mods and rewards, including both new and reworked uniques. The base number of rounds for an Ultimatum trial is now always 10, with a chance to spawn the Trial Master boss fight on the 10th round, if you are able to make it that far.
That's great.
As part of 3.23, we have also removed Metamorph from the game. All the Catalyst rewards...
Tane! Tane's gone? They removed Tane from the game entirely. He was a Karui, but unlike most Karuis are like... they call it Talamawana Warrior. That's how they were all like tribal and shit, right? But Tane, despite being a Karui, he was raised as a slave. So when he eventually killed his master, he ended up taking over his master's household and like inheriting his art of alchemy. So he despite being a Karui, he was to be racist against the Karui for a second, very civilized, like the people of Oriath. The people of Oriath get themselves killed. But yeah. Point is he was very quote unquote civilized and, wanted to extract the primal darkness out of things. It was an interesting mechanic where basically you got body parts, right? And you'd assemble those body parts to create a custom boss. And then you'd kill those custom bosses in order to assemble better body parts to make a super boss. And then when you killed the super boss, you'd get these little catalysts here, like the one on screen in the Trial Master. Problem is, that was a long, drawn-out, and for me, not really fun, but more stressful mechanic. I knew I needed these catalysts, right? I wanted them. And unfortunately, I couldn't I could not devote the time to doing it. But Ultimatum, on the other hand, that's like my favorite League mechanics. So we're gonna be doing Trial Masters. Gonna be fun. Okay.
Metamorph have now been moved to be rewards for Ultimatum. We have also added a new Val-themed catalyst that works on corrupted items.
Mm-hmm.
As is normal for most
whoa. Quality type to corrupted ring, amulet, or belt. Okay. Corrupted items normally cannot have their quality changed at all. This means that we can get a talisman. Talismans are typically garbage. They will sometimes roll amazing stats, but they are corrupted. And when something is corrupted, you can't use currency to alter it. But this special currency can alter a corrupted item, which means we can give a talisman that would normally be mediocre 20% increased quality. It can get 20% more effective, turning talismans from something that should be worthless into a worthwhile object. That is good. Maybe. If it works. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Themed catalyst that works on corrupted items.
Uh-huh.
As is normal for most content that gets added to in-game, we have introduced new Ultimatum passive skills to the Atlas tree.
You have no idea how much I love the Atlas tree, because you can customize your own end game. Like, see, you play through the main campaign, you beat the final boss of the game, and then the Atlas of Worlds opens up, and you start doing the end game, where you start going through these different worlds. Well, you can customize what appears in the end game maps for you by filling out this tree with the points you get from clearing maps. So the fact that we can now craft Ultimatum, build an Atlas tree for Ultimatum, that's that makes me happy.
One great example is the Keystone Grueling Gauntlet.
Right.
It makes Ultimatums last 3 extra rounds, but you cannot choose the modifiers, and it prevents the final Trial Master boss fight from spawning. The level of challenge becomes extreme during the last 3 rounds, and not being able to choose the modifiers makes it even harder. But the rewards are insane, and for those with very high-end characters, it might be a bet worth making. There are lots of other Atlas passive skills you can pick from for Ultimatum, so choose wisely.
Now, it's time to talk about one of the largest metagame changes we've ever made. There were 3 systems in Path of Exile that were all trying to subtly modify the behavior of skills. These were alternate quality gems, labyrinth helmet enchants, and unique threshold jewels.
Okay.
We combined all of these together to create a new system called Transfigured Gems that allows us to fully achieve the goal of these 3 systems and then...
So wait, the labyrinths are going away? The labyrinth, enchants are going away? I'm concerned here, but that was one of the main reasons we did the Eternal Labyrinth, right? Was to get enchants. Okay. Now he said, do you think they should make Path of Exile 2 a full paid game instead of free to play? So the way I said this earlier, they basically are going to stagger updates. So Path of Exile 1 gets after 2 months, Path of Exile 1 gets an update. After 2 months, Path of Exile 2 gets an update. so on, so forth. And each game gets their normal 4-month cycle, but the idea is that it's staggered. So people always have a new, fresh game to play. That's the idea anyway. But they're both being monetized through the same system. So yeah. You said some of the enchants were a bit underwhelming or useless for certain character builds. I was using one last league, so it's kind of surprising to me. Anyway. Yes. I honestly cannot pass judgment on anything Path of Exile 2 related because Path of Exile 2 isn't out yet. I'm just guessing. Complete and total guess. Let's go.
In some. Transfigured gems are alternative versions of existing skill gems that have different functionality and balance from their regular versions.
Okay.
We have added a huge number of these with interesting variations that drastically change how existing skills play.
Right.
For example, Frostbomb of Instability.
Okay.
It changes it from a cooldown skill that you can cast occasionally for a large explosion into a skill that you can cast continuously but deals less damage and doesn't apply cold exposure.
Yeah. I guess if you... I'm not entirely sure how that works.
It changes the role of Frostbomb from a utility skill into a main damaging skill. Another example is Detonate Dead of Scavenging. You can't use it on corpses that were created by Desecrate or Unearth, but in exchange it does a whole lot more damage. You won't be able to use it as your main reliable source of damage, but it's a great skill to use as a 4-link utility to get some extreme burst damage. Raise Zombie of Falling. Instead of raising a zombie from a corpse, you summon them from midair.
Huh.
They fall to the...
See, you literally just drop zombies on people. Okay, let me you said you hate Labyrinth. Well, I'm going to give you a famous quote here. I am become tank, ignorer of labyrinth traps. What? Let's go.
Their death, dealing AoE damage where they land. While this sounds like a physical damage version of Firestorm, you should consider that it scales with minion damage and also triggers on-death minion effects.
Right.
Blight of Contagion. This version of Blight is now spread by Contagion, so you can use it as part of your Essence Drain build.
Mm-hmm.
We have a huge number of these. Transfigure Firestorm into Firestorm with Meteors, Transfigure Blade Trap into Blade Trap of Greatswords, Transfigure Barrage into Barrage of Volley Fire, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot to experiment with, and we look forward to seeing what builds you can come up with.
Right.
But how do you get Transfigured gems? The Divine Font at the end of the Eternal Labyrinth has been changed to a gem crafting device that can modify your skill and support gems in a lot of new ways.
I was like, are they getting rid of it? No, they're not. I was so concerned. I was like, oh no. Oh, there we go. Yep, sacrifice a gem to gain 30% of its experience for your own Well. Hold on. So you can just eat a gem and get 30% of its EXP. A level 20 gem would garner you a lot. Oh. Sacrifice a gem for treasure keys. Treasure keys. I'm usually only get like 1 or 2. That's cool. Transfigure gem is great. Like, wow. Wow. Oh. Nom.
One of the options you can now choose is to turn a skill gem into one of 3 transfigured gems.
Right.
But that isn't all the Divine Font can do. It has a lot of other gem crafting options you can use. For example, you can add quality to gems, add experience to gems, sacrifice a gem.
Oh. Oh, wow. Yeah, there are a lot of different crafts. It's not just these. It's a lot of different crafts. Okay.
For example, you can add quality to gems.
Add quality to gems. I wonder if you can push it above 20. Probably can't. It's probably stuck at 20. You see, gems that have over 20% quality usually only come from drops. They're like RNG god items that you want to, trade for.
Add experience to gems, sacrifice a gem for one or more treasure keys to open Azara's chests, and you can even exchange support gems for exceptional support gems like Empower or Enlighten.
Oh shit! We don't have to kill like Uber Saris anymore? How? I mean, obviously killing Uber Saris is still profitable, but we can ignore Uber Saris in favor of just running the labyrinth a bunch. I could go and spec my Atlas tree for labyrinth stuff. That would be pretty cool.
These are just some of the options you'll find the Divine Font is now capable of.
Mm-hmm.
In order to replace the rewards and heists that previously gave alternate quality gems, we have
heists. I like heist a lot. The heist is the Thieves Guild. You go in, you break into a place you want to be like mostly undetected, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Here we go.
We've done a rebalance of the rewards of heist as well.
Rebalance.
Experimented base types have been rebalanced. New replica uniques have been added and old ones changed, and we have increased the amount of currency from display cases as well.
Cool.
On top of this, we have gone through and buffed the quality stats on most damage dealing skills.
They should fix Blight map's tower layout. I did Blight last league, and I murdered everything. Like I had become what do you call it? I had become the dispenser of the golden oils at the beginning of the league.
In most cases, they will be significantly more powerful than before, and also more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, this is one of the largest metagame shifts that we've ever done.
Yeah.
There's so many crazy new skill combinations to plan around, so we expect to see some really interesting new builds. Next up, I'd like to hand back over to Chris to talk about the new supporter packs.
Okay, microtransactions, everybody. And when I say micro, I mean macro transactions. Supporter packs are huge. They're beefy. They're expensive.
At this point, we'd usually talk about...
This is how they pay for their free-to-play game.
The League supporter packs.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing things a bit differently this year. Rather than releasing League supporter packs today and then our annual core packs 2 weeks later, we've combined it all together into a strong set of core supporter packs that will be released alongside Path of Exile Affliction next week.
Aww.
The series contains 5 packs.
Surfboard!
Each with its full value in points and a collection of exclusive cosmetic microtransactions. The higher packs contain physical merchandise. We'll unveil the full details of each of the packs at release next week.
Right.
In the meantime, here's a sneak peek of some of their exclusive cosmetic microtransactions.
Okay.
These packs will be available for purchase when Path of Exile Affliction launches on the 8th of December. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Oh, that's cool.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Affliction's full patch notes.
Yep.
With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Affliction's release. Keep an eye on the news.
That's
on
great.
This weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kyrix Vault Pass.
Not doing either of those.
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to exploring the Viridian Wildwood with you next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions.
Nope. No Q&A. No Q&A, not happening. But I'm super happy that this looks like a good league, and I might very well enjoy it whenever, let's see. Hold on. Pulling it open. Yeah, so 2 days, 14 hours. That's when the new league drops. So what we're gonna do is tomorrow is Morro-win. The day after is Pokemon. And then the third day, you see what the third day is going to be, right? We're going to start this league. It's going to be fun. Okay. Well, thank you all for watching. I am I'm going to go to sleep, really. I'll be hanging out online and on Discord and stuff for like an hour or two, but really I'm just gonna pass out at some undetermined amount of time. Bye everybody. It was a lot of fun. Morrowind tomorrow.